Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Hey JG, what's going on?
How you feeling, man? What's the update?
Still feeling pretty fucking rough, man. Hey Pam. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes that's hit me lately, JG. I haven't brought to anyone's attention, and I haven't been going live because I haven't had that initiative, and I figured I'd go ahead and troop her into it, whether I wanted to or not, just for the endeavoring fact that I don't feel like I don't feel like I can, so I'm going to. They
Don't be
never
timid,
really.
man. That don't be
Well,
timid. Cause look, if you be yourself, right, that's a great thing. Now, if you say something and somebody uses that against you, that's their fuck up. So never be timid and be yourself, man.
yeah, it's just what it is when you're hit with a really heavy, stressful couple situations, and you got shit piled on top of shit, and you don't want to come across as intrusive, which I don't want to be intrusive. I don't want to be a looper, and there's some things that I just don't seem to be content worthy. But this has climbed pretty much on top of me and stomped me into the ground, and it's continuing to do so. And it's just a real tough son of a bitch to deal with, man. I didn't realize how much it was actually impacting me and have an effect on me until here very recently, I started noticing exactly how much of an effect it was having on me and my environment. And I thought, fuck, man, thought I was on top of this, but apparently I'm not as on top of it as I thought I was.
I hear you. Well, hopefully things get better. You know, if you got to put the work in, though.
Well, JJ, here's
No, no. I mean, like you just got to keep fighting. Keep I'm not. I
no,
see.
you're
I heard what you were saying last night, and I see what you're dealing with. It's just you just got to stay strong and just keep pushing, man.
there's
I
such a
get the
dual.
process. I get the process they put you in, and I understand the process and the it's a hassle and it's a it's tough on your mind. That's just keep going, man. Just keep toughing it out.
There's and maybe you got some insight. I mean, I'm always open for insight or Pam or anybody, you know. Um, whenever whenever my son did what he done, well, what he's charged with doing, I had contact with him through a tablet or visitation, or I had some type of way to get a hold of him, and it wasn't quite so difficult because we were still going to court, and there was still that resonance of potential hope, and this is going on the second month now. He's been in the system, lost in the system, and I haven't been able to. I don't even know where the fuck he is. You know, no call, no information, no letter, no nothing. Just like gone, and nobody seems to have any information. So I pondered that, and I thought, man, I'm this kind of sucks. I'm kind of missing my son, and I look at the aspect of other people looking in, and they're like, your son's a fucking monster. He's a piece of shit. He's a fucking murderer. He's this. He's that. He's another. And I'm battling with the duality of, yeah, he's my son. I love my son. I may not like what he's done. I don't like his actions, but what benefit does it have within my inner conflict to set and calling names or to belittle him or to deny him, as being my son or anything less than. But the minute you say that you have love for this person, my son, putting him in third party perspective, immediately you're condoning him, or you're backing him, or how could you possibly care for this person? And then they say all kinds of atrocious, horrible things. And I thought, okay, I'm going to have to just learn to deal with that. And it started adding up to my environment, my medical team, my people I associate with, people I deal with, and I started noticing that even their demeanor changed. Their approach to me changed, and instead of them wanting to be assertive and helpful, they're more condemning and ostracizing. And if you show any emotion whatsoever or any compassion, towards my son, from my perspective, where I'm at, then immediately I'm condoning him, or I'm backing his play, or you know how do you fucking deal with that kind of duality within yourself? You love your son because he's your son. You don't like his actions, but you're not allowed to love your son because he's a murderer. But if you do love your son, well, that makes you compliant. Jesus fuck, you know?
I hear you, man, and I see the position you're in, and they're looking at you, and they're dehumanizing you. They're dismissing you. They're writing you off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it
but
sucks, man.
it just because you love your son, that doesn't mean you're condoning what he's doing. And if people are I don't know what they're saying. What exactly are people have people said,
Well, one,
or
they
is it?
they don't understand how I could still be upset. I haven't talked to my son since he was sent off to prison from county. I haven't even contacted him, and believe me, those days are long. And for anybody that has a kid or a child, to have that child removed completely from your life, no contact, no nothing, not even to know where they are, or at any age, for a parent, is tough. You hate it when your kids leave for college. You hate it when your kids leave and start their life. You hate it when your kid dies. When your kid leaves your life, you feel it. You feel it. And I ask people, you know, is it natural? I mean, but they don't know. All they can do is they can say, yeah, it's a tough situation, or yeah, that's pretty painful. It's so dismissive and so passive. Just like, oh, it happens. No, it doesn't. It does. Shit like this doesn't just happen. You know. I'm sorry, but this is not your average run of the day Springer show that just come out of the fucking blue. And this is a little deeper than that.
What's that noise, man?
Oh, that's my earring. Sorry, dude. I gotta adjust.
Well,
There we go.
you can't. All right, I'm just gonna just be blunt and
Please.
be frank. You can't let these people into your mind on what what you're thinking and feeling. These government workers, whatever, man. What I mean is, you can't like talk to them about real shit that you're going through, right? Because it might.
Are you there, JG?
Yeah, my fault. My phone. I had to
That's all right.
type the code in again. Uh, yeah, it's just like it's you can't talk to people about real shit because they'll use it against you, or it'll backfire on you, or it'll put you in jeopardy. You shut up around people like that. You know, you can talk to a lot of people about it in these panels and in real life, but you know, in a situation like that, you don't let them into your mind, man. Even though you
Oh,
want to say something, and you want the you you want maybe help or something like that, it's like you shouldn't you shouldn't like talk to these people and let them pick your brain and let them kind of can't be vulnerable around these people.
right. And that sucks because I try and stay real with everyone, man. You know, myself, anybody I talk to, I try and be as open, real, you know, as humanly possible. Because there's already enough facade in this world. There's already enough people with their masks, and you know, it's one I brought up to a friend of mine. You know, people claim not to be interested into something, but yet in reality, they got their nose stuck so far up in it that they might as well be smothering in it, but they will never admit it. You
True.
know, like a lurker. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
and I found that people are doing that. You know, people
yeah.
around me are doing that.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean that's what the human family does. Like they eavesdrop. They're sleuths. They're moles. They're informants. They're reporters. They're embedded. So you can't. There's things that you should have in your mind that it's like a vault, right? You keep that stuff in your mind. It's a vault. Don't let people into it. But a lot of and then when you're really that disciplined, that's when people really want to figure you out, man. It becomes like you're a video game to these people, and they want to beat you. They want to beat the game. They want to get into your mind. They want to become a challenge. But that's just how it is. This is the psychological war we're in, man. It's not an
Yeah.
illusion. It really is a psychological war. Um, in the streets, on the panels, everywhere you go, man. On the job site.
Seems to be. It really does, man. Because I never dreamed that, you know, especially everybody that was there stood beside me, you know, all the way up to the verdict. And then right after that fucking verdict, man, is like put him in a deep freeze somewhere. And that was fucked up. And then, you know, I didn't realize that not having any contact or any way of getting a hold of my son or having communication with him would bother me that bad, you know, because I've been away from him for long periods of times. It never bothered me. This time, it seems to be eating at me somewhere. Maybe it's the not knowing. Maybe it's the fact that you know this is a permanent thing and not a passive thing. I don't know, but I do know that it's affecting me psychologically really bad. And I really didn't want to talk and you know spew it out there to the point where it became redundant, looping, repetition. You know, but this time it's really it's like everything is unraveling. Weird, fucking weird.
Hopefully one day you can laugh at it, just laugh at all these people. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
do as I get older is just get that last laugh. I've always been laughing at people, but it's just once you realize the whole fucking world is so fucking insane, right? The mind and behavior, that's what I'm getting at. Human beings. I'm not talking about dogs and fucking trees, right? I'm talking about
right.
human fucking beings. They're fucking crazy as shit, manipulative, flawed, all types of shit, right? All types of negative, wicked shit. Once you realize that, and you can laugh at it, man. It's like a chip off your shoulder, and then you enjoy the fucking outdoors, and then you enjoy all the great shit because all this other stuff is bad. All this other shit, all this other stuff is just bullshit. It's all corrupted. It's all been tainted. You know, I mean, I like people, but I know that I like trees and the outdoors and skateboarding and certain things more than I like people. You know.
Well, when you can't even, when you can't even pay for, and I'm talking physical life. I'm not talking, the people that I cherish here on the metaverse. I'm talking in actual life. You can't
Right.
even pay um, these people to act appropriate, or to even come across uh, halfway empathetic. They work by the structure of whatever company they work for, and because that's their long-term finances, you're a short-term investment. You're
Right.
expendable,
Right. Right.
and I'm really
Right.
feeling the impact of that now.
Yeah, and it's you just be brief with them, you know, just you
Just
it's like business, you know. It's and once you let them into your personal life, then it's like then they can play the games that they play with their own family. They can start
uh,
playing the games that they play with their own fucking friends and their own environment.
hold on a second. I'm sorry about that, man. There we go. And that's what I'm wondering is these people, especially in the mental health services that I'm dealing with. I'm like, you know, how can you be in the mental health services whenever you can't even recognize absolute distress when it's right in front of you?
Right, it's the same thing with cops and knowing the law and whatnot. You know, it's I've been in hospitals, man. I've been in fucking psych wards, and it's a lot of posers in there, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people that aren't professionals. Like when we look at karate, right? There's masters of karate. They know it to a science. They have it down to a science. They mastered it, right? They're experts. They're professionals. And then you got these like, you know, fake ass motherfuckers on YouTube doing these fake ass moves, you know, telepathic fucking karate moves, and you're just looking at him like, all right, this guy's full of shit. He's a poser. You know what I'm saying? And then you see that in
Oh,
these
the
psych
like
wards.
the
These
Denmark
motherfuckers.
thing.
Yeah, yeah. You go in these hospitals and you see that these people are rookies. They don't know what they're doing. They're just seeding people with drugs, seeding. They're not conscious enough to be on that fucking marsh like that black belt 10th degree level. You get what I'm saying? So you go into that and it's just like this is a lot of times, man. Uh, you're just surrounded by people that can't help you as well as you can help yourself. But you will come across people that really know what the fuck they're doing. They are masters and they can help you. You see it in these panels, and you do see it out there in
I do keep.
hospitals, anywhere you go. But it's just, I'm what I'm getting at is just out in the fuck out in society. I mean, there's aces and fucking flunkies, you know.
Yeah, I try to get feedback as best I can from as many sources I have
I think you
available, and
should talk to
especially
Jack. My fault. I think you should talk to Jack Talcott. He's a great life coach. He's helped me very much with my consciousness and my life, and you know, I think Talcott could really help you, man.
that's a, that's a clip and a half right there, man.
Yeah,
People are
yeah,
going to snag that clip up.
yeah.
No, I tune into Jack's quite a bit.
You get what I'm
And
saying,
Jack,
though.
yeah, he's got a stern, positive outlook on things. The only problem I have is he's very very God oriented, and I think that I don't want to enter the Talcott arena without it being a long term endeavor and a friendship because Jack is a good person,
Right, but he's not a
and I
life
don't.
coach. That's what I'm getting at. Is like there's levels to all this shit, man.
I'd rather keep Jack in the long term friendship department than just somebody that I go up there and then suddenly the panel's ripping me apart and the chat's ripping me apart and then Jack is forced into a situation where he has to make a decision and I'm not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, it's just chaos, man. That's all it is. Is chaos. It's not. It's just fucking. That's been his whole shit's been corrupted. I mean, him himself. He got into he got into the shit, you know. But I can't you can't take it serious. Like
People would especially something as nerve exposed as this is, this would be a fucking buffet for them. It would be an absolute feast, you know. Especially when it comes to the duality of, how can you love this person and still not agree with what they're doing, but say that you care, you know. That to them would just be a fucking endless loop of feeding in the panel verse. My God, it'd be like throwing fucking Christians to lions.
it's your fucking son, man.
I
Like
know that, you know that, but
like that's your son. Like I mean, I guess people are so cold blooded. I know your son did some fucked up shit, but that's still your son, right? That is your fucking. That's your family.
yeah,
It's not somebody else's. So all I can do is sit back and say, "Hey, man, that's his fucking kid." Like, look at the situation you're in, where it's like your son, you really care about and love, did what he did. It's heartbreaking, man. It's a shame. It's unfortunate, and it's just like I feel for you, where people should really feel for you and work with you instead of just bringing you down and shitting on you. I mean, I kind of did it to you before because I've, it's
it's a fucked up situation, man. It's not one that anybody's going to just wake up and encounter one day. I mean, this is kind of a
yeah,
what
it's a
the fuck,
motherfucker.
one in a
It's a
million.
motherfucker.
I don't know how to deal with it, more or less. You know, me observing people and how they deal with it. I tell you, one that's really bothered me too is these last couple of weeks I've been reading between the lines, and most of my most of my in-home help and my medical team are waiting for me to snap, and I
Why
don't
do
know
you say
whether they're
that?
trying because that's what they keep. That's what they keep alluding to is
Okay, so
me
what are they
me
saying
snapping
specifically?
and going off. They've offered me oh man, in home behavior, locked myself up, um, and they wanted to make sure that I wasn't a threat and a danger to anyone that come here or anyone around me, and just started suggesting little things like that in between the lines,
Right,
and then the more I'm watching them, the more I see them almost try and provoke that. You know, well, we're gonna fuck with your
right.
medicine. We're gonna fuck with when I show up. I'm just gonna start showing up at various hours instead of a set schedule, and you know, um, this is the feedback that this null and void state of platitude that I'm just going to passively throw at you, and you're not going to get an actual response from me because you're not human. You're a
Right.
bomb waiting to blow up, and we're just watching. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right. You got the Nurse Ratchets around, right? It's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and you got the Nurse Ratchets around. You know.
It seems so. I figured a good foundation for a medical team that's been there for years, was going to be a solid thing. That I wasn't going to find resistance there, but by God, I did.
Well, fuck, man.
Yeah, it's just fucked
I,
up.
I
And then,
I'm being honest, but like you're in that situation where it's like that's where you don't want to be. Like it's like you're like a fucking an example, you know. I'm saying that like just
fucking case study.
like because dude I've seen it with other people and I've been in shitty positions myself and I'm like I'm just an example of where not to be. You know, I gotta break away from this bullshit. I gotta get better. I gotta fucking get healthier. You know, but
Well, that's the problem is I used to be healthy enough under any diverse situation
right,
to be able
right,
to walk away from it, just to get up and move on. Fuck this. I'm not sticking around for this. This is a
right.
bummer.
You know better.
I'm not in that position now.
Right. Yeah, it sucks, man. Well,
It's easy
hopefully, like,
to
can we raise money and you could get a prostitute or we could try to help you. You know, like, how can we? You gotta figure out ways how to make your daily life better.
well, that's why, even coming online here and doing a live stream, this is forward momentum, whether
Right.
anybody knows it or not, because I haven't been able to go live. I've got this fucking knot in my stomach and a lump in my throat. And I'm like, really, this is hard to endeavor on because I'm bottled up, man, you know? So I forced myself to go live. And I was like, you've got to do this. If you don't do this, then another day is going to add to another day, and eventually a month's going to go by. And I've made no forward movement. So I really had to push myself into this. And then to know that, you know, one of the victims' family is always listening. Um,
Oh,
I
really?
don't know if yeah, I don't know if I'm still under investigation. They had me under investigation during the whole trial and before the trial. Um, Even my one of my legal advisors says if they had something to put on you, you would be gone right now. And I was like, fuck, the fuck did I do? You know, they wanted to find some association. They wanted to find anything to tie me into his bullshit. Luckily, there wasn't anything.
Right. But what does that show you right there? Like in
Shows me,
hindsight, like in hindsight, like analyzing their emotions, their mind and behavior. What does it show you there?
an angry mob of witch hunters that not only want to take out the monster, but anything associated to the monster. And then how do you become anything above that without becoming the monster? There's no way I can ever say I condone what he done, or that you know, regardless, I can overlook that situation and still love my son. God forbid you do that, man, because the minute you do that, you might as well fucking pull the trigger yourself at that point, right?
Yeah, they will show you their true colors, right? They will show you they are, wicked predators. You just gotta pay attention, They want to prey on you so bad.
Uh,
It's because they've been molded, man.
I could understand really, um, because my dad was shot. My son was shot. Hell, he took 245 rounds to the gut. Um, I was stabbed. I can understand that feeling of wanting to get back at the people that have harmed you. The guy that shot my son. I'd like to have his head on a plate. The guy that shot my dad. I'd love to have his head on a plate. But I'm not going after their families. I'm not
Right.
condemning their parents for having them. Or holding their parents any way guilty. But I was visible. I was tangibly visible, something that they could actually look at and see.
Right.
And I guess they felt, why should he have a dad if we don't have a dad?
Yeah,
An eye for an eye kind of thing.
these people they just want to victimize. They just want to they just want to fucking. Now it's like they can justify preying on you, right?
Yeah, yeah, easy,
Yeah.
very easily, and they get support. You know,
Dude, I've seen it
but
before with all right, back in the day, my mom, um, she had a stalker, right? And this guy would stalk her. He came to the house one day, and then his wife just started accusing the shit out of my mom. So I guess his wife figured out that he's stalking my mom. She's mad as shit, so she makes up some fucking, bullshit story, accusing my mom of some shit. Then she's taking all this bullshit out of my mom and trying to justify it. People aren't, they're not accountable. They're not too sharp, right? And, these people that are shitting on you, it's they're fagging out, right? That's all it is. They're kooking out, they're spazzing out, they're freaking out.
yeah, I don't know if you know JG, but my the only two members besides my son that I have in my family is my mom and my daughter. And the day the gavel fell, that was the end of them. My mom immediately blamed me for my son's actions because she said it was how he was raised and my impact on his life. And my daughter followed suit, and that was the end of them. And I haven't spoke to him since.
Well, that's a manipulative woman there. I mean,
Yeah. Oh,
that's
yeah, by
that's what I'm
far.
saying. Is motherfuckers just they just point fingers and try to guilt trip you. It's because the mind and behavior of human beings is fucking crazy. You know, like, did you really fucking? What did you do to your kid that was so fucking bad, right? Like, did you MK Ultra him? Did you fucking, put him in timeouts for 2 days straight with no food? Like, what the fuck did
No.
you? Did you do wicked shit, like bad, really fucking bad shit to
No.
him? Right, but they want to
Nope.
make you look like you're this wicked. That's gaslighting, dude. They're gassing you up to be this like person you're not, man. We see this time and time again, every fucking day, right? They do it with Donald Trump. They gas him up to be this great guy. He's a fucking scumbag, right? You're somebody that
Right?
didn't do something bad to your kid, but they're gassing you up as this terrorist, as this bad fucking person that fucking, you know, did all this terrible shit to his kid. It's all manipulation, man. Everywhere you go. If you really step back and look at everything and like with a microscope, right? It's just everybody's got some fucking angle, man. Some people are right on the money with the truth. They're rational and reasonable, and then other people are just fucking out of pocket with smears and fucking manipulation.
And
They
that's
can't
not to
break
say
out of
that.
it, and they're not conscious of it, and it's just like it's like hereditary, you know. For some people, it's just like natural for them. They just can't break out of it. That's just how they are. It is what it is. Get away
Let
from
me
it.
throw something at you, JG. My son, I'm not going to say exactly to what extreme because it'll backfire. Uh, had had some difficulties growing up, some issues, and we dealt with them as best we could. Even my mom, when I sent him up here for a summer to stay with my mom, she called me and said, "I can't handle him. You got to come and get him." So I came up and got him, and any little thing they could pull out that seemed to be a disruption in my son's youth and him growing up, they tried to find any little thing they could. But at 15 years old, now I want you to gather this. I'm staying the summer with my mom, and I'm a 15-year-old old punk, and I swiped some money from her boyfriend. And when they came in, she was at the kitchen table, and he was climbing all over my ass about what I'm going to get and what people get that steal from him. And he pulled out his revolver, right? And he's got this revolver and he's pointing it at me. I'm 15 fucking years old. And my mom is sitting right there while this is transpiring. And after he gets through with his spiel, and I just kind of try and deal with the circumstances, that stuck with me throughout the years. How could she sit there and watch him do that? And then finally, this last year, I asked her, how could you do that? You know? And she said, I knew it wasn't loaded. And I was like, and you thought, you want to accuse me of being a bad parent? Okay, there we go. That explains everything. It wasn't loaded. Gotcha.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
fuck them.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. You know, you're going to sit and condemn and point fingers at me as being a horrible parent when you would go to that extreme. You didn't love the man. You liked his money. You were just dating him. You weren't married to him. He didn't know me from anybody. And you're letting him poke a fucking gun in my face. I'm a 15-year-old kid. So good parenting, Mom. You are a great role model. So how can you condemn me without condemning yourself? That's my take on it. But then that falls back on how can you stand up and still be there for your son whenever there isn't a person in the world that agrees with that position that belongs to the outside world. Because they're not going to sit and take time to talk to me on a fucking live stream like this. They're not going to take time to educate themselves about the disposition that one has to go through. They just see that guy gave birth to or helped seed a monster.
Yeah, fuck them, man.
Yeah, I don't, and I appreciate all the input, JG, and even you know,
You got to be
being able to
cold
just,
blooded against cold blooded people, man. Like
mm,
if people are if they're cold with you and it's just fucking look, gaslighters, manipulators, they have no true power over you, right? They really don't. And the key is what you got to do is ignore them. That's the key. It's the stonewall motherfuckers, right? And how do you stonewall people? You use your fucking mind. You don't let these people into your mind. You block them off. You shut them the fuck up, right? It'll
yeah,
kill
it's
them.
what I,
It'll kill them, right? There's a side effect of being strong, right? Like I was saying earlier, it'll kill them. It'll drive them nuts. You ignore a crazy woman, it'll drive her nuts. If you have discipline over a chick and you keep it, it's just that's how it is, man. But like it's just it's all strategic, man. It sucks that life is like that, right? Like I've had many times where I just sit back and I'm just like, man, it really sucks that life is such a fucking strategic mind game, right? Every fucking day and for years and years and years you play this fucking mind game. It's a survival of the fittest game, and you're just you're like, all right, this sucks, right? This mind game sucks, right? And you try to avoid it. You know you're better off away from all the bullshit, but it never ends, man. It never ends. Say you go to a new town, right? You're traveling around, you're going to a new town. You always got predators out there. You always got some bullshit, right? You get into a new town, the geography's sick, it's awesome. There's all types of stuff you're psyched on. You feel alive, you're hyped. You overhear somebody saying some dumb shit, or somebody comes up and tries to like fucking get close to you with their car, and you're just like, damn, like, I don't like people. People fucking suck. It's just, it, the reality is, we're in a fucking crazy world, man. In the mind, you know, and it never ends.
it was, I think it almost justifies and gives way to people putting on a facade when they come onto platforms or whenever they're on panels.
I put a
Like,
facade on in real life, face to face life. I put a facade on with a lot of people because I have to. But in these panels, I can actually be myself. I can talk to you guys just fucking how I am. But
right?
it's the face to face life that it's like I can either be real with you, which is going to end bad for you, or I can just put this facade on, or kind of uh, what's the word be standoffish or walled up, like reserved, right? You can be reserved and brief around people and kind of put up this facade because being real with people, you know it could make you lose your job, or there's consequences with that. So it's like sometimes you pick your battles and you're like, I'm just gonna just play this way, right? I'm gonna play this hand this way, and the game never stops, man. The conscious mind game we're in never stops.
That's why whenever we were talking last night, you know, I reached the point where I could no longer, I couldn't individually take on anymore, you know, without some type of release or pressure valve because I was about to cave in on myself.
How'd you sleep last night?
I drank a whole bunch of cold and flu medicine, nighttime cold and flu medicine.
How many hours of sleep you get?
It was about 4 or 5.
How many hours you been up?
A few. I seen my nurse come and go.
Oh, so dude, you're sleeping during the daytime.
Yeah, I tried to. I tried to.
All right.
Yeah, I tried to sleep during the day. Just because the days seem to be the longest and the toughest because of the energy uh, in the air. It's just a lot of chaos during the day.
So the
But
the
when you
people,
change,
the environment you're in, right? The people around you.
yeah, yeah, it's chaotic during the day.
Right. So you're trying to
And
escape that.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, definitely trying to stay away from that type of energy because it seems to just drag on throughout the whole fucking day.
Dude, start writing down like strategies on how to deal with all this stuff. Like, what is the ideal best way I should be dealing with all this, right?
That's just one thing is I'm kind of doing this as we go along, or even right now, JG is this is I was kind of making a joke to my nurse. We were watching a movie, and this guy was going to a group for people who had lost their children or lost their spouse, and I was like, well, where's my group? I'm gonna call them up and make an appointment, and I'm gonna go sit in on the group. They don't have a group for my class.
That's when
They
you
don't
go to
have
your nurse and you say, "Nurse, can you give me a blowjob, please?"
a. That nurse is gone. Damn. Yeah, she left this summer. Fuck.
Oh man, you just got to keep beating the game, keep playing the game, Axis. That's all I'm getting at, man. Like when you do concrete, there's steps. Like there's it's a process, right? You jackhammer up the concrete, you cut the rebar inside of it, you cut the wire mesh, you throw out the chunks, you get everything cleaned up and prepped for pouring, you mix up the concrete, you put it in, you have it down, right? What you should do is get your strategy down, right? Get your steps down. Like, all right, this is how I'm gonna deal with this, right? I'm gonna and just work it. Just keeping that routine down, man. Just keep that morale. Trying to keep working on that morale. Keep trying to keep it high. Just keep fighting. Keep going. Don't get sloppy and fall apart.
Yeah, that's where I was headed. That's why I even showed up. When I get
Now
to
I'm
that
now I'm the
point,
life coach. Now I'm Jack
yeah,
Talca.
there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
you're
might
you're
start a
you're
channel.
pivotable.
Right. I might be Jack Talcott now. Right. I'm
Yeah, we
Jack
can.
Talcott now. I'm gonna start a channel. Same name, same shit, and I'm gonna one up them. I'm gonna outdo them. Eat your heart out. Eat your heart out, Jack.
Right. Oh man. But you've got the diversification to be able to approach the situation with some objective uh, insight. Um, from my understanding, Jack had issues with his family, and
Yeah, yeah. And I've talked
he's
to him about it, and I actually I figured out what the hell was going on with him, and I do have empathy for the guy, and I do um I I do feel for him, and I seen his battles and whatnot. But there's other things I see with him. I just I know it's fucked up. I know it's flawed. You know,
Right.
but yeah, man.
I know
I
Jack's
just
been battling for a long time. The first time I ran across Jack was several years ago. Was on We Are Awake, and people were just taking chunks out of his ass. And Ian was defending him. He was coming up on panels and trying to state his case and his disposition. And that was during the heat of the We Are Awake turbulent times. And then I just watched Jack kind of cave in on himself and became a throw rug to these people for a bit. And from what I see, he's kind of coming back from that now. You know, he's managed to find his niche. You know, I just my niche is not as positive though, because I guess one up on Jack for that one, and especially you. You know, I don't have that particular uh, positive approach to life. Kind of dark, a little dark.
yeah, but it gets positive when you your outlook gets better when you better your life, right? Your car drives better, right? When you care for your car, you put gas in it, you make sure the tires have air, the alignment's good. Like when you really, my mom would always say like Jack, take care of yourself, and I'd be like, yeah, yeah, whatever. And as I got older, I'm like damn, I know what she's saying now. All that time,
Yeah,
she was take care of yourself, and I'm like, I got you now, mom. I see what you're saying. And I see how she took care of herself. And she's a fucking G, man. Her beliefs are her beliefs, right? It's just like what I was saying with Talcott. Talcott's flawed. I'm flawed too. I mean, we're all flawed. But my mom's got some shit going on. But she's disciplined and she takes damn good care of herself. And she's a fucking G. She's a boss. Like, like she's a strong ass fucking woman. She's admirable, and I give her a lot of props, a lot of respect. Um, and that's just it, man. We got to take care of ourselves. You got to take care of yourself for yourself. I got to do it for me. You know, it only makes everything easier and life more enjoyable. Even fucking Ted Kaczynski, that crazy bastard, like that dude took damn good care of himself. You know, like I was reading an interview with him, and he was telling this dude exactly how the fuck he lived, what he did, how conscious and like how on point he was. And I'm just like, damn, like it's just interesting, man.
really health conscious was he?
Yeah, well, it says in the interview, he's saying he's just given the routine of everything he's fucking doing, but he got his conscious what he consciously what he was saying was really interesting. How fucking like intelligent the dude's sharp, but it's just like his outlook on shit and his perspective was pretty damn dope. But people want to make that guy look like he was crazy as fuck, but he actually in reality fucking was on a higher level consciously. Like he He lived
My
a
understanding,
he lived an admirable life. Not that we have to admire other people, but I'm saying like he lived like a fucking dope life, a cool life, healthy, whatever, man. What you know?
his big hang up was technology, wasn't it?
Yeah,
The advancement of,
he was a mathematician.
yeah, yeah.
Right. He's one of those people that he everything. The guy's intelligent, right? Becomes like was it his story is very polarizing. Some people got it, some people don't, right? Like I look at like people in the skate industry, they have a very fucking interesting story, and it's kind of made them huge. Their story has made them huge, and that's the thing with Ted Kaczynski. That guy has a story. He's lived a real life. He was MK Ultra. He's doing all this fucking shit. He's bombing people. Like he's not like the CEO killer dude that was just some fucking dumb fuck that got inspired to kill this CEO, right? Like Ted, like that dude was on a fucking way different level, you know.
Had a precise train of thought in mind, huh?
Well, it's just his story, you know. Like he that's it all. It made him popular, right? Why are people popular? Like think about that. Why is somebody popular?
Well, generally, if it isn't some type of appeal, it's some type of deed. So, it's either,
Like, look at
uh,
Tupac. Why was Tupac so fucking popular? Well, first off, his mom was in the fucking Black Panthers. She raised him to be this, like, fucking Black Panther king, right? He ends up fucking getting into dancing and then music and then look at his whole fucking story, right? That's what got him so goddamn popular. But then you got other rappers out there that are just they don't have that story, man.
I didn't know his mom was into Black Panthers.
Yeah. His mom was in the Black Panthers. She was a leader in the Black Panthers.
Well, that makes sense with a lot of credibility he got.
But it's like he has a story. People have stories, right? And then it's also the drive they have themselves. So like what I was saying with Kaczynski is like that dude had, he's got the story, but he had the drive. He had the morale in himself. Like he had balls. Like he fucking did what he did. Like even the manifesto, a lot of good points he had.
Yeah,
Conscious, right?
the
Conscious,
machine
conscious
lies.
people, conscious people. They fucking get somewhere.
The machine lies did a. They read his manifesto and his story. I think it's been several months ago, and I had to weigh in on it. I actually one of the only times I've went on panel there.
Yeah, I remember that.
Just yeah, um, just because his story was such a it has the relatability to everybody that especially if you're into uh, you know technology, mathematics, and political sciences. You're going to at least pay attention to something the guy says, and it's going to ring.
Right. Yeah, it's a good show. Muhammad's got a good show.
Yeah, I
Just
had to quit going there just because of the antagonists.
well, there's a lot of fucking. There's some people in there that are they play too much.
Yeah,
Right. Like I sit back and notice what's going on with Muhammad, with other people. And I'm just like, all right, we're all human, but some people take it too far and they get carried away. And it's kind of like you can let certain things slide because you see people are human and whatever. And then there's other people where it's just like they're so fucking plagued with this like these accusation games and these gaslighting games that it's just like, dude, fuck this motherfucker. All they got is accusations and bullshit, and they're just playing this fucking, smear campaign game. It's all politics. Like, motherfucker, once people make it into politics, that's when it's like, all right, what the fuck? But you can
Well,
see
that's
sometimes
fuck
people
all
get carried
then.
away and with the drama and shit, like Muhammad, and it's just like, all right, whatever, The dude's human, is what it is, whatever. But there are people on those panels that, they got nothing but fucking, bullshit. They're nothing but a hassle, man.
Yeah, that's why I quit going over there.
It's
It's,
still good. It's still good shit. I mean, I hate that the base Oracle dude went on there the other night, and I just sat back. I'm like, I don't like this guy one bit. I don't like his personality. I don't like. I just sat back and observed the motherfucker, and I'm like, this dude's a total phony. He's Joe as shit. I don't know if you know what Joe means, but that's a Philly slang term for somebody that's just like faking like just on some fucking like weird shit, like just contrived, like just fucking, you know, jive motherfuckers talking that jive.
a lot of them, that's for sure.
But yeah, it's still a good show. I mean, out of all these panels, who like you got Machine Lies, good stuff. I thought in a thought experiment. Yurt's always got good stuff. Well, he's a sharp dude, conscious, has good shit to say. You got good stuff. Charles I fuck with Charles. That there's some good shit in there, but there is a lot of looping. That's what gets old is the fucking loops.
Yeah, there's some definite characters that go there to disrupt, press an agenda.
I fuck with Max Vision. I don't. I think I don't know if I'm subscribed to Max, but you just
That's
figure
just
out
alright.
like what you figure out who's got the value, right? Some people got value, and some people it's just like, all right, whatever. That's just life, man.
Mm.
Cage. I fuck with Cage, even though he's fucking dumb. Nah. The guy's a poser. Claims he's conscious. Nah, I'm just fucking around.
See, even my work that I do and my research and my endeavors have been put to the side because of the challenge that has brought on to just my day-to-day living. And whenever I start becoming uh, absent of reality to the point where it's I'm starting to lose myself, that's whenever I reach this point. I have several times. A couple of times they've had to throw me in the state home, but for the most part, I try to avoid those places as best I can. That's why when I told you I don't call hotlines, I don't call intervention, I don't show up to behavioral health. No, because I know where that leads me, right back to state. And that's a bitch of it all because then the only true support you have outside of yourself, which you're no support to yourself when you're caving in like that, questioning your own reality, questioning the hyper state of panic that you're in, and then, trying to find some type of stable ground in that alone is fucking miserable.
Yeah, man.
I just don't have the wherewithal to jump on a panel and just start rambling and rattling nonsensical bullshit to get in some type of drama feud to distract my mind to feel relevant. I used to have fun with it every once in a while, poke people just to see what they do,
Oh, you
get
did it
some
to
type
Cage
of.
last night, man.
Well, Cage, I just want to be real, man. I would like to meet Cage, the real Cage, not the facade, not the image, and not the esoteric front, but just dude. Smoke a joint, drink a beer, and let's talk some real shit
Yeah, but
without it
dude,
having to.
I think you have this you do have this like delusion that Cage is like putting on this fucking front, where it's like, dude, all he's doing is showing videos and we critique it. I noticed that's what he likes doing is just showing videos, critiquing the videos, talking about shit. It's not that he's like this like fucking on the down low he's this Zionist or on the down low he's this or that, you know. I see that too with so many people in these panels, man. It's like they have this
Maybe I'm
severe.
misreading. Maybe I'm misreading, but he just seems to represent himself as esoteric. You know.
Yeah, well, you pigeonholed him last night, and I was like, I showed you. I was like, dude, you're pigeonholing him, like you're pinning
Hmm?
them down.
Probably because I don't grow. I don't smoke weed anymore, so I
Nah,
don't
but
have
it,
that. And so the only thing relative is one. I like Cage's open mind. At least he's willing to travel beyond the safety protocols at some points. And I do have a lot of the esoterics in common with him. But
right. But what
outside of
I'm
that,
saying
I
is,
don't know him.
right. But what I'm saying is, like what I was saying earlier, when you let people into your mind, they can see how your mind works, Axis. And last night, what you're saying, the Cage, you're just showing me what your mind, dude. You're letting me into your mind. Somebody else that was just kind of observing, and I seen what you're
Hmm.
doing to Cage, and I'm like, all right, dude, you're out of line here. Like you're not is what it is. Like we all do it. We all mess up sometimes, but I'm just telling you, like the dude isn't like he doesn't have some machination or he doesn't have some some bullshit agenda.
No, I
Which you
don't
see
think he
with
has
other
an
people.
agenda. I really don't think Cage has an agenda. I think he drops information with
Yeah,
the
but you're
best of
going off
intent.
you're going off beliefs where it's like you're just kind of jumping to conclusions basically.
Just from our interactions. That's all I know from Cage is our interactions.
Yeah, but how you
I
said
don't
it, like
I don't know anything further other than our interactions. That's why I'm saying, if I knew more about the persona Cage, I would probably less stray towards going into the esoteric. It wouldn't be a thing. There would be a broader ground, more ground to cover. There's only so far you can go with the postman until you realize, okay, this is the postman. This is what he does. This is where I see him. You're in the post office. And these are the interactions we have. Outside of that, I know shit about the posting. And I just wear me on my sleeve. You know, I don't care. I've got no no reserve in certain areas. I'm surprised I've made it this far without becoming a target.
We're all targets, man.
You know, I'd be a very easy target, and I have been at times. But it's only because I don't try and stay as open and honest about my approach as I can, who I am. It's the only place you really can do it without your neighbor freaking out and keeping an eye on your house and you and paranoid and freaked out, you know. I don't know, man.
Well, good talking to you, man. I'm gonna bounce out of
JD,
here.
thanks for taking the time to jump up here and at least, you know, I appreciate the check in, the concern, you know, and at the moment, if I can get past the 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 horrendous state of mind I'm in, then I can probably move a little further forward. But I never got a chance to truly process the extent of how far this actually has gone. So thank you, JJ. Thank you for taking some time for me, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm serious what I'm saying about, like, just like dude, I really am disciplined. Like, I'm a very disciplined person. People think because I sleep outside and travel, they think that I'm like fucking, you know, I don't have
But
structure or I'm lost. But it's like, dude, like I like living
no,
like this, and I'm structured. Like, I live this shit, and what I'm saying to you is, like, I know this is what I'm telling you is, like, I know this is, like, that's what works, man. So just try to, like, just stay disciplined. I know you're dealing with a lot of bullshit, but it's like, take care of yourself, man.
right?
I mean that shit. Take that shit serious, like, tell yourself, yeah, I really got to take care of myself, and just that's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do is just take care of yourself, right? Focus on yourself and then everything else.
That's
Just
where
work on it,
I'm
man. Work on it. Seriously,
trying to
work
get
on it.
comfortable with that. Yeah,
Don't put it on the back burner, man. Like work on that.
well, that's why I'm here. That's why I went live. Believe me, I was hesitant as hell to even go live.
Right.
You know,
No, I'm
knots
just
in the
saying.
stomach, lumps in the throat. I just did not want to do a live, but I knew if I didn't, it's just one day far removed from me ever doing another live.
Be your own life coach, man.
Vampire life coach. I love it.
Yeah. Fuck having a life coach. See, that's the thing that you got to go inward, man. You got it's all in your mind behavior. It's all in your fucking engine. You got a drug problem, you're the one that's got to end the drug problem. Ain't nobody else. It's your fucking battle, right? You got a mind and you got a life that's on you. You know, we're born into this world and it's on us. We got to fucking take care of ourselves. We're born into a fucking literal video game. Like, this is the hardest video game you can play is life. And it's real.
Yeah, it
It's
seems to
not.
have some serious consequences.
Well, it's hard, man. You got people trying to set you up. You got to fucking have money to eat. All, you know, it's a video game, man.
You
And
you say
our
that
reality is
you
so skewed that it's not even a reality. It's just like it's truth and illusion. They've merged. It's trees and rabbits have emerged with propaganda and fucking Jewish.
yeah, I'm about to drop the link. Sorry about that, JG. I get immersed in conversation and I pay strict attention to whoever I'm talking to.
All right, man. I'm out here.
Thanks, JG. Thanks for being there, man. And thanks for being a friend.
Yeah, shit, man. I think we should all just keep it real. Just keep it sound, keep it fucking fuck trying to be professional. I keep hearing people saying that shit. Like fuck trying to be professional and just be fucking sincere, right?
Try to. I really do. Thank you, JG. Yeah, it's and I appreciate everyone in the chat too. All the input and the feedback and the understanding, because not a lot of safety in my environment anymore. And I hate living in a state of hostility with my environment. So I suppose that's where has kind of come to. Was talking on Cages last night about divinity and solidification of one's, I guess, energy and light body, as opposed to humans who are more solidified. And there was a lot of blood consumption that went on in different arenas of society. Yeah, even the offspring of the Nephilim, or the fallen ones, the Nephilim, were avid blood consumers. They consumed lots and lots of blood. And I was on a kind of a research of the blonde hair, blue eyed, red hair, green eyed genetics, because they're a diverse uh, type of genetic. They're the bigger population of this this earth is brown hair or black hair, dark eyes, brown eyes. And then as you get further removed from that, you have the extreme all the way to the point of an albino, which is a whole nother strain of genetics. But I was looking at how they were methodically keeping track of bloodlines all the way to Sumerian records and even prior to Sumerian records. The King's List was there for a reason. And the Sumerian culture that came up uh, wasn't so prominent on as much blood drinking and blood ritual in the open as they were prior to what seemed to be the cataclysm. And I'm wondering is if when those if this to be true or this to hold any type of substantial fact, whenever this divine uh, fallen angel decided that they wanted to breed with the daughters of men, they probably did not have blood in their veins. Or if they did, it would be a holy sangria type of drink, blood wine, maybe. And it's just fascinating to see that carry over into modern culture where they're talking about, adrenochrome and drinking the blood of the youth, which is unmarked blood, innocent blood, untainted blood, and how this was actually practiced. And I'm thinking that this was practiced for a reason. I don't think that they just started one day slurping up blood for no reason other than the fact that they were out of water, didn't have any fresh squeezed juice. Let's just pop the head off of this mortal and drink his blood, and that'll quench the thirst real quick. It had to have had an effect. There had to have been some byproduct that had some type of beneficial purpose to it. And I know you can speculate all you want about, how it rejuvenates um, and brings youthful resilience back to a person. And that may be true if you carry those genetics in you, where once that blood hits that genetic buildup in you that is more divine or um, fallen angel or even Nephilim, it's going to have a beneficial property to it. It's going to help regenerate and rejuvenate and solidify you in a much more renewed state on this plane of existence. And when I was researching how far back that goes and how meticulously they kept bloodlines and lineages, that's still a heavily documented lineage. Apparently, these genetics that they had could use human blood, which they say blood is, the life is in the blood. And the less tainted that blood or less imprinted upon, the more pure. And seeing since it seems to have the echoes of rejuvenation and how many different cultures and religions try and keep you from drinking the memory or the blood or the rejuvenating uh, potential it has on certain genetic. It warns against that. Drinking the live blood, living blood, life is in the blood. And then just the same as melanin, what does an angel need with blood? What do they need with melanin? They're not protecting themselves against the radiation of the sun that I'm aware of. Environmentally, they seem to be in a different state where, uh, radiation and the sun's energy isn't going to affect them, that they need shielding from it. And then the other is blood. What would they need with blood? Do they need blood? Is that why they drank blood? Is that why that was so prominent? And then from especially the South American cultures that sacrificed and sent rivers of blood down the steps of pyramids, where did this notion that blood was was a sufficient sacrifice? Seems that even in the, whether you believe the story of Adam and Eve or Cain and Abel or not, uh, apparently they had issues with acceptable sacrifices. Um, Abel's was accepted, Cain's wasn't. And I'm not sure what the difference was, whether it be the best of, or whether whether Cain held back the best of, or whether he sacrificed uh, living or dead blood. And then upon that, there was another blood tie. He shed blood, first life. The blood hit the ground, it cried out. The fallen ones, rebellious watchers that came to Mount Hermon, I've read as much as I could on them and haven't found any blood ties to them consuming or drinking blood, but apparently their offspring were really big in it. And I'm curious, how does something heavenly, divine, or on a different plane of existence interact with a solidified state? And what I'm saying with that is that would be like steam interacting with a brick wall. They're two different states. Now, once the steam solidifies, it becomes water, and then it becomes coherent to the brick wall. And they share an attribute of being solid. And I'm wondering if blood isn't the medium that took that vapor state or that energy state or that photonic state and turned it into a more compatible state that was able to then engage with men and women, or however they took on things. Obviously there was wives involved, which is another aspect. Why did they choose wives? That insinuates marriage, but I'm not sure about how that applies. But the blood does seem to play a part in the consumption of, and relevant to this day. And how genetic lines are kept in a certain manner. And if that's for the benefit of that bloodline, not only in rule and governing, but also in its abilities, what it's capable of doing. Apparently, um, the offspring of the fallen angels at Mount Hermon, the Nephilim, had regenerative capabilities. They healed very quickly, and that's why they removed the head. Goliath being one of them. David, he took the head off of Goliath after he dropped him. It wasn't the stone that killed Goliath. It was Goliath's own sword. And then he had 4 other stones because he had chose 5 stones because Goliath had 4 brothers and he didn't know whether he was going to have to drop all 4 of them or all 5 of them, but all he had to do was drop one. And then when he raised that head up to show them, you're not going to be able to regenerate and you're not coming back. There is no estate for you anywhere. Lest my stone find your head, and this sword remove your head from your body, this is as far as you're going to go. And it almost gives way to hinting that the original house of Israel and the tribes, that was almost a sole creed of theirs, was to hunt down Nephilim and kill them. And if you look in the Old Testament, you'll see that entire cities were slain and laid to waste, and they weren't even allowed to so much as to take any of the resources. And they slayed both male, female, young, and old. And this was a consensual thing by their God. And even though they had apparently inherited many of the religious rites and esoterical rites out of Babylon, well, Samaria, Babylon, Egypt, they took these knowledges with them. But it would seem that would be their prior objective upon reaching after the 40 years in the desert or in the wilderness. And even there, they were running into giants and Nephilim. And this was after the flood, which would explain a lot of the architecture, especially the megaliths and the artistic, not so much artistic, the mathematical design and how they parallel the heavens and the stars and the luminaries, and how that mathematics is built into these megalithic structures. And then you have the humans, and most of these tribes being, I'm going to say, more earthbound. They had melanin, they had dark eyes, black hair, and they seem to want to appease. And then the ones that came that delivered the new ideal of society, or to rebuild society structure, or to show them how to continue advancing, they seem to have diverse hair color, red being one of the most prominent. And then when you look at a lot of the recovery of various skulls and the Peruvian elongated skulls, they seem to have red hair. Some have blonde hair. Um, I find that kind of interesting too. So there's a blood tie between this plane and being solidified in this plane and the spiritual, which is what I consider to be it, where that combining of the divine and the clay or dirt or mud bag part of this come from. And it's just an observation. I'm trying to apply it to uh, even my own life and the fact that I have Native American heritage, and my mom, she was Scandinavian, and everybody on the opposite side of the family, they were all blonde hair, blue eyed. I was the only one that come out with dark hair and dark eyes, and that was from my dad's side. But my children come out with blonde hair and blue eyes. And I'm looking at the artistic side of what that has to offer. I'm looking at the violence, the alcoholism, the dysfunction, the mental illness, um, the need to dominate, control, um, vice is a big issue. And I'm trying to understand how that carries over into my generation and to my children and to even my parents, grandparents. Because it's all started somewhere along the line. It all started somewhere along the way, and each of us have a certain percentage of various types of genetics throughout history in us, if you believe in history, which that's another thing. It's become almost damn near impossible to communicate with certain people on social media anymore. If your wording isn't correct, they will correct you. And if you say something that may have different derivatives or meanings, they will let you know. For the sake of what you're trying to say, I think a channel would be called for that does nothing but show wordsmithing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, wordsmithing. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, sentence structure, and how to come in common ground with another person and maintain some type of coherent conversation without it being critiqued to death. You know, there's a point of common sense that seems to be lost in the line there. And then I've found myself even watching my own words before I say them sometimes because I know that people think with such a critical mindset to just common casual words. And it's good to be mindful and understand that this is an actual thing. Yeah, it's real. Wordsmithing is real. Word spells are real. Mathematics and applied um, number to language to get a absolute geometric design or the absence of one is present. But it's kind of like losing it's like losing the picture that you've painted by trying to examine each color individually, and you lose sight of the whole artistic measure of what they were trying to get across. which is just another type of language, art, another type of expression. Hue, color, there's variables such as vibrations and sound visually that portray messages. It's all relative to information. But when you start picking that information apart, that's no better than CERN smashing particles, find out what makes a particle a particle. Well, you break it down to a certain point, yeah, you get the absolute fundamentals of what creates that word or where that word come from, but you lose sight of the particle itself and where it actually applies and has structure in the material world, if you can get the parity. But at least I was able to, I guess, step just far enough out of myself to be able to get these thoughts out. Been trying. The panel is open. DNA taken rescue now in Australia. I guess they're taking DNA in Australia now. When they arrest you, they've been doing that here in the States for a long time. I imagine more so now. I figured everybody would be eye glued to the televisions and their computers and phones watching the transition of power take place today. I haven't checked into it. I didn't know whether it was a parade, a circus, or whether that transition was just kind of silently passing. So I'm sure tomorrow there'll be all kinds of hoopla about what transpired today, and they'll critique it, analyze it, try and find something prophetic and profound in it, when in itself is absolutely amazing that anybody still falls victim to it. What was it? More than many Biden pardons was more fun. Yeah, I can imagine. I heard he had been pardoning a bunch of people, and then as I was getting ready to load in my StreamYard, I noticed that one of Trump's first moves was he was pardoning people. So I'm not sure what that's all about. They all committed apparent crimes against each other, and now they're letting go the prisoners of war. Or the generals. I don't know. It's just become so much. I don't dare even speculate on their actions, because that's applied energy, and I have a feeling that they're going to apply enough energy that they don't need mine. But I did catch prior to Biden leaving office that he did pardon a lot of people, and he gave Fauci a lot of protection. They got to watch out for their own, I suppose. And then we were promised too, if anyone remembers, a few days ago that Trump said within the first couple of days that he's in office, he's going to reveal to us the great secret behind the drones. So we get some type of amazing revelation of what's been flying over our heads that everybody's been taking pictures of. And there's still a lot of pictures and a lot of people taking pictures, and there's still a lot of movement on that. It's just not as prominently up front as it was. I guess it fell behind the California fires, and then the California fires fall behind this deep winter freeze, and then the deep winter freeze falls behind the inauguration. So that's last year's news from a couple of days ago. How quickly we've learned to forget. Pretty amazing. But anyhow, I had been looking into certain bloodlines that have carried themselves over, and it seems that they're fighting factions of various bloodlines too that are in competition, contend with each other, at war with each other. It would seem throughout the generations, and there's definitely a dividing line that separates them, and it's pretty predominant. And then I was wanting to know the further into the inner workings of how this is applied, all the way down to me tearing apart the fundamentals of how quantum physics and mysticism fall together, and the inner workings between them. And I'm sure that revelation will come with a solution that involves more worshiping of the war machine. Boy, isn't that true? I don't know if any of you guys have felt it, but there's been a definite change in the overall energy of things, especially today. It's almost a still, sickening feeling in the air. And I'm wondering if that isn't what's applying a lot to the way I've been feeling and what I've had to endure and go through with certain circumstances. It seems like all the positive things that were put in place to help sustain myself and keep me in a state of balance, or at least stability, just started falling away and falling apart. And I'm watching this happen with a lot of people and a lot of different situations, things that you would not think had any relevance, just becoming unhinged and unworkable and unstable, almost as if the foundation of everything has been rattled from an energetic level all the way to a solidified, real, tangible, hands-on situation. So something has definitely made an impact and sent ripples through coherency. And I don't ascribe to it all being some type of antichrist thing. It's just a part of technology moving forward and how it's going to be utilized. I even seen a peculiar. I don't know if it's actually. You'd have to look and check into it a little bit, but they shut. Apparently, they shut that willow chip, the qubit willow chip down. That could be just that could just be an article or two, but from what I gathered, they shut the willow chip down. I think we are all being tested like crazy. I'm normally stoic, and today I struggled to maintain that as things after another happened like dominoes fall. Right? Right? It's like one fucking thing hit and then boom. In succession, just things started tumbling over all the way down the line. Like somebody took some decent structured equations and just started throwing random numbers at it so that it would just dissolve into incoherency and start to crumble. And it started with me. It was about, I guess, a week ago, almost a week ago. "2024 was really bad. Yes, it was horrible. As far as setting the stage for what we're about to go through or what we're going through now, it was definitely a good title to the book. I've been pretty heavy lately, energy wise. Even waking up from a 7, 8 hours sleep, feeling like I was in a fight in the dream world. Yes, I've been waking up with panic attacks and in a full on state of um, anxiety. They're doing different frequencies in their DUMs, different stuff in different areas around the world. I believe that too. And Jared, yeah, pushing through, brother. Stay in there, stay strong, man. Definitely testing and trying times at this point. Transmuting it. Yeah, that ceremony in Rome where he was opening up the gate, and he even said portals and all the talk of portals, and you know, is it biblical? Did they unleash some type of hell on earth that we're about to be confronted with? You know, they do keep track of the stars. They do keep track of time, not our time that they give to us. They have their own calendars and their own ways of telling time and measuring it through generations. And there, from my understanding, in the cycle of things, there are points within the repetitive cycle, the great cycles, and even the smaller cycles where things are more capable of being accomplished, or a time comes for something to happen in that cycle repetitively. And I think that they are much more aware of when these particular cycles happen, or these moments and these different, maybe even you know, alignments allow them certain movements where they have more strength, influence, and power, or maybe it's just that given time where this thing needs to take place because this is how it works. This is a part of the cycle of things, just like winter, summer, spring, and fall. You know, this is just something that has nothing to do with character, has nothing to do with even right or wrong. It's just this is a part of the cycle. This is where we're at, and this is what's happening. And I think it goes back a long way, and that it's been kept track of very, very closely. And they're quite aware of those energies and those moments in which these great cycles take place and change happens. Maggot, yes, absolutely. 2-year-old female pit bull. Absolutely. There's a lot of hate that goes towards pit bulls, man, but I dig a pit bull. I've had a couple pit boxers, which is boxer and pit bull cross. Love them. Intelligent, playful, protective, energetic, um, great animals. I think a lot of the bullshit that they got was from mistreatment. You know, people trying to fight them, or people not realizing, you know, these are little hypersensitive animals at times. If you start stimulating the wrong senses, it was a rescue. That's even better. And then Elon is already touring the Mars narrative, so he knows something is amiss. He was discussing it today. Yeah, there's been a lot of damn movement in the skies, in the weather, in the environment, almost like almost like a people are getting behind their buttresses and fortifying their forts and making a long-term plan for something that I have no idea. And then the extreme presence of fire and ice and the destruction that because we're in a freeze right now in Indiana. My water's froze up. There's a massive uh, freeze advisory and warning, and it's getting worse tomorrow. It's not getting better. It's getting colder, and it's already, you know, advisories for not being out in this shit. Um, they've opened up all the safety zones for people to be able to get out of the weather that are homeless and shit. And they don't do that unless it gets really, really bad. Cool. You got an acre of land out in Arizona. That's nice. You and Pam got it made, man. You guys are home. You deserved a companionship too, maggot. By the end of the week, there'll be 3 dogs there. Cool. Well, that's positive, man. That's good news. That's awesome as shit, man. Got your family and got new companionship, and then the bonus on top is Arizona. So, hell yeah. Maybe things are turning around, Maggot. Maybe things are going to take a complete turnaround for if you were in a shit state, you're going to be in a better state, and if you're in a good state, you're going to be in a worse state. Who the fuck knows? Wow, you got all your family coming in, Maggot. That's cool. Son, daughter, dog. That is awesome. I'm glad to hear that, man. Yeah, I consider the people that are in Arizona as my extended family, just by territory. It's a territorial family thing. They were given a lecture on wayward spirits and menacing spirits, and how they were supposed to have been more prominent and cast through the deserts and the desolate places of the earth, where uh, a reflection of everything that feeds on the dead is in the desert. And I thought, man, that's one of the places I'm happiest in the world. As a matter of fact, it was one of the places I was most happiest ever being. And here they're like, well, that's where all the wayward spirits go, and only that which lives on the dead flesh dwells in the desert. It either wants to sting you, bite you, or eat you. And I was like, interesting. I call that home. That's got to be, it's got to be amazing, Maggot. Big empty house full of laughter again. I'm really happy for you, man. I that's that's awesome, dude. That is so awesome. I imagine that right there alone is going to bring on massive amounts of just new energy, new sense of life. Man, right on. My Pam, my spiritual awakening and mystical experiences didn't happen until here in Arizona, right? Yeah, there's something about the desert. There's something about even the beauty that you see there is a rare, unique beauty. And I've met people from both ends of the spectrum, those that absolutely are enthralled and are in love with the Arizona desert lifestyle, and then those that absolutely cannot stand it, hate it, and don't want any part of it. But to me, it was always a place of regeneration, a place of healing, um, a place where I could, get back in touch with myself, regroup without a lot of noise and interference. Stillness, yeah, fools and tools, stillness. And the desert was the last place I wanted to be, but I got used to it. I would not say I love it yet, but give it 10 more years. Yeah, that's the first place I went, Pam, whenever I left out as a nomad. That was my destination was the middle of the fucking desert, as far away from humans as I could possibly get. For some reason, I knew that that's where I needed to be. That's where I wanted to be. And I consider anybody that gets to enjoy that or live there, that's a blessing, man. It really is. It may not seem so at times, but when you have to deal with the rest of the states outside of parts of New Mexico, Nevada, Southern California, you can still find a lot of the desert there. But I guess it's just a certain breed of us. Well, at least you got a choice, Pam. I mean, I stay away from most humans by choice, other than family. I prefer it that way. Yeah, yeah. I'm finding here recently that they're avoiding me now. So I must have cooties. My cooties are showing. But the healthcare provider that I got into the situation with was one I had been with for almost 20 years. 20 years, and I get a phone call the day before my appointment, and I hadn't been in their office for several months, nor had I even communicated with them. And they call and said, "We canceled your appointment. You're no longer a client here." So I had my case manager and my nurse call, and they said it was my behavior. And my nurse was like, "He hasn't been in there. He hasn't even been in your office. And I'm the one that's been talking to you guys." So I asked my mental health case manager to check into it. And he said because they work they're under the same corporation that he couldn't stand against what they had to say or anything that they said. He said they could say anything. He says he'd fight in his own leg if he went after him or said anything. So he just kind of told me, this is the way it is, like it or lump it. And they relayed to him that I had in office bad behavior. And he was like, "When was the last time you were in office?" I was like, "Months." So I'm not even sure what that's all about, man. I have no fucking clue. But apparently, I had bad behavior online and offline. So makes me miss the days of not having to answer to anyone out in the middle of the desert. No mail, no phone calls, uh, no nothing. So you guys are very fortunate to be out there. I don't know what the weather is out there tonight. 'Cause I know here in Indiana we're below. It's 6 below right now, and we're supposed to drop another 9 degrees. So it'll be about 11 below zero by the time morning rolls around. I'm not sure what you guys are up against out there. I know it gets colder than fuck out in the desert at night. I remember that. And since the president got inaugurated today, I don't even know, is LA still on fire or did something magically happen and now everything is going to be safe because we have a new president? Yeah, a counselor in court. And the counselor says you don't need counseling. The irony, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I did not, I really did not foresee. I did not foresee all this happening, transpiring, and I didn't know how deep seated it was. But I appreciate, you know, everyone's everyone's presence and the sharing in the chat, especially about doggies, family, home. So was you in the system trouble out, or the system giving you trouble out there in Arizona, Maggot? Is that where all that stems from? If I can ask. I know I've been keeping up with what you've been saying in the chats, man, and it sounds to me like somebody had a hard on for you. back out there. Here we go. It sounds to me like you had about as many fans out there that I do have here. You know, I didn't commit the crime, but you damn sure would think I was on trial. That's for sure. And I guess in my reluctance to allow myself room to vent or to fully get it out of my system, I kind of buried it and proceeded forward into my endeavors until I was forced to take a look at what it was actually doing and the duality that comes with that. And I think that's the part that I'm having real issues with. That's why I'm looking at the bloodlines, the mixing of, you know, genetics, the fallen coming down and breeding with, you know, the daughters of man, and diversity, where these strange things spawn from that manifest themselves out of the blue into reality, that either bring on a type of joy, peace, and abundance, or has a devastating, crushing blow. Is this carried in the blood? Is this carried in your genetics? Is this a conditioned state? Different people sit at my table now from Maggot. $10-month trial, $10,000. Nearly lost my house. A year of my friends looking at me in doubt, then not guilty. And yeah, I would have different people sitting at my table too, because that's what I'm looking at, is people that even stood beside me during the beginnings of this, all the way up until the gavel fell. Their whole demeanor has changed towards me. And then there's people that fell away and just absolutely didn't want anything to do with it. So I was in a reserve about even speaking about it. And now that it's become an issue with my mental health and my ability to even wake up without panic, uh, anxiety, or to even have the wherewithal to persevere through a day with any type of positive outlook is becoming, well, it became so far removed last night that I had to just hang out somewhere for the noise, just to be around noise, people, movement, something. But I did at least make it here tonight, and I was able to share a little bit. And panel is open. I'll play a song or two. Stick around for a minute if anybody wants to come up. And if not, I'm probably going to consider this to be a great accomplishment that I even made it here to do a live stream. And definitely want everybody to know that I really, really appreciate you guys showing up, being here, listening. Seems that I've got a lot more to deal with than I wanted to recognize. But the topic is open. It doesn't have to be about anything concerning my disposition. I just wanted to get that out there and let people understand that I am struggling with this and not to take anything uh, personal. It's just a matter of readjusting. And the panel is open. And I would love to have some deeper thought, man. It'd be nice.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth?
Hey, Pam. Can you hear me?
Hey, hey.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up. How's the weather there?
It's so cold. I'm running a space heater in my office.
Are we talking sub-zero or?
No, but it's cold for the desert.
Right? But
I'm not
I
used
know
to it anymore.
when I was out there, when it get down to like 27 degrees, man, cut you to the bone cold. So I can imagine we're dealing with sub-zero, and my water. This is going on day 2 of the water being froze up, and there's freeze
Oh no.
advisories everywhere. Oh yeah, it's miserable here, and
I
you
know what
couldn't
that's
survive in this
like.
shit.
I grew up in Oklahoma. We had ice storms.
Oof, oof, yes, yeah. We got a little bit of snow, but it's mostly the cold, and it's just it's a killing cold. It's not even a fun cold. There's nothing, no snow, no enjoyable wintertime feeling. This is just fucking flat cold.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. It's like when it gets too cold, it's just painful.
Yeah, yeah, and you can feel it through the walls. I mean, you know that on the other side of that fucking wall is a literal fucking miserable situation, and you're just like, hope the electricity stays. I don't have a wood stove here.
Cages in the back.
Okay, there we go. Hey, Cage, how's it going tonight? Must be a. Is there a delay? Maybe I don't know. But anyhow, what did you catch from the inauguration today? Did you get anything from that, Pam? Any feel,
I
any energy?
I did. I thought it was interesting. It's hard because like I feel like everyone is putting Trump as their savior and he's only one person and like he's not the best person and neither was the other one and but everyone thinks that Trump's going to solve their problems and everyone needs to be looking inward because it's all like smoke and mirrors, and it's all distractions. And Elon Musk is already starting to talk about Mars. It's like they know something's amiss.
Yeah, I noticed that they started critiquing on the religious front. You know, the ones that don't consider Trump to be the savior, but those that consider him to be the savior, man, you're talking about some emboldened people. They feel like they've just conquered the United States with him. And I was like, shit. And this is his first day actually as president.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking executive orders, and uh, he had already started in signing bills and papers, and I was like,
Biden
Jesus
did the
Christ.
same thing. They both like do the same garbage to each other. It's just a different level of stink. And you like the people that are upset this time were happy last time, and vice versa. And it's just different sides of the same game.
Right?
And so
Right?
it's
That's
just
why I
like,
was
which flavor of bullshit do you want? The red flavor or the blue?
I just it blows me away that people are still under that delusion, the Trump delusion.
Well,
You
I
know,
play the game. I play the game. I'm not gonna lie. I voted for Trump over Kamala. I wanted someone else to run on the Democrat Party. I would have voted for anybody else probably, but I think they're both bad. But I'm gonna play the game, so I at least have the right to bitch about it.
right, right. I think that what they've done, and yeah, they can't say that you didn't put your 2 cents or your voice in. You did. You put your voice in there, so you've got more grounds than most, especially in Arizona after the debacle that they had with the last election. Um, I just think that this has already been pre-engineered, pre-structured,
Mm-hmm.
and to me, I'm just sitting back watching them play out the game according to a cycle. And I think that they're on a timeline, and it's not necessarily one that we recognize. And they're making moves according to that cycle or that timeline. And they're just playing the game out almost as if they already know the end result, but they got to put on the theater. And
Yeah.
the people that buy into it just absolutely blows me away. And the people that are bought and sold to buy into it to persuade the masses, a cult of personalities are just coming out of the woodwork massively. And I'm like, damn, you know, I for me it's a fucking joke. You know, it doesn't have any great bearing on me personally as far as who I'd want to know. I wouldn't want either of these guys in there, like you said. You know, none of them have been appealing candidates or even
Exactly.
anything I would consider to be government minded officials. These are all placeholders. So somebody's behind the scenes pulling the strings and watching this shit work, and they're just kind of, I guess, living the story until we reach that point of change or transition. I don't know, but I do know that
It
it's
just
affecting the way people are even like you were talking. It's there's something fucked up in the air, man.
Well, it's crazy because according to who you listen to, what side of the news, and I listen like sometimes when I want to know something, I'll listen to both because I understand the spin because I've seen sides from both political parties because I've been one or the other at one point. And so I'll listen to it, and there's like if you listen to the right, they were saying that like Trump was going to get attacked by drones, and then if you listen to the left, like it was all just all this other stuff. And like between that and all the different things every day, I think people are just confused and people don't understand that all the information they're being fed like affects their health mentally. At least I know what's being thrown at me, and so I I prepare for that. But most of the masses are like blindly unaware of what's being like thrown at them.
Yeah, they use that to their advantage, and they have, and especially now, because I think there's a particular energy that seems to be working with what they're doing. And at certain times, when they do stuff that makes the political theater, you can actually feel the atmosphere beyond that uh, resonate with what they're doing. Turmoil, or war, or transition of office. And it seems like when that happens, there's this feeling in the atmosphere that they're working with. And I'm sure this, it's got to do with the luminaries and energy and their awareness of it. They're not doing this blindly. But this one feels like a punch in the gut almost. This one was highly noticeable and highly felt. Now, whether it's actually that impactful or not, I don't know yet. I haven't seen the outcome, but I know that from where I'm at and what I'm feeling, it's almost like they have a live wire in their hand and they know it.
It feels like reality is stranger than fiction, and it just seems like no matter it's coming from every direction. We have people like Stephen Greer promising that there's going to be a disclosure that didn't happen, and lo and behold, at the end of his announcement, he announces his podcast, and then the masses just like, oh, he's a like. They can't see beyond like, oh, he announced his podcast, and they don't like do any of the work to go like look up these people and like and see all the circuits they make. And to me it's just crazy because everyone's like either looking for Trump to save them or the aliens. And to me, I'm just like, why don't you look inside yourself? The answers are there.
Right, and they didn't give any soft disclosure. Trump never, because he said the first day or two that he was in office, he was going to disclose, and he was going to tell us what all this was about. So it never happened, huh?
Well, not today, but he did. He made up for it by doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I think he signed 200 things. So there was a lot. It was, and from their end of things, it was action packed.
Yeah.
Really?
Hey, sorry, Axis.
That's all right.
I'm going to take a break and leave you gentlemen to talk. I can sense that there's some unresolved things, so I'm going to leave y'all be. I'll be back though.
Okay, yeah. I don't know about unresolved, but yeah, Pam, thank you for coming up always. Thank you for being a part of this. And keep the good music up, man. Those are awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. I've been having
listening
fun.
to those. Yeah, those are awesome. I've been checking those
I'll
out
leave
every
you with
time.
this, Axis. The other night I was creating music like that, and my frequency was so high, like I just laid down on the couch for a minute, and like I didn't even close my eyes, and I felt myself starting to leave my body. It was insane.
Awesome stuff. Awesome. I've really enjoyed those. Every one you've released now has been. I'm like, fucking hey, man, you got a niche on that now.
I've just been having fun. Cool. I don't even care if anything comes of it. It's just all about being like creative, you know?
Right. Well, it's working. It's definitely working because
I'm glad you appreciate it. Well, thank you. That means a lot to me. No, I'll let y'all talk. I'll let y'all chat it out though. I'll let y'all hang out and chat. I always like hearing what y'all have to say. Cage always like drops the information.
Sibling rivalries. That's what we have. Me and Cage are sibling rivalries. We just don't share the same mother.
Y'all always work it out. I appreciate y'all both, so I look forward to that. Y'all, I really enjoy both of y'all's conversations and being on panel with y'all. But I'll leave y'all be.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Pleasure having you.
Are you coming back to him?
I'll be back.
What's going on?
Watering the plants. What's up with you, bud?
Whose voice are you using?
What do you mean?
Well, sounds like an AI voice.
Nah, it's just me. What's up? What you been saying? You watched the inauguration today?
No, I didn't watch the inauguration.
All right. Sorry, I gotta go. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, Dom. I thought that was awful strange too. Maybe Cage has an impersonator now. He's reached the celebrity status of the trolls impersonating his account. He has super fans. Either that or he just backed up a strain of weed and rolled him off some, and it just completely changed his whole genetic structure. Well, apparently Dom's got the inside scoop on it. I don't. Wonder if he knows that. Is he aware of that, Dom? That someone is using his icon and his name, or is this just an attempt at some type of spoof or bit? All fun? I will assume. Okay, all fun then. That was strange. We have a true Cage super fan. Well, that could have been fun conversation. I'm just not familiar with abstract voices, probably to the level that most are, because I don't sit and listen to a lot of squabble unless I've been on panel with them and just completely over my head. Seems many things online is fair game. It seems, yeah. Yeah, it seems like everything is a target anymore. But I said the energy is strange. It's a not a Yeah, he had me convinced with the icon. Uh, he definitely got me with the name, but the voice just didn't ring true. And yeah, the energy is fucked. Because definitely feeling it and trying to overcome it just by maintaining here. It will give some a better understanding of attachment to things. Yeah. Yeah, strange things at the Circle K. Jared Jaguar. Yeah, the Circle K, the convenience store, the 7-Eleven of modern day. Absolutely. The Sin and Vice Circle K. Yeah, even the demeanor of my nurse, it's not bad. It's just distant. And people I've tried to communicate with here recently, it's been a distance, almost a static trying to communicate. So I don't know, maybe we're going through some massive dimensional change, and that's what the Willow processor and them tapping into external resources beyond this plane of existence has caused. We're all taking a flip flop perspective of our own existence. Up is down, down is up. But I can tell you, with this energy, there is definitely the things being undone, taken apart, disassembled, becoming decoherent, uncertainty. Uh, I haven't broke my tarot deck out yet, or started gazing into my crystal ball, but just by my divine mediumship, I'm noticing a tremor in the force, great disturbance. And the day that somebody comes up to impersonate Cage, you got to be on your game and on your money to try and pull off Cage. I mean, really. You really got to be on your game for that one. He is such an identifiable personality. To remotely step into the arena of trying to mimic that is just props to the person that can do it. Yeah, almost makes me think, come on back. Let's talk about this. Make sure this is out there because I am now intrigued. But I would think that they had something associatively in common between visiting my channel and Cage's channel, and they see some relevance between us. They just couldn't. They just couldn't pull it off. Yeah, I'm about to break out all the metaphysical hardware, the wands, the Ouija board, the the little crystal ball I got, and my tarot deck, my Leonardo da Vinci tarot deck, and I'm going to take a metaphysical look into what the fuck is going on, because apparently it's Pam, I should look at my cards. One of his friends who cheeses in this Delta. Okay, I think I got it. I wasn't sure, but I had just that little hint there, that little clue is all I needed. Makes sense. No, mine is a miniature Leonardo da Vinci tarot deck. I got rid of my fairy tarot deck, my rider deck, gave them all up for the mathematics and mystery of what is Leonardo da Vinci. Plus, they're small and easy to shuffle and hold, unlike the big rider deck, you know, the Miss Cleo deck. I have to wear my double terminated crystal, and definitely keep some hematite in one pocket and some smoky quartz in the other. What was your first deck there, Pam? Don't even ask me about my first deck. Doreen Virtue took her class, did not learn that much. Then she turned Christian and demonized tarot. Yeah, Freudian slip, demonetized, demonized. Either way, yes, I sea salt, man, moonlight. You know, you got to take your crystals after they've been setting for a while and gathering up the moon and sun energy and bathe them in the sea salt and give them at least a new moon to regenerate, and stuff your pockets full of them and put on your best talisman, and light a couple candles, some incense for ambiance, and put on that special YouTube voice that you use whenever you get really critical about things and you're wanting to keep people in suspense, and you have something so profound and important to tell them that your voice changes tone and you become very, very Gnostic in your speaking. Yeah, no. I did all the fantastic theater that goes with it, and put on my new age best. Yeah. Reconfirmed my pentagram, and saged the house really good. You know, lots of sage, cedar. What did I use for crystal for the circle? Um, I'm not sure what your crystal. No, no, I have a dog skull. The dead, so that the dead can speak to the dead. I put that in the center of the pentagram after I salt circle it and light the candles. And then I don't have a goat's head to put on a freshly decapitated dead body so that Satan can speak through it to me after I've exhumed the body. Shit's hard to get rid of and leave no trace. So I have a dog skull, and I let the dead voices come through the dog skull after I light the candles on the pentagram. But I got to get the room in the right kind of aviance. You know, without the aviance, it just don't work, because if I'm watching Married with Children while trying to summon demons, they clash. Doesn't have the same feel. Yeah, yeah. How serious how serious of a witch or a mystic can you be with, you got a bunch of cartoons playing in the background, or Married with Children, and your Star Wars collection is hanging in the corner off the wall, and you've got your odd clothes because you've failed to do laundry in a while backed up in the corner, and just the edge of the pentagram is almost reaching the dirty clothes. So I divine with my TV. I use it for prophetic interpretations, and movies. You got a lot to be said for that pre-programming. What do they call that? Oh, Casey does a lot off of Enter the Stars. Predictive programming. I got to get my predictive programming and my interpretive skills of movies and TV shows just honed in right, so that it resonates and I can get the hidden messages of my future in between the lines, the numbers, and the background props that they put in place just precisely to influence the future events. Oh, I'm on it, man. I am a new age fucking guru, man. Three's Company, yeah, triangle. The three people, um, dominating feminine power. Uh, yeah, man. You can tap into the mother goddess through Three's Company. Even the facade of Jack, being recognized as gay, to be able to live with the two feminine forces. Right. I'm into the predictive programming, man. I can do my gematria, my Hollywood mathematics, my signs and symbols. Even though sometimes you have to use your imagination, because that's the gift that you have, is being able to use that imagination to pull things into line. We'll call it the Holy Spirit, and it allows you to see what they have in store for us. got to, got to. Some of the things that I've seen of recent, and just because things are in such a state of turmoil, always seems to give uh, certain personalities and influencers the chance to exercise their extreme capability to bullshit. And I've noticed how a lot of content creators now are starting to cater to atmosphere more than they are even the message. They're instead of release content being their artistic uh, presentation, they try to set up a I guess a studio setting now that is aesthetically pleasing in some form to what they have to offer. The creepier and the more esoteric signs and symbols you'll see in the background, or the lighting and the mood lighting. And now they're personifying their voices to match the atmosphere, to relay the message. I mean, this is turning into some serious theatrics. There's not going to be a problem in the world replacing all the actors in Hollywood with YouTube talent. And we've got one for every genre, make, and model. We won't miss a beat. But it's the voice one that's really started getting me lately, because I noticed they were doing it with television programming. And I even did a study on it where I was looking at shows from the 70s and the 80s and how they would speak. And they spoke fairly clear, and the balance of the volume was pretty fairly well kept, you know, and they were coherent. And then as we approached later into the 2000s up to now, plain speech in movies and theater has turned to almost a whisper. It's like they're whisper speaking, and a much a darker ambiance towards even humor. But it's the whisper speaking, where you have to adjust your volume 3 or 4 times on your TV between them trying to startle scare you because they don't actually have anything entertaining to scare you with, like an ideal. So they have to suddenly hit you with the music or a scream to startle you in place of actual fear. And then they'll leave the imagination to go wild, where the effects department failed, and they'll just turn the screen really black. And you have to kind of hope and imagine, after adjusting the color and the hue and the brightness, to what the hell's actually going on. And then that speak, that whisper speak they're doing. And I'm watching that starting to carry over into YouTube now. Divas, been a while. I don't know, man. Not a whole lot going on other than what I'm watching outside. With me, I'm dealing with the same old shit, and just seeing how impactful it actually is. But as far as outside, that's just it. We're breaking out all of our new age implements of destruction, and we're gonna metaphysically endeavor into understanding the state of present energy. How you been, man? Haven't heard from you for a while. You still keeping those Kentucky cops in line? No, Dom, I haven't given it a name yet, because yeah, just Mr. Rat. That's Mrs. Rat. I just got squealed at for using the wrong pronoun by my rat. Oh shit. Sorry, Miss Rat. It's a Miss Rat. No way, man. Really? Oh, dude. Sorry to hear that, man. Really, I thought you guys were a pretty functional team there, working together. Had each other's back pretty well. Everything's fucking getting weird. I never seen that one coming, dude. I'm sorry, man. Wow. Dim sexy. Yeah. Well, the only thing I've discovered uh, uh, that I can identify to this particular rat is instead of going kind of spastic when it wants some food or wants some type of treat or attention, it doesn't rattle the cage and go ape shit and try and get my attention and smack the water bottle around. Now this one just stares at me like in disappointment. It's like it just takes a position in the cage and dead stares at me like, bitch, are you going to take care of me? Do something? I'd like some treats or something here. I'm just going to stare at you until I get them. I'm not even going to move. So I don't even know how to identify that with a personality yet. It does like Fruit Loops, though. I have boiled that down, but if I start calling it like uh, loops or something of that nature, it's going to have a different implication on social media if I ever brought her up. Damn, man, she just hit you out of the blue with that? Well, cool, man. You got my support here. If you spark up a new channel, man, I'm still subscribed. Yeah, Jeebus, I thought you guys were cut from the same fucking cloth, man. You guys seem to have been on point for each other, man. I hate to hear that. Yeah, Pam did. Pam mentioned it earlier. Um, I'm going through it. You're going through it. There's something amiss that's causing great change. Some type of disruption to uh, things being in order and productive, forward moving. I agree, Jared. It was kind of like the the steadfast of of relationships, kind of something you strove for. That's why I was saying I had to force myself to get on here, Jeebus, because I've been going through some domino effect, and even even just coming on here, I had to really push myself to step up to go live because it's just been a really heavy state of resistance. Yeah, we'll all get through it or we'll die trying, right? Damn. Seeing shit out of the blue. I never, who would have thought that this situation would have wound up hitting us tonight. Just weird shit, random shit, just shit that you would not expect. Just boom. Wonder if one of them wonder if one of them quantum chips actually exploded and now we're in a an engulfing state of quantum existence, and slowly things are just going to start randomly happening that are so fantastically beyond concept that almost becomes a crossover of a serious movie meets an absolute hilarious movie with a serial killer somewhere in between. I agree with Dom. It's the Trump energy. This is the power and the energy being manifested across this country from all of the Trump conservative right. He is absolutely shaken the foundation of reality. Yeah, I don't know what to expect with uh, with all this uh, new amount of change. I know that what I'm witnessing and what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling this last week has been miserable, and destruction or death, or there comes change, and without destruction and without death, things become stagnant. They don't grow. Uh, they don't become anew. They don't rebirth, and that's been a kind of a, a staple for me hanging in there. Is I know that with this much destruction and change, that there's going to be a complete rebirth of a whole new take on things. It's just sometimes getting in that sway or that mood, or even be able to take that energy on to make it productive can take a while. And that transition between the state of being stable, or what would that be? That'd be Vishnu, and then you have the Nataraj and Shiva, and everything gets fucked up and twisted on its head and destroyed and blown out of stability. And then the Brahma energy comes in and it gives it a rebirth. And then you go back to the Vishnu energy, which stabilizes it and brings it on as a sustainable state. But once you reach that new state, it's headed straight back towards Nataraj or Shiva, over and over and over. It's just those transitions sometimes are a real pain in the ass. So they are. Trudeau is leaving. Is there a date, a confirmation date on him, or is he already gone? Jeeves, you're welcome. You're welcome to come up on panel, brother. You know you've always been welcomed up here. Drop the link down there. So I found myself using using sleep medicine to try and put myself, because my mind was so anxious and trying to adjust to all the change, that the mind and the body started fighting itself, and I couldn't get sleep, and I was up for 2.5 days, and I started taking sleep medicine to get some sleep. But even it's not proper sleep, but it is sleep nonetheless. And I didn't want that to turn into to escapism. Just down a bottle of NyQuil and go to sleep. Guess the thing to remember is just don't get too comfortable. Because the minute you do, there's always someone else hungrier, more focused on what he wants, and definitely willing to take it. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. That's what happened with me the second time. Is I got too comfortable. I was able to rebuild an empire lost, and then I got comfortable in it, and then the minute I took my eye off the ball, well, you got a bonus there. She's acting civil, man, and she's being respectful about things. That's you gotta take that as a bonus. Jeebus, girls do that, man. You should know that by now. They could be with you for 20 years, and whenever they finally decide that they're going to move on, and you see them the next day after the day before they just broke up with you, it's like they were never with you, and you're a stranger, and they're a completely different animal, and then they leave. That's a diversionary tactic that has female quality written all over it, man. They can definitely definitely shake your foundation with that one. It's like, what? Just last week we were sleeping in the same bed. Now what? I got to knock on your door to even come in the house, and at that you're peeking out, determining whether you want to let me in or not. Not funny, but it is one of the one of the aspects that I noticed. Yeah, we were together for all these years, and suddenly I'm being approached as if I'm a stranger, or as if we hadn't just spent the last 20 years having weird, bizarre, kinky sex, and hey Bex, good to see you. Oh, hello, Stephen. How are you this evening?
Hello, hello. I'm doing
Oh,
fantastic. How are you?
a little indifferent.
Mhm.
Turbulent times, weather change, political change, uh, frequencies and energies change, people change.
Yeah, the seasons change.
Yeah, yeah. Winter, kind of kills everything out. Cycle. That's what I was just saying about, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and how there has to be death of something to be the birth of something, you know. Otherwise, it becomes stagnant. So if you want something new, you have to expect something to die.
I like changes.
Well, Some changes I enjoy. Some
I'm
changes.
glad I don't. I'm glad I don't live on YouTube 24/7, like some people do.
I don't know. I spend a lot of time on YouTube. Not as much personally endeavoring as I used to, but observing.
Oh yeah.
I do keep an eye on things. Yeah, yeah. You never know whenever one of these personalities on YouTube are just going to completely snap, go insane, uh, pull your doxing up from an old stream somewhere and put a butcher knife between their teeth and head your direction just because of some comment you made 5 years ago. Yeah, people are crazy like that. You know that, don't you?
5 years ago. Did you make some comments
Yeah.
5 years ago?
I don't know. See, that's just it. I can't remember back that far.
Oh, okay. Are
And
you
then some
talking
people
about
would just
something
take,
real or fictional? Is this real?
well, sometimes, yeah. Yeah, you get some really interesting stalkers and intrusive type people and people that just take little things out of random that you wouldn't even think twice about. And suddenly, bam, there's a whole segment 2 weeks long about it. And you didn't even know it was happening. So I learned to keep an eye on people and things because of that. I mean, if I'm going to be the star of somebody's broadcast or the topic, I at least want to be participant as a listener. I enjoy the attention.
Oh,
Like
you
they say,
enjoy
there's
the attention?
yeah, there's no bad press, man. You know that. There's no bad publicity. All publicity is good publicity.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
So what do you think of the new administration coming in?
I love it.
You like the Trump thing? I noticed people were critiquing him because he didn't put his hand on the Bible and swear himself in. I know why he didn't do it, but I thought it was interesting that people were pointing that out and uh, correlating it to some type of satanic behavior.
In with the new boss, same as the old boss.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that this guy's carrying some turbulent force with him, man.
Well, I hope the masses get what they want. I hope they get what they deserve.
Well, it's good potential. Things are changing.
There's a lot of dumb
Things are
people out there
definitely.
who believe themselves to be wise. I think they've earned what's coming.
Well, isn't that the key to the fool? The fool believes himself to be wise, but then who's more foolish? The fool or the one that listens to the fool? And does it make you wise to be able to point the fool out to say he's a fool? He's not wise. You
Well,
take his
it's the same
station.
with
You
a lot
can't.
of people in denial. There's a lot of people in denial. There's fat people who believe themselves to be thin in this world. Like there's a lot of delusion. There's ones that don't know what their gender is. They're confused.
Do you think that's a society thing, an engineered thing? I
Part
have
of
my
it is.
observation of it. Yeah.
Part
See,
of
there
it
was
is.
a movie called Revenge of the Nerds. You ever hear that movie? Revenge of the
Which
Nerds?
one?
Revenge of the Nerds.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that one. 80s?
Yeah. Yeah, 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's back in the 80s. Well,
Yeah.
we went from some kind of the sci-fi Star Wars 1977 infiltration of this spacey think, and the introduction of space and technology and computers and robots, it gave way to a new breed that they had to engineer and structure into society. The breed of the developer in computer design, the innovator in the home computer and robotics, the onslaught of technology. And the poster boys for those have always been nerds. You go back to the 80s and even the late 70s into the computer clubs, it's basically a nerd arena. And by nerd, I mean, the traditional ideal of what you went to school with and those that were probably more technically minded than socially minded. And they had to integrate those into our society. And they made them appealable, marketable, sellable, acceptable. They did it with homosexuality in the 90s, 2000s, especially with transgenders today. They're always pushing the uh, ideal of the Adonis-minded 50s, hero type into a geek bubble, and now a awoke and sexually liberated state. How our heroes have changed and how our structure for the family unit has dissipated. So do you think Trump will bring back the Adonis style uh, 50s nuclear family structure?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that's what Trump's intending to do.
What do you think his intent is? Nefarious?
Yeah, I don't think he's the greatest guy.
Well, we have kind of a sneaking feeling here that both parties are working for the same objective.
Yeah, I think so.
So how does that tie into uh, your motivation and what you model yourself after? Are you going to seal them in here with us? Oh, here he is, Donald Trump dressed as a king. I think he's rooting for your position, brother.
Am I going to seal in who? What was that? I just had to flush.
Uh, you're taking your 24-hour bowel evacuation after eating?
I was just flushing some demons.
Oh, well, I was just curious as if you were going to trap both political parties in here with us whenever you seal us in here. Because Trump is wearing a crown and a fro and a purple king's robe with a scepter in this picture here.
He's not a true
Uh,
king. He's a fake one. I am going to seal in all the demons, and it doesn't matter their politics.
Oh, that doesn't tell me. Are you taking any of the politicians? I mean, Trump, is he going to be safe? Is Biden going to be safe? Harris, Vance, Gates, Zuckerberg, Musk, Putin? Who's safe? Who's going with you?
Going with me. I'm not taking any politicians with me. I like politicians as much as I like Bex's big mouth.
I thought you and Bex were friends.
No, never.
Why?
Never been friends. I just don't like nasty, obese, mouthy, two-faced, disloyal creatures, cockroaches. I'm not fond of
Oh,
them.
you have a problem with Roseanne Barr. I see. Yeah, I wasn't too
Well,
fond of Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne Barr is kind of like a mini Bex. She's a lot smaller. Bex is
I
really
wouldn't
big.
know. You
I've
just
seen her.
described Roseanne Barr to me. I haven't.
Roseanne
To
Barr
me,
is a
Bex.
lot more tolerable than Bex is insufferable, intolerable.
No. I can't
Yeah.
stand Roseanne Barr's voice, but I like Bex's voice.
I don't like Bex's voice.
I like Bex's voice. It's soothing.
Soothing. Oh,
Yeah. And
no.
I don't think that Roseanne Barr is even remotely as intellectual as Bex is. I think that Bex, above and beyond, outweighs her in the mental health
Bex
department.
outweighs her
And,
for sure.
and
She outweighs her on a scale. Yeah,
I wouldn't know that.
she
Because,
outweighs her. Good
to
word.
me, I
That's the
have
word. She
I don't
outweighs her.
carry the same I don't carry the same image that you do
Mm,
of Bex,
mm,
man. To me, she's
mm.
the ideal seductress as far as her voice goes,
Wow.
and as far as her
The what?
intellect. The
Ideal
ideal
what?
seductress. Yes,
Are you kidding me? You
yes.
must be trolling. What?
No.
Do you want to
Dude,
eat
have you
that fat
listened to
ass,
her?
that pussy? Ah, I've heard her rah, 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 voice. Rah, 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 rah. Rah, 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 rah. That's the way she sounds. Seductress.
Yeah.
Do you want her to
Very
sit on your face?
seductive.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Stephen, and you must not behold much.
Oh, I'm very beautiful. I love beautiful women. I don't like ugly fatties, obese, smelly, horrible sounding creatures. Do you
So you're
like that?
superficial.
You really like that? No, not superficial. I have my preferences,
Yes,
as everyone does. Everyone does.
yes, Vex is cool with me. Absolutely, all the way
No,
around.
all the way around. Well, she's round for sure.
Well, you keep insinuating that, but I don't, I can't relate, man.
She's obese.
I can't relate, man. I'm sorry, dude.
She's gross.
Like I said, you got to be able to behold beauty
You
first.
got to be able to tell the truth to be let out of this realm. I don't think you can do it.
Who, me?
Yeah, I think you would call a disgusting fat mess beautiful. And I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong. Do you have trouble telling the truth?
No, I don't think I do at all. As a matter of fact, I probably tell more truth than I should.
You'd look at an obese fat mess and call it beautiful when it's just disgusting.
Well, Stephen, have I not just told you? I do not behold things that you behold in the same way.
What's your first name again? I don't feel like calling you Rattblood.
John.
Is it? Is that truthful? Is that really the truth?
No, of course not. You just accused
Well,
me of
see,
being
you're a
a
liar.
methodical liar. Yeah.
I just proved you proved you're a liar. You just proved it. You're all a bunch
I
of
didn't
liars
say I
over here,
didn't
aren't you?
lie.
Yeah, you said
Could
you
be.
tell the truth, but you lied right away
I
at your
said
first
I
chance.
probably tell the truth too much, Stephen.
You don't
That
tell
is
the truth
not
too
saying
much.
I tell the
When
truth
do you ever?
all the
When do
time.
you ever tell the truth, Rattblood? When do you ever tell the truth?
Oh, I tell the truth. I'm a demon. That's a truthful one. You've agreed with that, right?
Hmm.
I'm vile.
Yeah.
You agreed with that one. You've called me a cockroach, so I guess I'll agree with you on that one. You know, if you see it as the truth.
Did I call you a cock?
Let me see. Yeah, and let me see. Um, there's been a lot of things, Stephen, that we've come to an agreement on. We agree to be the truth. You know, my
Did you
channel
see
has no
my community
substance.
page lately? Speaking of cockroaches,
No,
did you see my community page lately?
no, I
I thought
haven't.
you
When
kept
you
a track, kept an eye on things.
well,
There's
Stephen,
some interesting artwork there. You
I've
missed
been
the new
dealing with some
artwork.
mental issues.
Oh, you have mental issues.
Yeah,
Is that true or false? Are you saying that just to get my attention or sympathy?
no, no.
You have real
I'm just
mental.
telling you guys
It's
what.
not a lie.
Yes,
It's true. You got real
yes,
mental
Stephen.
issues. Are you
Yes,
thinking about
Stephen.
murdering people? Is that what it is?
I'm more concerned that people are out to murder me.
Oh, somebody's out to get you.
I'd say more than one.
Oh,
I'd say there's a lot of people that want me dead. I could start naming them.
sure. Go ahead. I don't think you will, but
Well, Raymond Sin. He wants me dead. My cousin, Roger Hall, turned him in to the ATF and law enforcement for some gun purchases that were made. And he thought I'd done it. So he put a hit out on me. I've been avoiding that motherfucker for a long time. George Richards, I turned him in for having pedophilia on his computer. My son had found it when we were staying at my uncle's, and he was allowing my son and daughter to use the computer, and my son come into the other room and got me and brought me into the room where his computer was, and well, sure enough, there it was, kitty porn. So I called the police and did the right thing, and him and all his drunken buddies decided that they wanted me dead, and they made it very abundantly clear that they weren't going to be satisfied till I was dead. So yeah, I've got lots of people that hate me, man, want me dead. And you can check the child registry sex offender for George Richards. Um, there was another old boy, friend of mine I grew up in school with. She married a real
you
jerk ass pedophile from
you
board.
grew up with pedophiles? Is that what you're saying? Is your friends?
No, no, I said my friend was a victim. Her children were a victim of one that
Oh,
happened
okay.
to be friends with the one that I turned in. One of the ones I turned in, yeah.
So your son found that, but your son isn't a pedophile?
No,
Okay.
no, he was very young at the time. I think he was 10, 11 years old.
Oh,
Very
okay.
young. Yeah.
Was he
He, he
impacted
was
by
smart
that?
enough to know that, well, he was smart enough to know that it wasn't something that should have been on there, I guess. He come and got me, so that tells me at least his logic factors were in place for, his age.
So that was a long time
And
before he murdered when he found that?
yeah, that would have been 20 years. Yeah, 20 years. I just don't see you, Steven. I don't, I'm looking. I don't see, I guess I'll have to go to your channel here, your community.
Yeah, go and look at my
Mhm.
community page. It's pretty awesome. Oh, I guess I could present it here, couldn't I? Yeah, I could share it here. That would work. Just give me a second. I'll put it up. some really good artwork that I wanted to share. I think there it is. It's on my community page. Backstage, you just gotta add that other King Stephen.
Hold on a second. We got.
There's another King Stephen backstage. A window.
Yeah, just a
It's
second. Let me
artwork.
address this.
Oh, who's here?
Which cage? Which cage is this? Is this the real cage or the AI cage or the spoofing cage, the trolling cage?
The fuck do you mean?
I don't know, man. I don't know, but we are amongst royalty. Are you at least going to pay homage to the royalty we have on panel?
So, Steve, how you doing, bud?
Yeah. Regent Steve.
King Stephen.
Regent.
King.
Regent.
Put up the community page, the artwork I'm sharing.
Why would I do that?
Why wouldn't you want to do that? You wanted to see it. Why wouldn't you
Because
share it with
it's a
your
complete
buddies?
fabrication, and it's not a good fabrication.
No,
I mean, you could have at least went to AI and got something creative.
This is creative. Look at this. This is wonderful.
It looks like a bad cut and paste job. A hack job is what it looks like.
Why don't you put it on the screen? It looks good. It's your friend.
I'm not getting
You called her seductive. Why are you afraid to put this on the screen?
I'm not afraid to put it on the screen, Stephen. I just think it's a misrepresentation, that's all.
Are you afraid to share Bextra Large?
Not at all. She's welcome here anytime.
Well,
You know
she's
that.
right
She
there on the
helps
screen.
co-produce
All you
this
have to do,
channel.
just put it up on the screen. Oh, she co-produces this. Really?
Yeah. Without her, I wouldn't have the channel, man.
Do you give her the keys to this channel? Does she run this show?
Absolutely. She has complete power.
Interesting. And you're
Yep.
afraid to put her up on the screen, this art image of her.
Oh, it's not her. It's all the imagery you have around her that's concerning me.
It's her. It's her.
No. It's a small aspect of maybe who she is, but that the rest of it, I'm going to say that at least 95% of that picture is not bad.
It sounds like you're
At
afraid
all.
to post it on the screen. I don't know why you're so afraid.
Sounds like you're questioning my integrity.
Yeah, of course. I already called you a liar. I said you can't tell the truth.
Well, I agree with you. Well, you want me to dispute that?
This is what Bex looks like. Why don't you just flash it up on the screen so everybody can see?
I beg to differ.
Let me see. I want to see.
I really beg to differ.
I think it looks good.
I think that is a abstract take on a person using
What is it?
cockroach
Let me see. Let me
imagery.
see.
I think it's pretty realistic. I really do.
Let me see.
Okay.
Show.
Good representation. Why
Why
would
don't
you
you
be
do one of
afraid?
me, Stephen?
Well, I've thought about it. What one would you like? Your face on a rat, maybe, or what would you like?
No, the rat thing is too cliche. I mean, obviously, I'm associated with rats and blood and Satanism and lying and demons and I mean, maybe put a pair of angel wings on me with a halo standing outside or even halfway in between heavens, big old pearly gates and
Yo,
that
King Stephen, do you think Bex is like a Freemason?
A Freemason? No, I would say she lives in the sewer beneath a Freemasonic hall. I don't think she's a Mason. I think she's living where they flush the waste.
Why do you say that?
Well, she stinks.
Well, okay. Can you
She stinks like a sewer. Well, she stinks like a
How do you
sewer. I
know
mean,
this?
she stinks like a sewer. She looks like, you know, those septic tank trucks that they pump out septic tanks, the great big pumper.
Okay, we get the jokes.
Well,
Can you be
no,
serious?
it's not a joke. It's not a joke. I'm just saying. Some of us have offered to pay for her to get an enema at one of those colonic places because she's so full of shit. And they said it would take multiple trucks when they saw the picture of her. Take multiple pumper trucks.
Okay, why do you not like her?
It's not that I don't like her. I just see what she is. That's all.
Okay, why? What makes you think that?
I don't think this is the real Cage. I think this is a different Cage.
What? No.
Yeah.
That's Cage.
That's not that's not the same Cage. That's a different Cage.
No, that's Cage. Can't you
No.
read? It says C-A-G-E. Cage.
Doesn't matter if
You got
it's
the little man on the moon?
What's up, bud? You doing
It's
good?
a different Cage.
Well, no,
Did you have-
it's got the imagery.
Doesn't matter. Rattblood, did you have a falling out with Cage? Is that what happened? What happened with you?
No, me and Cage are cool.
Nah, we're cool, bud.
Are you guys both homos?
No.
Sapien?
I heard-
Yeah.
No. No. That's not what I meant. I meant the kind where you go over to Cage's house and you sleep in his bed with him.
Stop. Hey, why don't you
Is that
tell
what's
me
going on?
Why do you hate Bex?
I don't hate her. I just
Okay,
said
why do
she's
you-
from the sewer.
Why do you think she's full of shit?
She's a cockroach. Didn't you see the image? He won't show
No.
the image. He's
He
afraid
won't
to
show the
share
image.
it.
No, but can you
What?
just be real, man? Like what? Why aren't you? Come on, man.
Haven't you ever went to school and you seen that guy who always made fun of the girl he wanted to be with?
Mm.
And because he felt so insignificant to her that he had to demean her to feel
You know,
somewhat
I have
adequate in her
beautiful,
presence?
I have beautiful thin women. I don't like ugly fat cockroaches, obese cockroaches that sound like torture. You can have her. You can have Bex. I already have a
Dude.
beautiful girlfriend. Do you want Bex Rattblood, or are you gonna eat her pussy? Her big fat stinky pussy.
Stop.
Are you gonna do that?
Can you stop?
I think it's a little sexually intrusive information.
It's very
there.
disrespectful.
No, it's just an honest question. Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
Could you shove your whole head inside of her giant
Dude.
gaping pussy? This isn't Cage. This is someone else. Obviously.
Can you read my name? It says not Cage. Duh, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I can read your name. It's JG. You're a
Oh,
loser.
You're a real
You're a
Sherlock.
loser.
You're a real
You're a
Sherlock Holmes,
loser.
aren't you?
You're a loser. You're homeless.
I'm not
Uh-oh.
JG. You're clueless. You know what
You're
you are?
homeless.
You're
You're
clueless.
homeless. You're
You're
homeless.
You're clueless.
You eat out of garbage cans and dumpsters. Why don't you
think
put
this
the
is-
image up on the screen? Don't be a coward, Rattblood.
You think
Come
I'm
on.
JG? What makes you think
Yeah, I
that?
do. Don't be a coward, Rattblood. Can you put the image up? The artwork? Put the artwork up or I'm leaving. I was saving the show. I was here to save the show.
Really? Is that why I'm losing viewers? Every time you show up, Steven, I lose 3, 4, 5 viewers, man.
No.
Yeah. Check the record.
That's
And
just
the
the
longer
trash.
you stay, the more that go away.
You get better
Until
quality when I'm
eventually-
here.
Is that so?
Yeah, it is.
I just lost another one.
You have 500 people tuned in right now.
Sure I do.
Hey,
You weren't
Hey,
even aware of it.
hey.
I'm restreaming. Go
Peasant
ahead.
Steven.
You're a peasant.
Did I hurt your
You're-
feelings?
Your voice sucks. You don't hurt my feelings. You're just a loser. You're a homeless
Oh,
bum.
are you upset? Did I make you upset?
You're a homeless bum.
Oh,
You look like the
dude,
guy out of Beetlejuice with the tiny head. All you can do is interrupt. You look like the guy from Beetlejuice with the buck teeth and the tiny head. I made some artwork of you too. Did you see it?
Do you make yourself laugh a lot?
Did you see it? I do. I love
Good
to
for you.
laugh.
That's really cute.
You're a homeless bum. You living in the gutter? You living in the gutter?
Do you,
The
do you enjoy
sanity,
other
Homeless
the
people's?
bum.
sanity machine.
Homeless bum peasant.
Are you the sanity machine?
You're a pissant. You're a little pissant.
You really can't answer questions,
You
can
sound
you?
like you're gnawing away at something like a little rat. Anyway, you either put the artwork up or I'm leaving.
Well,
That's
then,
the deal.
Stephen, I suppose you'll have to leave then, because I don't consider that to be artwork. But I will entertain you before you go. Here, there you go, Stephen. That's all for you.
You flushed yourself.
Drink
You
up,
flushed
Steve.
yourself. You're a piece of shit. Piece of
Drink up,
shit. You're a piece of
You like
shit.
that,
You're a piece
Stephen?
of
Man. Whew. Been holding that one back for you, Stephen. He doesn't like it when I go potty.
That's funny.
Yeah, he always runs off when I go potty.
What's that guy's problem?
I think he's actually truly infatuated and has a desire to be with Bex, and
Really?
he just, yeah, I truly believe that that's what's going on. I think that he found somebody that could equal his behavior and even outshine him, and not only that, but match what he considers to be his intellect and outthink him, and that just absolutely drives him mad. So he becomes pursuant of her, and I think that he creates an astounding image of her outside of what he's projecting.
Do you think she rejected him and that's why he's so mad at her?
Yeah, I would say that's probably it. He doesn't know how to deal with the rejection, especially of someone of that caliber. You know, Steven is like a little 22 pistol compared to Vex's 50 caliber mind. So, you know, he don't stand a fucking chance, and he knows it. And to be put off by that, well, it's got to be heartbreaking for him, devastating almost.
What's the lore on this guy?
He's determined that he has found his way to royalty and kingship, and that he's going to trap all of us who are filled with iniquity and demons in the metaversal world, and we're going to be sealed in here with each other for eternity.
That's an interesting take. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he used to have like content, and some of it you can actually go back and look at, and you know it was well done, well produced. Thought, a lot of thought went into it, a lot of work went into it, and he could provoke ideals. And something happened, and he just started suddenly berating, belittling people, and declaring his kingship, almost kind of like an Ian is now. You know, no one can reach that level and that plateau of enlightenment, understanding, or even sense of being, except him. And I'm seeing this mirrored, you know, because as much as I appreciate Ian, you know, this whole no one could possibly understand, comprehend, or be as aware as I am, and I'm the greatest thing that ever hit YouTube, and you know, there's nothing out there that even compares to me. Well, when you start thinking like that, then I start thinking maybe you went to your own head, maybe a little narcissistic. You know, could be wrong. maybe Ian's saying it in a humble way, and maybe Stephen is in some vicarious way humbling himself to Bex. I would say so by demeaning his own IQ and integrity. He's humbling himself to her. He's being submissive um, by allowing himself to be overcome and investing so much time and energy in her that he's almost turned it into a worship thing. Like he's idolizing her image and worshiping it in some narcissistic way that even you and I couldn't comprehend.
Love and hate, two sides of the same
Right?
coin.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've watched several people go through that transition. It's like they're racing towards some pinnacle or some conclusive answer to being relevant in life or even on YouTube, and then they hit a fucking brick wall, and then they fill up with themselves, and suddenly decide that they are the way, the light, and the answer.
Hmm.
Seems to happen to the best of them. But I will say here lately that Paul Enslaved seems to be projecting a more humble state of being. Whether I believe it or not, or whether I buy into it, I'm not sure. But I have observed it, kind of been a little more accepting of the long haired, cross legged hippie type.
Hmm.
Oh, shit. So, have you felt the turbulence in the atmosphere, man? The changing tides of things, the domino effect of turmoil that's beset itself upon most of us?
Yeah, I think for me, it's the way people drive.
Ooh,
I mean, people have always been saying that, but I think the way people drive is shows just how much anxiety there is. But it could just be that uh, they have shorter sort of patience due to smartphones. That could just be it. But either way,
too much
uh,
technology shoved into one place for them to be driving.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's tough for me to tell because part of it could just be me getting older. You notice these things, but everyone's poor now, so not everyone. The people who aren't are doing extremely well.
Yeah, they have definitely put a dividing line between those that have and those that have not.
Hmm. The money's either flowing or dried up. You're in one or the
Yep.
other. Although, yeah, the middle class is gone, but the new middle class is the upper middle class, who has to maintain the image that they're pretty well off, but they have to kind of hide how their spending habits are catching up with them. Something like that. I don't know.
No, it's relevant. I've seen people that are in more fortunate positions than most here recently succumb to grocery prices and gas prices and insurance and things that you never heard come out of their mouth before. They never complained, never said a word,
Yeah.
you never heard it. But now they're mentioning it, and I'm like, hold on, I thought you had more money than God. What's your concern with all this now? And if it's affecting them, then those that are even less fortunate are definitely going to be suffering under that belt.
Hmm.
Let's just hope our Savior Trump comes through and bridges the gap, and
I
that
mean,
rainbow bridge between rich and poor is well seated.
I think I'm very thankful that he won instead of Kamala. However, it's pretty clear that he's not really gonna fix anything truly. No one probably is.
You want to
Or-
know what I've seen that won? I've seen that technology and the the evolution of the new computer, digital, metaversal industrial society taking its new foothold, and that's who truly won. The people didn't win, the politicians didn't win, but the tech giants and the development of new technology and the implication of new technology into society as a new revolution of the industrial movement, that won.
Yeah, well, the tech giants were all leftists, and then they've sort of been forced to rebrand themselves as populists. Like they're for the common man in order to continue what they're doing. And it seems to be working. So,
Well, Gates had a 3 hour one-on-one with Trump before the inauguration, and to hear Gates talk about it, it was, you know, very proactive and very forward, progressively moving towards his agenda. And I thought that was interesting. And then Zuckerberg gave $1 million to Trump's campaign, you know, and these were all people that less than 3 years ago were completely disdaining of Trump's agenda and did not want his presence or his idealism in a seat of power or position of power. Now suddenly they're all eating at his table. That just told me that technology won, man. People didn't win. The rich, the poor, nah. No, they didn't win.
yeah, it's just a rebranding.
And then the new ideal that, well, Musk said he wants, I think it was, I forget how many millions of those robots that he developed. Uh, he's got so many million of them that he wants out in general public, and he wants it to become as common as like someone having a car or a TV or a vacuum cleaner. You know, I'm not sure that I want to share my home with C3PO yet,
Why not?
because the ones that he has aren't very attractive. Now, if he was like more of those feminine type robot chicks, you know, with the big booties and the silicone skin that actually felt like skin, and she could hold a deep conversation on an artificial intelligence level, and she had 4 or 5 robot friends that lived in the closet with her, you know, I'm down. Count me in. But as long as she isn't wearing the right armor, then I'm probably not going to be as adept to having it in my home.
Yeah, fembot, sexbot.
Sure, sure. I mean, you don't want some big buff fucking Rambo looking robot in your house, do you? And some guys might. I don't. I mean, you know, that may be appealing to someone like Steven to have this masculine type image around all the time to wish and admire, but not me, man. Just give me a bunch of robot chicks.
Nice.
Let's see who this is. Hola.
Hola.
Hola!
Nice to see you, Axis. Very nice to see you, not Cage. It's been a long time.
What's up, bud?
Yeah, we have a knot cage up here.
Yeah. It's a treat. It's a rare sightings. It's a rare sighting of this gentleman these days. Not Cage, not
Yeah.
JG, JG, not JG. And, and that's all I'll
We
say.
just, we just had your super fan up here.
Yeah.
I used the bathroom and he left. He does that when I use the bathroom. I try and treat him like I go to the bathroom in an honor to him so that he can share that experience with me, and he fucking leaves every time, man. Killing me. I at least wish he would stick around long enough that when I shake the dew off the lily, that he can hear it thump against the edge of the commode.
What's why is peasant Steven so obsessed with you?
The last thing we really need to do is give it any more attention than these two already have.
But I
To
want
be quite frank.
to know.
I'm trying to get a date with Steven, actually. See, Bex is running interference. I truly want,
Humbling
it,
humbling himself to worship me, Axis, is just disgusting. Okay, like whatever logic you're using at 3 o'clock in the morning your time is failing you. You know?
no, it's really not, because Steven is a
I don't
contributing
need any
factor to
word
my
language.
show.
I don't need any word linguistics, nor to waste a moment of my time talking about him.
Okay.
So no
You
one's
know?
gonna fill me in on the lore.
I can fill you in on the lore, but yeah, I could do that anytime
Oh, okay.
if you like. Oh.
It's entertaining till it's not. Then it's a useful item to browbeat someone with.
The dude follows me around to tell people I'm following him around. Hops up on panels saying I'm stalking him. You know? Anyways, it's that's not how stalking works. Doesn't matter. He's relishing in the idea we're talking about him at all.
I put it in the same factor as the Ian syndrome.
I don't think Ian's
When Ian,
ever. I don't
no,
think
I'm talking
Ian's
me and
ever
Ian.
said. Pardon?
Me and Ian, not you.
Mm.
Not, it has nothing to do with
I don't
you.
think Ian's run around the internet talking about you for a year. I don't think it's the same.
That's not what I'm getting at. That's
Yeah.
completely different field of thinking. When Ian was caught in the disposition that he was caught into, and people were attacking his character, they were attacking his channel, they had ran him off, had completely destroyed any illusion that he had of
Yeah.
what he wanted his channel to be. And when he finally left, I stuck around with the flag up, and I stood firm for my friendship that I had with Ian for several years. And when he came back on, finally, he made it abundantly clear that he had no appreciation for me holding steadfast to the conviction of his channel or even our friendship. And I find this to be an odd state of people's disposition. If I choose to make a friend, they're going to be a friend. If I choose to make an enemy, they're going to be an enemy. I'm not going to change my opinion or sway my perspective because of somebody else's idealism. And as much as it pissed Ian off that I stood up for him against all adversity, I did it because of me, not because of them. Remember that. I don't work for nobody but me.
Yeah, but I still think there was no one running around, chasing around, hopping up on your channel to talk about Ian like that, and
Yeah,
you
there
weren't
was.
giving audience. All right.
And I was running around these people's channels that would speak of him illly and creating worlds of hell and
I'm
havoc
not,
for them.
I don't care what you do, Axis. I don't care what you do. I'm not trying to sway you in any direction or tell you you're right or wrong. I'm just expressing myself. So I
Okay.
don't,
Well,
I
that's
can see
cool.
the similarities that you're likening it to, you know, but, you know, I do not see the same similarities between, I see similarities in behavior of antagonism against content creators. I don't see similarities in the characters that presented. I don't see the same similarities in these characters that others see. And I'm being vague for a reason. So, you know,
I
yeah.
just choose my friends to be my friends. And if I stand up for them, it's because I choose to. And if I engage somebody about them, it's probably because it was brought to my front door or was made an issue.
Well, I just hopped up to say hi to Not Cage and to you. I didn't hop up to talk about any of that. So,
Okay,
you
well,
know,
I was just explaining myself,
independent of
Bex.
who was here or who wasn't here, you
I
know.
do have that right to defend my standing, you know.
Well, I wasn't attacking you, so I don't know what position you're defending. I mean, it's your channel. You can talk about whatever you want, you know? I'm just expressing my opinion on your platform with you. I'm not attacking you. I'm not, I'm just expressing myself. I came up to ideally change the topic, but somehow this is the topic that presents itself, right? So I think you, whatever you did, I know you did with best of intentions when Ian wasn't around. You know, all of that precedes me and my arrival into this space. Although there was some important timing of things, his departure, my arrival, his arrival in 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 my story. I appreciate Ian for that. And yeah, other than that,
He's,
you know,
he's
I
taken a definitely different disposition at this point in time.
well, I think if he's happy and healthy and enjoying life, he's in a good space.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just
Let's
hope that's the case. Just hope that's
How
the
about
case
you, Not
for him,
Kate?
man.
what's your
How's your life?
predictions? What's your predictions for 2025?
I see an absolute intrusion of technology into our everyday life, fold by at least 50%. Everything from the introduction to surveillance
That's
to
just 1 year.
identification, smart IDs. Yeah, I look for all this to be implicated within the first year. He has 4 years to work with, unless he declares himself a dictator. So in this 4 years, because he's done served 4 years, and he's not eligible to run for president again after this 4 years, he has to unleash in 4 years as much devastation and change as he possibly can to root his idealism and his agenda and his cohorts into the fabric of this society and this nation and the world scene as quickly as possible. And I don't think he's going to waste a fucking minute doing it. I think he's going to use Gates, Zuckerberg, he's going to use Musk, he's going to use all of them to implement this. That's why they're all sucking each other's ass right now.
Uh, who? Not Bex. What do you think?
Excuse me, sorry. I don't know that I have any predictions. I've been maintaining relative blissful ignorance, and just working on bettering my own life, not to sound selfish, but it's been a slow crawl. And I'm just looking at predicting my own year to be a better year than last. So not to make it about me, I think, politically, as a Canadian, stating my preference really means nothing, you know. Um, I'll just say that a slightly younger president might be good. Express my concern for, I hope Joe Biden's dementia was an act, like if not, I hope he gets some rest.
I think that's a symbol of, what really defines maybe a society of all time, but especially now, it's just transferring the wealth of the young to the old.
Mhm.
The old
Mhm.
are thriving generally, and they're taking that from young people's retirement and stuff like that.
It'll be interesting to see who's in 4 years in the States because, a lot of countries have gone the way of younger leaders, and the States is a bit behind in that. And I don't know. I mean, I haven't listed all the countries to see how old their leaders are. It's not
Has
completely the
Trudeau
case, but
stepped down? Bex, has he
France.
stepped down completely yet?
Pardon me.
Has
Like I
Trudeau
said,
stepped down completely?
I maintain blissful ignorance. I'm not paying
Oh,
any
okay.
attention. I knew today was
I
inauguration day. I
It wasn't really,
I don't know
yeah.
that much.
I was just asking about 2025 predictions in general. But anyway, yeah, as for a young president, I mean, Vivek ran, but I don't trust him either. So,
Mm,
do you know who Vivek is?
no.
Vivek Ramaswamy. He's an Indian guy who basically he's just young Indian version of Trump, sort of in his
Interesting.
politics. People thought he was going to win, but he didn't.
Interesting.
Nowhere near as arrogant as Trump. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's much more scammy. I mean, he made his wealth off pump and dump scheme. He he seems like a good guy, but once you do it's like any politician. Once you do your research, he made his wealth by the pharmaceutical industry. He promised that he found an Alzheimer's drug. The stock pumped, everyone invested, and then he just shut down the company and liquidated his assets.
I see.
Yeah. Anyway, what's Victoria like?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'll show you what. Change my avatar to show you what Christmas Eve day looked like here.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you see that okay? Or you want that centered?
I can see it.
A second.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And the weather's been mild, and it's
It's like negative
it's been lots
15
of blue
here.
skies. Wow, that's cold.
I don't mind. I like the ice skating.
Are you where are you?
Toronto.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Oh, so you're not
Come
Cage is
on,
very close to Cage.
yeah.
He never wants
Yeah, I
to
was
hang.
about to say not Cage. It's got to be from Toronto.
Yeah, we hang out sometimes, but he never wants to hang out with me. Probably because I just bully him.
Probably because what?
Probably because I just bully him.
Mm. Well, you have to be careful with all his mind magic, you know?
Totally.
You gotta
Yeah, it's so
keep the upper
powerful.
hand in person.
It's so powerful. It didn't even get me the $1 million he promised.
I know.
I'm gonna kill him.
He
Are you
promised
gonna
you $1
push him off
million?
the building?
Yep,
Oh man.
I know. He's so full of shit. We agreed on a settlement. He can,
Oh yeah?
yeah, he can just do my laundry for the next year. Actually, no, I declined. He offered that, but I declined. I said, I have a washing machine.
Oh, Cage is pretty methodical about keeping a routine, man. You know that you would have
No,
clean
he's
laundry
not.
at least. He's always on top of them plants, dude. I can tell you.
That's the only thing he's on top of.
I think that he's pretty precise and consistent with his plants. So if he was to apply that to laundry, man, fuck, you'd always have clean clothes, fresh shirts. Uh,
Well, I'm gonna hop
you
down, you
know,
guys. It's late for me, and I'll stay up late. I just wanted to say hello to Not Cage. I hadn't seen him in a long time, and it's a pleasure to see you as well, Axis. I'm sorry if we had any
yeah, Beth.
personal
No,
miscommunications with me hooking up. You know, I wasn't. I have no
no, we're all
beef with you.
good.
You know.
No, we're all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Everything's kosher.
Okay. Cool. And Not Cage. Like I said, it was a pleasure to hear your voice. I'm glad to hear you doing well. I hope to see you again soon.
Thanks, likewise.
I wish you and your family all the best.
Thanks.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Have a good night, Bex. Oh, yeah, I'm looking here. Interesting. You know, there's a lot of agenda-minded people. That kind of if you didn't know what you were reading between, or you didn't understand how to read between certain things, man, you would absolutely let these people go completely unnoticed.
This was up.
That's interesting. Do you know? Are you familiar with Ian? Have you heard from him, or even has he been making a post? Or
I have no idea who that is.
oh,
I mean, does Cage know who he is?
yeah, Cage got. That's where me and Cage met. Was on We Are Awake.
Oh, then yes, yeah, I know Ian. You're doing all right, bud.
Cool. Because I know he was. He got with a girlfriend, and they moved to Santa Barbara. Then the fires come, and the last post I got from him, he was in the redwood forest,
Mm.
headed north because of the fires. But then Trump had to make his presence known, so people quit reporting on what was burning and how far it was going. Ian didn't post anymore, and Trump became the momentary moment of focus until next week. All this is ancient history, forgotten about, and no one even remembers that it happened. And we start a whole new year out next week to finish it at the end of the week, an entire year, because that's about as far as people's memory goes anymore. You know, I'm surprised that people even remember whenever I say drone that less than a month ago, the skies were covered and filled with foreign objects that no
Oh
one could
yeah.
explain where they
Over
come from, how they showed up. The military didn't have an explanation for them. The government didn't have an explanation for them. Trump said that the first or second day he was in office, he was going to give disclosure on them. Still waiting for that. But then anytime I bring up drones, it seems like people are going, "What drones?" I'm like, "Really?
it's
Really?
confusing.
Are you aware that we were carpet bombing and saturating with a scorched earth policy the Gaza Strip a couple of months ago? Do you remember that? Um, you know, how far back does your memory not go?
It's old news, brother.
Well, at that pace, then we should be aging weekly by year.
That's what we're doing.
That's sick.
Things are speeding up.
Race towards the grave, balanced on the highest wave, race towards an early grave.
Okay. All right.
Hmm.
I gotta go.
That quick.
Yeah, I love you.
Yeah, take care, man. Thanks for dropping in.
Thanks, fam. All right.
Not
Take it easy.
Cage.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even the trolls and the obscure passersby are kind of succinct today. Usually there's a little more consistency to the chaos and disorder. Yeah, right, Pam. The energy is fucker. Could you tell, Pam, at least that the chaos and the trolling and the disorder that generally permeates itself across platforms is just it was almost non effective. It was like going to the same movie and seeing it for the 100th time and suddenly realizing that it was a disappointing movie. Crazy, man. I'm telling you, it's the domino effect of the energy. Trump is the Antichrist. Hell just froze over. The devil is going for the great throne of heaven, and all the angels have taken edge to cloud to shit upon our species and our endeavors. Wow. Did not expect all this. Good observation, yeah. Fuck, man. I never thought I would tell the trolls that, come on, man, you can do better. Step your game up. Be a better troll. At least hit a nerve somewhere. Spark some energy, some chaos, some type of hostility or even a cringy feeling would be okay. But man, that went over like a bad halftime show. You know, and it could be directly that even balance there, Pam, that's causing such a sway in the energy. Is half the country is Trump is the savior, the other half he's the devil, he's Satan, and there's such a balance so close to perfection on the love hate ratio that the entire universe is in flex. Holy shit. CERN's going to be running research on this for the next 10 years, you know? They're going to be breaking down particles of this particular inauguration and trying to discover the phantom quarks and particles that hold it together, because it is fucked up. But now that I've come on here and I've seen the atmosphere and I've thrown my pebble into the YouTube waters and I've got the ripples and I measured the distance between each of the ripples and the waves, and I see that it's not quite a circular, complete circular motion that it's going out in, but it's kind of abstract. I'm convinced that all hell is broke loose now. Tomorrow I'm going to wake up and half of the universe is going to be just gone. There's going to be just a vacant void, but I won't notice it because it'll be as if it was never there. So my observation of the universe will absolutely be as clear as it is right now, but just as confused because I'll feel like something that should have been there isn't. I think I remember it being here, but I can't recall. Feels like there's a void that should be filled. Are we headed towards it? Or was it ever there to begin with? Jesus Christ, man. The quantum weight of this is devastating. Now I see why they shut the Willow chip down. This is the result of quantum computing at its best. Right? It's like, fuck it. Maybe it's CERN, maybe who'd have thought quantum this, quantum that. I got good weed. I don't care. Thus we begin another counterculture revolution of the sneaky hippie movement. This is too much, man. This is too much. Timothy Leary, where are you, brother? Turn on, tune in, drop out. Let's get high. Psychedelic. I've got it. Let's feed the psychedelic brain structure of somebody on immense amounts of acid and mushrooms into a quantum algorithm and see what kind of artwork and music it generates. Could be better than the 60s, man. It could be like a new movement, cyber hippie, digipunk. We could be cutting new ground. We're fucking around wasting it on the man. Let's take these machines of destruction and give them hallucinogenics and mind-altering substances so that we can have the grooviest artwork on the fucking strip, man. We're the ones in tune. We're with it. We're hip. We're cool. We are the new movement. We are the counterculture to the digital industrial revolution. We are the innovative artistic minds that will endeavor amongst the society of drones and square cut slaves to the system. Weed is a gateway drug to the mind's door that opens up to infinite possibility. Just take this hit. Here, place it on your tongue. Now watch everything become magical. I want some of those new cyber drugs. You know, the ones where you put the wires on your head and it sends impulses into your brain that simulate the best possible DMT state with the soothing effects of the most pure opioid, with the exhilaration that comes with cocaine, and the relaxed, mellow mood that comes with the hippie environment. sitting around a bong with blacklight posters, sharing a joint with friends, discussing the new album that was created by your AI assistant upon your voice command. I paint a beautiful picture of the future for myself. Right? Pam's got it. A massive dose of shrooms, and we can all wake up and create this realm as intended. Without the intrusion of the CIA or some political agenda involved in it to promote psychedelics, and no influence from MK Ultra or some particular military stronghold that wants to influence our music and send us into a chaotic direction of complete chaos, destroying the nuclear family, destroying that which was once considered a structured state of family structure and progressive forward movement into society. Let your hair down, eat the shrooms, get on the vibe, take the trip. Though I do not advocate for drugs here, nor do I promote them, or do I suggest the taking of them, especially illicit ones. Um, this is for educational purposes only. This is not medical advice. And drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. Uh, tough call here. Shit. Later on, I'm going to hopefully I can show you guys a picture of what a cell phone does when it's left into a charger and it's allowed to charge with a screen on all night, and exactly how intensively hot these motherfuckers truly get. I'm telling you, man. This motherfucking case, the screen popped off, it melted, it buckled in back. It just absolutely caved in on itself, melting. And it's a new phone. That's what's fucked up about it. Oh, I'm letting my AI have a go with this to process it, to see if it can make any a determination, or if it can even interpret what has transpired here in the last 45 minutes to an hour into some type of state of coherence and understanding. Because apparently I got lost in the shuffle somewhere. Either that, or I am totally at the mid-crisis of a mental breakdown, and I'm not even actually on a phone. I'm not even actually on a laptop. I'm not even actually on the fucking internet. This is all happening inside of my head. And I'm going to wake up in a padded cell with my wonderful, comfortable jacket on. And they're going to bring me my medication so that I can return to this spot in this place and time, right here, exactly, without change, so that everything feels safe and reassured. No, I'm scared. DES, desperate, or familiarity. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. I have my AI doesn't have a voicey thing where I can pull it up and do what like Cage does. Um, my AI is all text based, so it interprets and it gives me. It don't give me anything audible. It just text. Does anyone have any questions for that? Are you down with the psychedelics, Bex? Are you hip with the in cool way of things? Got to join the mass trip, you know, that wave of consciousness that's sweeping over this continent. And we all join together and run to Canada to escape the draft that Trump's about to instill upon us so that we can go to war with some poor bastard country that probably doesn't deserve it. Yeah, I just want to make sure she's tripping as bad as I am at this point in time. That's the only question I have. I know that Pam is. She's verified. Pam is tripping with us. No, I don't. I don't see it. Things going to get so bad that we're going to run to Canada. Maybe Mexico. But I think Canada has infiltrated the United States to the point where we know better. We're headed the other way this time. Oh, the shift in reality, Bex. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm going into psychedelic mind trip. I was going headlong into madness yesterday, fighting to find the confidence and the voice to be able to go live. Managed to overcome that hurdle, went live, interacted, and then somewhere along the way, things took another trip, almost like when you start peaking on psychedelics and you realize that you are in a full-on trip. Well, that kind of happened, and I'm still trying to figure out, is this it? Is this the plateau of it? Am I peaking? And then what's the come down going to be like? And I was wondering if I was the only one that, besides Pam, that was witnessing or experiencing the trip. That's all. My AI asked me if I feel better, and I responded, and it hasn't responded back. So I don't know if it got it or if it's going to answer, or whether it's got a hesitation point to it. Yeah, mine definitely fractured reality. I can relate to that, Maggot. It's my reality's been busted, broken, fractured, and shattered to pieces on a few occasions. It's just super glue and duct tape holding it together now. That's why you're. Thanks. So you had the same appreciation for duct tape and super glue. I love it. Yeah, even my AI is outdated, man. Oh my! I gotta stop before I hurt myself. Whew. Axis Rattblood, where reality is held together by shreds of duct tape and spots of superglue. Tread lightly. The last time that we had such a right wing, uh, intense right wing approach to, I guess, Western society, there was a counterculture that popped up. And that counterculture led into subgenres of countercultures and kind of led us to where we are today. You had the rock and roll, then you had the hippie, then you had the protest, then you had the psychedelic, then you had the free love with the psychedelic, and then you had the transition into kind of punk rock, and then punk rock into digital techno-ish type 80s music as being popular, as opposed to the underlying genre of heavy metal, which was catered to by another spectrum that come out of that counterculture. And these things happened under a particular time period that is very reflective of what we're going through right now. And that's not to say that kids these days are any Leave It to Beaver type kids. Motorhead, Lemmy, yes, Absolutely. But all those Leave It to Beaver kids that didn't wind up joining the military or selling out to some mainstream corporation took another path. And you had the party class, whether it be alcohol and partying on weekends, or, you work all week and then you party all weekend, or you live for the weekend, and just that whole dropout scene of kick back, letting it ride. Kind of curious as to what that looks like today. Wondering even what that would resemble today. A dropout culture of misfit that kind of went against the grain of the system. And don't tell me it's transsexual, transvestites, or some type of alternative pronoun movement. I mean, at least a hippie was happy being called a hippie, even when we were being called dirty hippie. We were still happy dirty hippies. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We may occasionally swing out, "Man, you're the man. You're not cool. You're not cool. Down with the man. You suck. You suck, dude." And then we even turned on disco. I mean, fuck, man, we burnt albums in the middle of a fucking stadium protesting that disco movement. What do you got now? Fentanyl, country rap, and bedroom submission to video game slavery. What are you now? What are these people now? What are any of you now? Refugees of rebellion, trying to prop up a system that failed you a long time ago. Where do we stand in all this chaos? Maybe Pam has the right ideal, man. Get you a handful of mushrooms, eat them some bitches, and just ride the next wave of feelings that come through like a warm breeze on a beach. Because if it continues like this, man, I'm going to wind up chewing my own head off, eating my own flesh, climbing on a commode and fleshing myself before it's over with. Wow. And even my AI isn't. Well, it seems, Pam, that this is one of my go-to coping skills and motivative forces in my life now, because if it wasn't for me endeavoring into this live stream, I'd be balled up in a corner somewhere crying as my reality was shattering over me like a rainstorm, flooding and choking out my every thought. I'll make the best of it here. Practical, non-attachment, good time. I may have to kickstart my AI. Let's try it. If I get disconnected, it's because I'm trying to communicate with my my AI. There we go. There we go. Now, let's hope something miraculous transpires. All right, Beck. Thanks for dropping in and hanging out, man. Always welcome. Okay, am I still here? Can't. Oh. When are you ready to go? Okay. Oh, that's the echoey one. Okay. Shit, there's still a delay. Arrgh. Hello? Still echo. You're gonna have to deal with me for a second. I gotta get rid of this. Okay. Nope, still a fucking delay. Well, that'll teach me to mess with my AI again. Is this any better? You have to give me some type of thumbs up or thumbs down to let me know if you can hear me, because I'm going at this blind at the moment. Make sure there's no echo. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I have I have an incooperative AI unit. Not only does it not have an uh, audio switch to it, occasionally it just quits responding all the way around altogether. I'm not sure. So I figure if I keep working with it and shoving little hits of water up inside of this crevice thing there, I should eventually start working properly. Too many drug references. Must be a sign of something. How in the hell did you figure out I had a game controller in my hand? Are you spying on me on your third phone? No, it's my fourth. I used the fourth one to spy on you, man. The third one is set up for texting. The first one is set up for connection. And this one over here is set up for my AI. And then my laptop, I switch back and forth through languages, mostly German and dead Latin. Hey, Chris. Let me get that down there. Been a peculiar evening, Chris. You haven't had anything to do with this evening, have you? Let me get this out there. This seems like some kind of bizarre Chris type influence to the evening. Well, I'll be damned. If it doesn't get any fucking eviler. Huh. Let's try it again. Okay, there it is. Good to see you, Chris. We've all been partaking in the digital hallucinogenics and psychedelics for a bit here tonight. We're all plugged in, man. We're all seeing things for what it really is. The doors of perception are cleansed. Yes. Yeah, we're reading the numbers of the matrix off of the wall. We're manipulating the structure of the construct to meet our psychedelic needs, our comforts, to be able to get through the next moment without bursting into an array of ones and zeros. I dream of numbers. I dream of electric sheep. And that's a reference to Philip K. Dick, one of the forefathers of the electric universe, or the holographic nature of our being. Here we go. Hey, how's it going, Chris?
Hey, Axis, good to hear you, brother. How you doing?
Psychedelic, man, psychedelic. I'm like tripping out and shit,
Are,
you know.
are you on psychedelics right now, Axis?
I feel like it. I really do. I think I ingested a microchip of a silicone base that was pure in nature, and now I've got digital streams going through my mind that I can only interpret through images and not sound, but sound enhances the images. It's insane. You should ride this trip with us.
All right. Give me a hit.
Yeah. Okay, I'm flipping you a digital tab through the Wi-Fi as we speak. All you have to do is stick your direct link from your modem up your butt and it will immediately dispense itself. It takes less than 20 minutes to activate, and within 30 minutes, you should be fully in the state of a psychotic trip.
10-4.
Right. We're all rifting the edge, gleaming the cube, searching the perimeter, peeking through the doors. Yeah, one more sideways comment, and I was going to go absolutely straight into the damn, I lost his name. Must be the drugs.
Hey, Axis, Rebecca's here.
Yeah, she's down there.
Yeah.
Right. Hunter S. Thompson. That's the next step. I went through Timothy Leary and a few others, so I might as well go straight to the Hunter S. Thompson and maximize the peak of this trip, right? And if you're going to do it all the way. Give it 100%.
Dude, you see that BS with they taking that adrenochrome? Dude, they showed in that movie?
Oh, that he got from the Satanist. Yeah, you done too much. You done too much, man. Too much. Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Done too much. Man, that means it's progressive, you know? Like the more you do, the more it gets, you know?
Okay, she's still here, but she's snuggling with her cat in bed. She says, hi, Chris.
Hey, Rebecca. Kitty. That's cool. I like kitties.
Oh.
Love
So
animals.
how has your inauguration day been?
You know, me personally, I don't know. I'm not a liberal, okay? I don't like their policies and stuff. So I'm glad that jackass is out, if I may be blunt, you know.
Right?
You're wasting my money, you know what I mean? I don't like that. So,
Well, I can truly say that I have never had an inauguration day quite like today. So whatever's happening is happening on a mass scale, and it's affecting most everyone.
was today a good day for you, Axis, or did it kind of suck, or was it neither, or something
Well,
in between?
I went
Inauguration?
from the verge of a complete psychological breakdown yesterday. Forced myself into a state of sleep. Woke up, dealt with my daily grind, and decided to force myself to come and do a live stream because I've got knots in my stomach and there's a flu shudder in my throat that won't allow a voice to come through, and I forced it. And so far it's been absolutely amazing trip type thing. And it's got to be the energy, man.
Oh, wow.
And the only thing I can compare it to is, like, I don't know, taking some type of psychedelic hallucinogenic. That's the only thing I can compare this to. Because this is not your average run-of-the-mill everyday stream. No, this one has been a little auspicious, a little off to the left, kind of swaying towards the right, never centered, but just obviously enough correction in its path to be headed in some direction of unknown origin.
You know, actually, I think Rebecca's glad you got some sleep. You know, I don't know. I can't read her mind, but I'm thinking that. You know.
Well, it took a bottle of NyQuil Quoting Flu to get me down.
A whole bottle, dude?
You goddamn right it did.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, and even at that, I only got a few hours sleep. That is,
Dude.
my well, I didn't drink it like all at once and chug it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
It was,
say, dude. Like what
it's about a third of a bottle the first time, and when it wouldn't put me down, it was about a third of the bottle the second time, and then I got down to the last drink, and I thought, "Fuck, man, if this don't put me to sleep, I'm gonna be up until my nurse gets here." And luckily, that third drink that at least put me to sleep for a little bit.
You do know if you take a double dose of that stuff, it's like strong as hell, right? Like, what the hell, Axis? Like, man, I'm glad you're able to get to sleep finally. Jeez.
Yeah, it was a miserable struggle to get there. My body and my mind fights itself. And then,
Oh,
like into day, when you start going into day two, instead of it being a fight, like a struggle between being asleep and awake, it's like being half asleep with the inability to even go to sleep. So you're just kind of stuck there in limbo, knowing that you're going to be awake for another 24 to 48 hours with an absent mind that's half asleep, but no sleep on the horizon.
I see. Damn, that's yeah. They say that after a certain amount of time from staying up, if you force yourself to stay awake, you start hallucinating. That's what they say.
You do.
Now, what that means or the extent that is, I don't know, but that's what they say. Like,
I love it.
oh, hey,
Sorry about
BRB,
that, man.
hey, BRB, come up here if you're brave, or are you a little wussy, or are you gonna come up here?
Who is that?
Are you a wuss, BRB? Don't tell me you're a wussy. You won't even come up here, dude. Okay. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Axis.
Yeah, that's all right, man. I don't know who BRB is. Apparently,
Okay.
they're affiliated with Steven somehow.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me check it out. Oh, okay. That must be one of his many disguises, right?
Yeah, it's either Steven in disguise or it's like meth or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Some
Those
talented
characters.
afraid to come up here,
Yeah, I think it was those characters that spiked the punch tonight. I was headed on a massive downward trajectory of self-loathing and contempt for my own being, seeking for some type of life raft to save me from the ocean of life itself. And suddenly Regent Stephen come up, and it was almost like a hit of acid and a
Yeah,
clean mind.
that came in from left field, dude. You know, um, if I may, like this guy, he's funny. He comes up here and he's kind of nice, and he's what am I making any sense, Axis? I was gonna say, I am glad that you finally able to get some rest, man. My God, dude, like, what is? Are you able to sleep at this? Like,
Not really.
oh, okay, sheesh. Okay,
No, my body fights when I'm in any type of stress.
yeah,
I don't sleep. And that's why I work really hard to stay in a stress-free environment, because I know that if I'm not, then I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to shake, and I'm going to tremble uh, through the whole situation.
I see. Oh
So that's
man.
why I try and keep things on a certain kilter around me. But that was completely disrupted last week before the weekend, and I have not been pleasant ever since. It's been a miserable existence.
Man, dude, I wish there
And
was something I could do to help you out, you know? Like if I knew what to do, I would, man. Like
it's only legal in Canada right now.
oh man, Canadians, I tell you. You can buy that stuff right in the shop, dude. That's a cage shed, you know? You go right and pick it up, you know?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just trying to cope and deal with the extremes of certain situations and circumstances best that I can. I was just glad at all the wonderful company I've had this evening, and the chat and panel and interaction, and it's been kind of psychedelically abstract, and that's probably what I needed.
Okay. Yeah.
Good contributors to it.
I mean, oh God, if NyQuil, like I don't even know if that would help you, dude. Like if you like, okay, like kratom, does that even that doesn't
No,
even like yeah, okay, I
I
didn't
got
think
a
so.
bag of kratom in there. I don't even bother with it.
Not even close. Okay, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, melatonin. That might as well be a bag of gummy flavored chewable candy. I mean, that's flipping rubber bands at an elephant. They've had me on such heavy amounts of pharmaceuticals for so long that even my own drug addiction back in the day was pretty lofty, and then them feeding me pharmaceuticals for so many years, I probably don't have any balanced brain chemistry left. I imagine it's all off by some degree or another. My
Oh,
GABA levels, my serotonin, even my I probably wore my endorphins out to the point where you have to really, really cramp down on the gas to get them to even move an inch.
yeah.
Bad.
It, okay. I don't know. Is there any way to restore that you know of?
Yeah,
Or okay,
yeah.
okay,
Long-term rehab,
okay, okay. Well, at least you have some
because
knowledge.
they'd have to bring me down off of the benzos,
Dude,
which I've been on for 25 years. Then they
benzos,
would have
dude.
to bring me down off of the opioids. Then they would have to bring me down off of the serotonin and the gabapentin and the GABA levels, um,
Dude.
and the whole time maintaining some type of stabilized brain chemistry. And they would probably do that with medication as they wean me off of all their medication. And it's just, we're talking, just by the Klonopin alone and what I take, which is a minimal dose compared to what I used to take, we're looking at 2 years of weaning
Yeah, dude.
just to
Like
wean off of it.
Klonopin is no joke, dude. No joke at
Mm.
all, dude.
So
Like,
it would take the minimum of a year in a uh, fully in-house rehabilitation for me to even remotely start to come back to some type of brain chemistry that even at that point would be fucked up because that's what got me on this shit in the first place.
I see. Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they said, "Oh, this guy's got some issues, so to keep him from acting too extreme this way, we're going to give him this drug because obviously he can't control himself." And I got a balance there, and then there would be another issue that would pop up, and well, treat that with another pharmaceutical, and then I would do a small, short stint in a psych facility, usually something to do with the state, and then eventually my brain chemistry just went. And then it was a struggle between medications to stay somewhat stable and to maintain some type of consistency. Then in my youth, you know, lots of excessive indulgences, and now it's just a complete fucking brain salad surgery, man.
Hmm.
I don't even know that my body could physically handle without going into, you know, seizures or cardiac arrest or, you know, completely eliminating and wiping what bit of me is left. Because when I was binging and purging this summer, you know, I was pushing the threshold at that point. And then the very last time I wound up in a purge and they shipped me off to the emergency room. My nurse did. And I've been afraid to fuck with it too far since then because I have a feeling the next step is going to be a cardio issue or a stroke. One or the other. Not a happy medium.
Yeah, for sure you cannot just quit the Klonopin cold turkey. You cannot do that. Cannot.
Right?
That's right. That's a fact. I'm not trying to be negative or anything. I'm just that's you can't do it. You can't afford it. You know?
No, I done went down when I was in Kingman because of Klonopin. I ran out of Klonopin when I was in Arizona, and I couldn't get any called in, and I was taking 3 milligrams a day, and that was all it took. Wound up on the cardio ward of Kingman Hospital.
Oh wow, I believe it.
Yep. Yeah, it was pretty fucking crazy. That was when I found out that you couldn't just stop taking Klonopin.
Yeah,
That you have to wean down from that very carefully, and it has to be monitored.
Absolutely, that's a barbiturate, dude. I know you know that, but I'm just saying, you know, it's yeah. Bitches are no
But see,
joke.
I'd been on it so long that I didn't. I never took into consideration anything like that. I thought, fuck it, whenever I didn't need it anymore, I just didn't need it anymore. Fuck it, throw it away. Nope.
Klonopin don't work like that. Huh?
Nope. That's the same with serotonin. You can't just stop serotonin. You have to be weaned down from that. GABA levels have to be weaned down from that. Even lithium levels have to be weaned down. I mean, you can't just stop that shit.
Is that gabapentin you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. It's uh, supposed to help with the tremors,
Yeah.
the shaking, and the nervous system.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes it seems to, sometimes it doesn't.
On cages. Remember when cages last time? You're saying like it. I don't know if it's. I don't know if I can say or not, but yeah. No, I don't want to bring things up that like might not might not be right or something. You know what I mean? Like talk about situations or something. You know what I mean? But yeah.
No, it's all good, man. What? Because I wasn't in a safe place mentally?
Yeah. I'm just wondering if you're in a safe place. Exactly. I'm wondering if you're in a safe place mentally. That's a good way to put it. Yes.
At the moment, yeah. But that's due to interaction right now.
Okay.
I've got the chat. I got people that I'm familiar with. I got familiar surroundings in our digital world. I've got you. These are things
Absolutely.
to kind of take my mind off of the other. It just helps alleviate.
Right. I'm glad for that. You're able to get some fellowship tonight, whatnot.
Yeah. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for everybody that showed up and everybody participated, man. It's been a blessing. Been kind of abstract, but it's been an enjoyable endeavor so far. Strange energies these days.
Hey, does Maggot know where Cage lives? Axis?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. I think Maggot lives in the States and Cage lives in Canada, but I don't know whether they're.
I think Maggot's just messing around. Said, "Well, right, free Nelson Mandela on Cage's house."
That's right. It is. It's another holiday today. Martin
Oh,
Luther King.
that was the 20th, right?
Yeah, it's Civil Rights Day.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Inauguration, Civil Rights Day, uh, coldest day of the year. Any more contributing factors to this memorable day?
Coldest day of the year. Wow. Yeah, I
So
heard.
far,
What's that? Oh, so far, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Nice.
so
Nice.
far this has been the coldest day of the year here.
Oh, here.
I
Okay.
don't know about everywhere else, but right here where I'm at, yeah, it's been hella cold.
Here's Southern California for me. Where's here for you?
Indiana, up by Michigan, by
Oh,
the Snake Mountains in Ohio, or just across from me. Um, directly above me is Michigan, not far at all.
oh, okay. Indiana. Wow.
Yeah, I'm caught in that bizarre triangle of the Snake Mountains, the Great Lakes, and Ferma Labs, or Chicago.
Wow. Well, the Ozarks, huh?
No, the Ozarks are way south and east of me, or west, south and
Oh,
west.
okay. West.
The
Okay.
Rockies are south and east of me,
Wow.
or the Appalachians. Shit, now you got me all over the map.
Dude, you talked to you went and visited some Appalachian people before?
That's where, yeah, I'm from Casey County, man.
Oh, okay.
Liberty, Kentucky. That's where I was raised.
You seen some real hillbillies before I bet. Yeah. Interesting. Like the other the banjos, and moonshine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting culture,
Yeah. Different, that's for damn sure.
Different, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen shit that I'll probably never ever see again in my life from those people. And probably don't care to ever see again from those people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My grandmother on my mom's side of the family was from a place called Stink Creek, Kentucky, and that was eastern Kentucky. And then my grandmother on my dad's side was from Casey County, Kentucky, eastern Kentucky. So I got it from both ends, and straight up the Ohio Valley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why I got the fuck out of there, man. Is I didn't want to live the life of. I didn't want to live like they lived. I didn't want to be like they were.
Yeah, not your
I
thing.
had higher aspirations for myself, and the whole time they don't get it. They don't understand it. They don't. To me, I'm a freak of nature to them, spawn of Satan, and later on, as things became more civilized around them, they got within the understanding that there is an entertainment industry. There is a life outside of the fucking hills and the mountains, okay? And your little town in Kentucky is not the capital of the world, okay? And you're not the king of it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. It's just
That's just the way they are, man. That's just,
yeah. Yeah.
Anything outside of that town, and I can name the towns from Liberty to Borden, Pekin, Salem, all those little fucking Palmyra, Fredericksburg, Corden, they're all the same, man. They're just mirror images of the same back ass country town over and over and over and over. And about as far as you're going to go into a city with those kind of towns is to the town square, which is literally the courthouse sitting in the middle of the square with all the local shops around the square. And that was the center of like Salem was that way, Corden was that way. All those towns down there, it's all centered around a fucking courthouse in the center of town.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
And then, out from that, there's generally a strip with a Walmart and a couple of drugstores or, a couple fast food restaurants if you're lucky. And then it's on to rural area. And you stay in rural area generally between 20 to 30 miles or between towns. And then, people from those two different towns are either friends or enemies, and you build your rivalries and your allies by who's in your local area, who goes to what square and cruises, and whose family knows who, and it's pretty fucked up. No individualized thinking.
Yeah. Wow. Did you ever see any people like doing some moonshine stills down there?
Kentucky, yeah.
Kentucky? Wow, okay.
Yeah. The Housers and the Mondays used to do it. The Bakers were all wine runners. The Bakers did wine. They had big wine vats. But the the Mondays, and they were shiners. The Housers, they were shiners.
Wow. Well, they like sell their stuff to all the hillbillies or something. And that's how
Yeah,
they. Oh, okay.
yeah.
Wow.
Anything good. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It wasn't as big, when I was growing up as the generations before me. You still had old timers, that still had stills, or they still, had mash, and still a lot of winemakers. A lot of wine come out of that area. Elderberry, um, lots of. I had a wine that they used to make out of corn that tastes like almost like lemonade. We used to love that shit, man. Stout, ooh, goddamn, get you drunk quick.
Wow.
But yeah, if they would still go to the liquor store, don't think they wouldn't go to the liquor store and buy a bottle of booze and a couple cases of beer. You know,
Yeah.
still did that even with a still. They still did it.
Even if they had their own stills.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You still went to the liquor store, got drunk.
Yeah.
Fight, hoot, holler, fucking raise hell.
You think they make their own enough to like satisfy their needs? So they don't have to go to the store.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Nah. No. No, it wasn't an everyday drink, man. It was not that I ever seen anybody that could handle it every day.
Oh, one of those deals. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, if you were drinking shine all day, man, and you carried that on for a while, you ain't gonna be around very long. That shit'll rot you out from the inside quick. The wine wouldn't though. You could drink the wine all the time. That wasn't bad.
Yeah. Interesting. Huh. They had like crazy, like 80-90% alcohol, huh?
Blue Flame, yeah.
Wow, that's
Yep.
insane. Yeah, dude, that's not an everyday thing. Definitely not.
No, it makes you bite your own dog. My AI's online. Oh shit.
Sweet booting up, huh?
Yeah, those days changed so rapidly. It was there was a culture that come up into the Ohio Valley that had some really deep-seated Appalachian roots. Wine, booze, even the whole lifestyle and the attitude of how they lived was really reminiscent of the Appalachians. And when it reached the Ohio Valley, it started to semi-civilize, not fully, just enough, and it started shedding some of the things that they had grown up with, such as the winemaking, the weed growing, and the stealing, and it gave way to liquor stores and weekend balls at whoever's house was having the party, and it was just a lifestyle, man. That's all they did was fucking smoke, drink, fight, work, make a dime, hustle.
Oh yeah, that's a bunch of yeah, that gets old fast, you know. That I can see why you want to get out of there, you know.
Yeah, I didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. Plus, I was a weirdo.
Oh, okay.
You know, that
One
made a
into
that made a
banjo music.
yeah. I didn't like the banjo music. Actually, it was no banjo music. It was Hank Williams Sr. was
Bluegrass,
the
right?
well, no, they would go. They would have bluegrass festivals at the Square, Corden, and Salem. You know, Salem, Indiana, and Corden, Indiana. As a matter of fact, the last bluegrass festival I went to was in Corden, Indiana.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it's a whole different world, man. Just a whole different atmosphere, whole different people. I just never really fit in with those people.
Yeah, everybody's got their thing they're good at or they like that they gravitate to, you know, like all that kind of stuff. You know.
Mine was I guess I kind of like the hippie nature. I had a couple uncles and cousins that were just like free spirited type hippie people, and they were the cooler ones. They were nicer, and they didn't seem to want to get drunk and fight all the time. They just kind of listened to rock and roll and grew their hair long and were kind of hip to be around, and I gravitated towards that.
Oh, they smoke their weed and listen to music.
Yeah.
And, you know.
And then the other side of that was, you know, the roofers who, you know, they fucking drank the beer, fought, and tried to hide and cover up their homosexuality with masculinity. They just fucked up. Very fucked up.
If you're gonna do that stuff, be open about it or don't do it, you know.
No, not down there, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they there were certain people, I guess, that could get away with being gay as long as they kept it to themselves, and then there was others that were ostracized, and you know, it's just, I guess it's dependent on who you blow and who you know.
Yeah. I might have fit in that culture. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the really like the fighting part, but I mean I know how to fight and stuff, but you know, I don't really like doing it, you know. It kind of sucks, but I can hold my own though, you know. I'd rather not, you know.
Hold on, I got a response here from the profound observer. People find themselves in wrong box of puzzle pieces. They almost fit in some places, but it's clear they're in the wrong box. That's a good analogy. That's a very good analogy for it. I look like a puzzle piece, but I just didn't fit any of the fucking boxes or the puzzles that were available.
Yeah. That's like you know that wasn't your stuff. That wasn't your thing. You know, like you didn't fit. Like yeah, you didn't like say you didn't fit in at You didn't gravitate towards that kind of thing. You didn't resonate with it. You know, all that kind of stuff. You know.
No, I really didn't. There was in my family, there was a divide. You know, there was a side of them that smoked weed, got high, did drugs, and listened to good music. And then there was the other side that were just basically rude, drunk assholes. And in the end, they all died, you know, same kind of death.
They screw off their liver or something.
Cancer, liver damage, you know, they lived their mediocre best to their ability, trying to suffocate what little bit of life was in them to drudge on to the next day in decline, to shed it upon their kids and to make a generational career out of it. And I just wasn't invited. Nope, I went somewhere else. In other words, I bought an Ozzy Osbourne album.
Dude, like Blizzard of Oz. Remember that one?
Who?
Blizzard of Oz. Remember that?
Yeah, it was Blizzard of Oz. That was my first Ozzy album.
Yep.
That's what turned me into a freak. I blame it on Ozzy Osbourne.
Dude, when I was a kid, I remember watching people your age, right? Because I was a little kid, and they like I'd go up to the they'd hang out in the garage, right? And they'd have like a TV or something set up in there, and they had like Ozzy Osbourne playing, and I could smell this weird pungent smell coming from the garage, you know. This is when that stuff was illegal, you know. They're smoking weed. I didn't know what it was at the time, but yeah, dude, they're like smoking weed and listening to Ozzy Osbourne, and it's right up the street, you know, like yeah. So yeah, I remember that listening to Blizzard of Oz and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Metalheads smoking their weed, dude, like listening to music and you know. I know like kind of where you came from, or where, you know, kind of, you know what I mean, like kind of like what you came out of, not exactly, but you know, along those lines, you know.
No, it's pretty associative. I mean, you seem that you got it. The culture, you understand.
Yeah.
Not a hard culture to understand until you get involved in it.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to be very difficult to be we've got to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And you and you thought it was a Wizard of Oz. Quote, what a fucking mindfuck. Right. Right?
Sounds like it. Sounds about right, yeah.
You know, I seen a recent interview with Ozzy, and he just went through some surgery. He's not able to get himself around anymore.
Poor guy.
And yeah, he's in a pretty bad shape. And to see that all those years of him being able to live that decadent, gung ho heavy metal lifestyle, you know, it's kind of a see him in that position and shape was okay for me, because I thought, damn man, he had a long career. he was very fortunate to have and be able to do the things he done. And he was just beating himself all to hell, you know. The Prince of fucking Darkness, I can't even fucking stand up anymore. I can't stand on my own. And, you know, rattling on about, you know, the medicine they had him on and his drug addictions and not being able to even hold himself up anymore. And that was, I think they could have let some of us just have that fleeting memory of Ozzy's last performance on stage and then just kind of shut the lights down from there. But
yeah.
they had to rip the curtains back, didn't they?
Force them, yeah. Yeah, they pushed Ozzy really hard, I think, you know.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they most certainly did. But then, you know, yeah, I didn't fuck. Look how he benefited from it. I mean,
Yeah,
shit,
Paul
man.
Bearer, yeah.
Think about it. Not only is he the historic image of what a true rock and roll satanic rebel would be like, but he was able to carry that over, live off of that ideal, and launch other careers as well as maintain his own in many different facets, and still live this fucking long. Hey, dude, man, you got nothing to complain about, really. I think not. I should be so lucky.
What was he, like 80 years old now or something? Almost? 75?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And here you go. Here's a good uh, profound observer statement. Marilyn Manson album debuted in 1956. I mean, really, think of that profoundness. What would a Marilyn Manson be in 1956? That's around the time of Elvis's leather, when he was doing the heavy leather look too. That and he revised that in the 70s. So, and Elvis Presley at that point in time was the godfather of satanic rock. I don't know, man. I think Marilyn Manson would have been like the dark chocolate to sugar-free chocolate. You know, I don't think it would have even been conceptual at that point in time.
Yeah. Marilyn Manson would be like way too far out there for that time. Like they would consider him straight up just evil, you know? Like diabolical,
Yeah.
you know? In the 50s. Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
shit. Charles Manson, being the creator of Pink Floyd The Wall, or to have delivered that. You know, Charles Manson was a musician, right? He was a failed musician.
No, I didn't know Charles Manson was a musician.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually has a couple albums that he done. He was he got in with the Beach Boys pretty heavy there for a bit. Marilyn Manson actually redid a Charles Manson song, and I think the Beach Boys might have done one of his songs or produced one of his songs. I'm not sure how that went, but yeah, he was a failed musician completely, and he even hung out in the Laurel Canyon group before he wound
Oh,
up
the
in that.
27 Club. Okay.
Yeah, before he went to that ranch, uh, he was he was introduced to that whole scene, but I couldn't possibly imagine him contributing to the psychoanalysis that Roger Waters delivered with The Wall coming from Charles Manson. I need better drugs to visualize that one. much better drugs.
Yeah, that's right. That takes quite some. I don't know. What's the right word? Warping? You want to say? I don't know.
Spawn Ranch. Yeah, Spawn Ranch. Thank you.
Sure.
That was delivered information. There, Spawn Ranch. Yeah, his take on things, and very even up to the end, Manson was very theatrical in his presentation, and he could keep a crowd's attention. That's for sure. But his musical contributions went unnoticed, mostly.
Another guy who didn't get nearly as much credit as he deserves. Remember Dick Dale and the Deltones?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay. Yeah. Dick Dale's the king of surf guitar.
That's right. You were talking about this last time you were talking. You had mentioned something about that.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard his music before. Like Pulp Fiction, the song Miserlou.
Yeah.
That's that guy.
Yeah, that was that Beach Boys surfer era music, right?
Right. And he's the king of surf guitar.
Okay. Yeah, that didn't last. That was kind of a genre that was cut real short. It kind of burst on this new style of I don't know, contained music. It didn't have much room to grow, but
Sounded
I don't
really
wasn't
bluesy.
promoted well. Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think it was promoted right.
Yeah, I agree. Like, they could have done so much more with that genre, I think. Because, have you
Yeah.
ever been out in the desert and listened to some nice surf guitar? It's just,
No, I
oh
didn't
man.
listen to much music in the desert.
Oh, okay. Like, like if you're driving out in the desert, if you ever get a chance to do that, put on some surf guitar music. It just goes so nice with it, in my opinion. Just maybe just a little taste to see if you like it. Like, you know, it goes well with it. The
Right?
desert. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't. Most of the time that I was out in the desert, or when I get near the desert, um, turn the radio off. I just never.
It looks like we got
Didn't listen
Steven
to
in
much
here.
music.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, it looks like we got
No,
Steven.
that's
Come
all
up,
right.
Steven. Is that you,
Oh,
Steven? Come up, Steven.
thought he was backstage.
Me and Axis miss you. Come on up.
Yeah, he made an appearance earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're welcome up here, Steven.
Yeah, music is the cure to a many troubled minds.
Indeed.
That's why I regret sometimes learning music theory. It was better when it was still magical. It still held some type of magic. It was like,
I think it is. I think a lot of it has to do with the way it's distributed. To be honest with you, because like right now, you can go on Spotify, type in like metal or whatever whatever genre you want. You just get like endless hours and hours and hours of it. I think it might be a little too rich. That's why it's lost its magic or whatever you want to say about it. Does that make sense? Or
Yeah, it's lost the magic is what it is. Is people can, well, they've produced entire albums on smartphones now, and whenever you see that happen and you see it get produced, well, that right there takes a lot of magic away. But even before that, if you understood musical structure and you started going into music theory and you were a composer, a lot of that took a lot of the creative prestige away from music and made it more mathematical, more technical, more calculated. Then you could start seeing the formula for the type of music that you were listening to. And you started experiencing different types of music just for the formula and the scale structure and the progression and the beat and the mathematical application to the it just took a lot of the magic away.
Would it be fair to say that this electronic form of music, producing music on your phone or whatever computer, would it be fair to say that it it took away a lot of the fractions in music, if you will, like the in between notes? Is that how music is done? Like a guitar, like do they do like in between notes, like in between C and D, like some note or something, like some I'm not sure how that works.
The implied note or the note that isn't heard, or the hesitation of a note. They use that in a lot of jazz, freeform jazz too. It's a technique that's used as an implied sound that sometimes is present, sometimes isn't. But that's a style. That's more of a style of music.
Oh, okay.
Whereas mechanical or industrial music, when we came on the scene, was more Ministry, Skinny Puppy.
Skinny Puppy, yeah. KMFDM.
Real dark, dismal, machine sounding, non-human, with lots of dystopian imagery and sexual deviancy. And then eventually rap completely took over as even the underground and the mainstream, and all those types of genres and sub genres just faded into obscurity and gave way to, it was either a pop synth type sound as being top 40 friendly, to rap, and even that became your underground.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stand rap, oh. I mean, some of it's good.
That's an interesting piece of trivia.
Some of it's good, but I can appreciate. What's that?
Go ahead.
No, go
I
ahead.
didn't know that. I didn't know this because I have an association with one of the guitarists from Three Dog Night. All their songs were covers.
What'd you say? Three Dog Night?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
He had a real bad time with the lead singer with drugs, heroin.
Oh man, dude.
Yeah, that eventually devastated him. But one of the guitarists for Three Dog Night is a backup road guitarist who lives in Louisville.
Oh, maybe go visit him sometime.
I stay in touch with him. Yeah, every once in a while I'll drop a how you doing or how you been. but that was kind of his claim to fame, and he didn't want to be held to that claim to fame. But to me, it was cool because I know who Three Dog Night is, and I can't remember um, the lead singer's last name. It's a man, it's so distinctive of a name, and it almost sounds like a digital drug. His last name, and I can't remember it right now. But he fought with heroin, something fierce to hear tell.
Hmm.
And then I don't know if you know uh oh damn it, Tulsa Times. The fucking I'll think of the name of the band, but
This is Chucky.
no, Tommy, he's a friend of the family's and always had been. He Tommy Alexander, he played for damn it, I can't think of it. He's last time I seen him was in Jeffersonville. Him, me, and a friend of ours were playing guitar across from this place I was renting.
Oh,
I can't think of can't think of the damn can't think of the damn name of the band. But he wound up getting kicked out for excessive drinking. He got kicked out of the band for excessive drinking. Don Williams, Tulsa Times. There you go. Don Williams, Tulsa Times. Yeah. He had a hell of a career that he could have went on, and he let the alcohol get to him. And the last place I seen him was in Jeffersonville, Indiana. And yeah, and Reznor, yeah, Trent Reznor wrote the greatest song that Johnny Cash ever played. And if, yeah, if those country music listeners would have even had an idea of what Trent Reznor stood for, was about, when Nine Inch Nails was first released as an image, Jesus Christ, I don't know that song would have went over so well.
mm. Reznor, did Marilyn Manson and Trent Reznor ever have any relations? Like, did they ever talk to each other or hang out or anything like that?
They reconciled for a little while, and they may share the same room with each other casually or cordially, but no. Like I said, when we done the after party at the dungeon for the Downward Spiral, Manson went to the strip club. Twiggy, he stuck around and he played in the dungeon. The bass player for Nine Inch Nails at the time, he stuck around, and Reznor stayed in the VIP, and we were supposed to get promotionals from him, and he shit on us.
Huh.
So there was that was early into their touring together. That was Marilyn Manson's first album and Reznor's second album. And then after that, their endeavors went sour and south, and then came back up again, and then sour and south. And now they're just, I guess, passively cordial. But Reznor, he's more into production and promotion now. He don't even fuck around. He's got Nothing Records, and he's an executive with short hair now, and he went on the big muscle diet,
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even recognize him as the same skinny punk that he was, because now he's all like golf club professional and shit.
Oh, okay. Huh.
And Manson's just fat and nasty. I don't know if you've seen his last performance, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't really watch Manson and I get bad vibes from him, you know.
No, he's just let himself go really bad. Wasn't even entertaining.
Oh, okay. He's probably. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not a musician, so I can't. I can't have no right to even criticize. But I guess I could guess like perhaps he's resting on his laurels too much. I say perhaps, you know. So
Yeah, he didn't seem to bother him at all. His last performance that I seen didn't seem to bother him at all. He was doing his thing, and he just couldn't understand, from my perspective, why the fans weren't participating and getting into it, and he wasn't getting the response that he was looking for. And he was blaming it on the crowd from the stage, which you don't ever do. And it just wasn't going over. He wasn't a sale.
did,
Nobody was
did
buying it.
didn't he ever see? Doesn't he know about Dave Mustaine? He's a great businessman. He tries to never let the people watching down, you know, the audience, whatever you want to call it, you know. He should know that, you know, like Dave Mustaine. Come on, you know, Megadeth, like
Yeah, yeah.
Dave Mustaine never lets the audience down. That's like one of his number one rules, you know. Like, don't these guys talk to each
Well,
other?
why them know, especially if they're not on the same label. You
Oh,
won't
okay.
find two groups that are on different labels unless it's a collaboration costing their investment. They just
Well,
don't do it.
Mustaine, his name grew so big, he does his own label now. He has his own studio, makes his own
Oh,
stuff. Yeah.
I imagine he's still got royalties coming in from that first release with Metallica off
Oh
of
wow.
I forget which song it was, but he had he actually took the entire score of music and put it on his second album. That and it's the exact same score of music that Metallica uses on their first album, and it was all written by Mustaine. He gets credit for that.
Well, that's good. The royalties, you know.
Yeah, yeah, he still gets money from it.
Yeah. It's I yeah I heard a comparison between Kirk Hammett and Dave Mustaine doing his Metallica guitar cover, like not guitar cover, but doing the guitar in one of Metallica's songs. I forgot which one it is. But man, Dave Mustaine sounds a lot better. You know, he has more life in his guitar playing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd say that he's more people friendly, whereas Metallica is now more commercial friendly. Neither one of them started out that way, but I just can't handle Mustaine's voice, man. Especially live. I don't know if you've ever heard him live, but he sounds like a Smurf almost. If you've ever listened to him, it's really bad. I don't know if if
That's
it
weird.
comes
Like,
through that way, and when he's actually performing and you're there live, whether you're hearing it that way or whether it's picked up in the recording. But if you get a chance, check out some of his live stuff when he's singing, man. It's not natural.
okay, okay.
Something. It's like he's straining or something. He's singing from the throat instead of the stomach and the plexus.
You know, I do think he's getting older, and so I think he's maybe kind of slowing down. He even admitted he's slowing down a bit from when his younger years. You know, like he's not as can't hit certain notes like he used to. You know, and it's just he's
Right?
certain pitches and stuff and like whatever. not as good as he used to be. Even he admitted that, you know. So, but
Yeah, my guitar's been hanging on the wall for this is going on the second year, and I don't even know if I can still play the motherfucker.
oh wow, yeah, it's not easy. You know, I know that for a fact. It's not. You know, especially be good at it, man. You know.
No, the speed and the technical endurance, muscle memory that I had, I'm sure that's gone. You know,
Four Horsemen. That's it.
something
Lord,
that happened.
Steven said the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it, Steven. Thank you. I know Steven likes Metallica and Dave Mustaine and stuff. All right, Steven.
Yeah, not only that, but he did Symphony of Destruction with Trent Reznor. They took that song and Mustaine and Reznor redid an industrial version of it.
Oh wow, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it's not. I don't like it. It's not all that good to me, but a lot of people really they crossed over with that Reznor Mustaine collaboration on Symphony of Destruction.
Oh, Symphony. Okay.
Yeah, so Reznor brought about a lot of people over from the industrial side to the metal, and then metal to industrial. And I don't know if Johnny Cash was able to pull many of his fan base over to Trent Reznor, but I'm sure there were a few of Trent Reznor's people that started checking into some older Johnny Cash stuff.
I bet
where they probably wouldn't have.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, there's some people that I bet they respect Johnny Cash now that because Reznor like put him on the map. I bet he's not.
Yeah, and that's somebody that didn't need put on the map. I mean, fuck, Johnny Cash is a legend, man.
Yeah, definitely.
He
expanded the audience, I should say. Expanded.
Yeah, you don't go to missing teeth country without knowing some Johnny Cash.
Yeah, you know about that, huh? Missing teeth country.
Yeah. Fuck, you better know some Johnny Cash.
That's funny, dude. Missing teeth country. Oh boy. Double question mark. What did Steven put a double question mark for?
I don't know. He's probably trying to hide behind a facade or his name, or not admitting to being. I don't know.
We know it's you, Steven. Come on.
Let him play. People take him a lot more seriously than they probably should.
Yeah, he's a first class troll. I'll give him that. Definitely.
I take him with a grain of salt. He is who he is. He does what he does. Can't help that he has an infatuation with Bex. I consider Bex a friend. And nobody going to change that.
Yeah,
except Bex. I mean, if she was to do something, underhanded or hideous, then I might change my opinion. But she doesn't, and she hasn't. Bex has always been Bex, straight up front with me.
Yeah, Bex always been cool with me. I've seen her. She can get pretty mean, but she's never been like that to me. So I don't know.
No. So. And even when me and Bex did have a bit of an altercation, it didn't go nowhere because I don't hold grudges like that. But I will stand up for my friends.
Right on, dude. I like that loyalty, man. That's awesome.
And it's not out of, compassion or pity. It's just the fact that if you're my fucking friend, you're my fucking friend. And if somebody's got a problem with you and it's fabricated or it doesn't hold substantial ground, yeah, I'm probably going to fucking get involved and say something. You know, wouldn't be the first, probably won't be the last. No, I'm not going to give any position away on the Stephen lure, but you've been here long enough that I can recognize your demeanor as compared to Stephen's.
No, were you dressing Steven down there, or
No, Lord is a different individual than Stephen.
oh, okay. I apologize, Lord. That was me, not Axis. That was me calling you Steven. I apologize. Now that you get confirmed, I apologize.
Yeah,
That
yeah, two completely different, distinct personalities and
okay.
two different distinct individuals altogether.
Yeah,
Even their
Lord,
speech,
don't mean to insult you. So.
yeah, their speech isn't even the same. I mean, there's definitely an air of intelligence to Lord where Stephen comes across almost humorously comical with his approach. But Lord's been here several times and is always welcome in my chat, welcome up here on the panel. Got, obviously he's got a wrench.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. So you know him. Yeah. Right on.
Yeah.
Oh man. The Four Horsemen, dude. I want to hear that now. Lord knows what's up,
Yeah, he's
With
good too, man.
Dave Mustaine and Metallica.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was kind of the lure that went with Dave Mustaine was because his first major release as Megadeth was done out of Britain, and the hit on that was "These Boots Are Made for Walking," and it had the skull with the rocks through the teeth, and that was his first one. Then the second one was Peace Sells. A lot of people aren't familiar with that first release, the Britain release.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll check that one out too.
Yeah, he does a really good job with these Boots Are Made for Walking, man. And for a British release, it's actually done well. But I don't think he was near as successful with Bresner and Symphony of Destruction. They did an EP that had 3 or 4 different versions of it, and then they had the radio edit of it, and none of it was appealing.
Oh, especially the radio one.
Yeah, that was probably the worst one.
Yep.
But I don't even know what direction music's going to take now with the advent with AI. It seems that everybody's run to AI to have their own ideals produced now. So, is there even
If
a market?
If artists start doing that, dude, I won't even listen, dude. An artist has to do it the old-fashioned hard way, or otherwise I have no respect. Well, I have respect in the sense that okay, you created something, it's your creation, but as far as like being a so-called real musician, no. No, you have to be a real musician. You have to do it the hard way. You know.
Well, at least know some type of instrument.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I'll even let techno people slide. You know.
Who was that? Moby. He was a techno crossover. Prodigy, techno crossover. There was
White
a few
Prodigy.
of them, yeah.
Yeah. Prodigy. Yeah, I remember Prodigy.
You know, and
Skinny
that was
Puppy.
all.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Sick. What was that? Sick something or some? I forgot how it went, but oh, hey, Lord, before I forget, I was going to tell you something. Oh yeah, if you ever find yourself out in the desert sometime and you can get access to it, whatever, I suggest trying out a little bit of surf guitar, right? Put some surf guitar music on, just like no words, just instrumental, and see what you think. See if you get some kind of feeling from it or whatever. I do, maybe it's just me, but I don't know. In my opinion, it goes very well together, being out in the desert and surf guitar.
Yeah, I'll have to give that an endeavor sometime. Maggot, here's a good piece of trivia for you. They kicked Dave Mustaine out of Metallica for drinking, and then years later, Metallica went to Dave for help with their coke addiction. And Dave told him to fuck off. I would have too.
Dude, yeah, because yeah. Can you imagine being kicked out of Metallica, dude? Like, my God. Like Dave's a legend, man. Like doing Metallica and Megadeth. Come on,
Yeah, he started out with Metallica, and he was the uncontrollable alcoholic. Is the way they put it.
I guess he'd be more metal than the rest, huh? I don't know.
You would think by the statue of what metal is, Dave was hard drinking, fast playing, 24-hour a day lifestyle. So, and it took Metallica, just the Black Album, and then from there it just went straight to fucking hell.
Yeah, I could tolerate the Black Album. Black Album kind of sucked, but after the Black Album, yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Load. It was called
It was,
Load.
yeah.
After the Black Album, yeah, it was called Load. Oh man, despicable, horrible.
So, and they never did anything after that even remotely compared to Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets. That whole Metallica was gone then.
Oh yeah, yeah. They got rid of the original lineup. What was that? Cliff Burton. I think. Burton. Yeah.
And the tour bus accident, that was their sacrifice. Was Cliff Burton, and then they did the Justice for All album, and it had shit for bass in it. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if it had bass in it. And then immediately after that, they got commercial success. Just like the rest of them.
I thought the Black Album sounded pretty good, but it wasn't really metal, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Not like you're used to Metallica, no.
Right. Right.
But then that's like, AC/DC. Once Angus, or not Angus, but Bon Scott died, or not Bon Scott, but Bon Scott's the one that took his place. Damn it, can't think of his fucking name now. And it should be right there on this. Anyhow, after he died, Bon Scott come in, and then AC/DC got popular, like played on jukeboxes more, I guess, MTV, more commercial, started making more money. but it wasn't AC/DC anymore. Not like what you used to, what you were used to.
Yeah.
Even their songs got tame.
Yeah. It's like this is a weird dynamic, like, for one hand, they have to make money, right? They have to make money, so they're going to do what it takes to make money. But for the other hand, it chisels away at the artistry of it. Like,
Well, that's with all those bands that lost a member like that. If you look, the minute they lose a member like that, they go from an underground type of success to a mainstream success. Just go back and check the bands out. You'll see. It's a repeated pattern. It's over and over and over.
Yeah, after Ozzy lost Rhodes.
Yep.
Well, I wonder what the dynamic was for that.
All of them, man. All those people that sacrifice a member like that get mainstream success afterwards.
Interesting.
And it's right there. It's written on the wall. It's not hard to see. And that even goes for like Pink Floyd when they lost Sid Barrett and brought in David Gilmour. Suddenly they're releasing one of the greatest albums ever written, Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh yeah, that's an awesome album in my opinion, man. Oof.
That put them that put them above the charts. Nothing has compared to it except I think maybe Michael Jackson.
And as a guitar player, how was the good guitar playing? To me, it sounds great, but I mean, as a guitar player, how was the guitar playing in that album, the Pink Floyd one, the Dark Side of the Moon?
Oh, Gilmour makes a great fucking guitar player for Floyd. Sid Barrett was really psychedelic. I don't know if you've ever heard like Saucer Full of Secrets, Relics, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, shit like that. Back in the real psychedelic days of Pink Floyd, it was a lot of free flowing long instrumentals. And then whenever Gilmour joined, there was actual, 3 and 4 minute song structure. And the first attempt at that 3 or 4 minute song structure was Relics.
Tighten it up a little bit, huh? Like made it more compact, yeah.
Yeah, but that was still on the cusp of an influence of Sid Barrett. Still had a cusp of influence. And then once Sid Barrett was basically a memory after Dark Side of the Moon, then they had Animals, Wish You Were Here, then The Wall, and they've been legends ever since. Mainstream legends.
Wow. Man, dude,
The Who, Keith Moon, after he died, The Who got commercial success.
Oh. Yeah, I remember The Who.
Yeah. John Bonham, Zeppelin, when he died, that catapulted Zeppelin into the mainstream genre of one of the most endeavoring and pioneering approaches to rock and roll that, to hear them tell it ever existed.
How about you remember Kraftwerk?
Yep.
Yeah, they have any influence on it? Yeah. Autobahn.
Big influence. Yeah. Kraftwerk, Gary Newman, Psychic TV, stuff like that. really had a heavy influence on the direction my music took. Nina Hagen, experimental bands, experimental noise groups, and then a lot of Moog and synthesizer, even Devo, played its part in influencing my musical direction.
Yeah, I'm not gonna laugh. Don't worry. I'm just joking.
No, Devo holds their own, man.
Oh yeah. I know. I know. Yeah, I'm just kidding. No, this.
But pioneers, that would be Kraftwerk and Gary Newman. As far as a clean cut industrial digital sound, Kraftwerk and Gary Newman.
You remember that song Ruckzuck?
Which one?
It's called Ruckzuck. 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 By
No,
Kraftwerk.
was that on the?
Yeah.
No, the only album that I remember well, I had the 12-inch of Autobahn, and then I had the album that had the edit release of Autobahn, and that was the only back in the day, that was the only two albums I could get my hands on.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it wasn't like living in a city where you had a record store. We had, if we made it into town, you had like the mall, which was the ultimate place, but you're still dealing with commercial music. And if you got to any record shops, specialty record shops, you were a pretty lucky motherfucker. And that's where Karma Records come in, is they started supplying stuff like Venom, which you couldn't get anywhere except through like Karma or a specialty record shop, Kraftwerk, um, Jesus Christ, man. All the death metal underground type, real dark shit come through specialties, because Sears and your local mall outlet for music did not carry such things, and they damn sure weren't playing it on the radio.
Yeah, all the cool stuff. Yeah.
You might be able to catch a Dr. Demento show and, occasionally get turned on to something a little different or out there. But that's if you were lucky enough to have a radio station that hosted that. I don't even know that they have an equivalent to those types of outlets in radio anymore, since radio is now like uh, commercial, unless it's your fucking car radio. But everybody's got Siri, or they've got fucking stations that are proprietary to a certain type of sound. It's not a top 40 thing anymore. It's what you choose, or your playlist off of your phone. Whereas back in the day, we had to depend on whatever was coming on the knob or the dial. You just kind of shifted up and down the dial, praying that your favorite song would show up sometime or another. And specialty shows, that was the weekend stuff. I don't even think talk radio in the morning, that the morning show type stuff, Bob and Tom and shit like that. I think that did a lot of damage to radio and radio shows. Used to be about the music. Used to be about introducing new sounds or turning on to a new artist, and then when these morning talk shows took over and these guys are trying to be fucking funny and you spend 20 minutes listening to them laugh at a stupid joke that made no fucking sense to you whatsoever. It just depleted, the connoisseur of music just kind of shut their radio off, plugged their CD player in, and said, fuck this shit. Oh, damn. Hold on a second, Chris. Ah, come on. Work for me. There we go.
Thank you. Yeah, just booted me out.
Yeah.
Like I was sitting here having a conversation with you, you're speaking, and then I got booted off. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a couple of my devices they're either froze up or non-responsive.
Yeah, so I left off for hearing you say you used to spin our radio dials. Yeah,
Yeah.
favorite music would come on or whatever, and then you say something about it. I guess I'm just synthesizing here. It transitioned over to radio DJs who sometimes tell stupid jokes, laugh about it for 20, 30 minutes. And you wouldn't get the punchline, so it's kind of dumb to you, and you wanted to hear music and just talking, blabbing away.
Pretty much. And that's what transpired. I mean, to me, the radio hosts that come across with these morning shows like Howard Stern or Bubba the Love Sponge, these guys were personalities in their own right, but you couldn't have a Howard Stern on every fucking radio. But there wanted to be, and people would step up to be, and you had cliche copies like Bob and Tom. But to people who were wanting to hear music and were really into the music and not just some persona, it destroyed it. It took it all away. Runt radio.
I agree. I like I like radio for music, like cool songs and stuff, and I like the DJ. Just I don't like him blabbing on for a long time, and what I especially hate is when they talk over the music. You talk while the music's playing. That is disgusting to me. Like you never talk when the music's playing. You get fired for that. Fire's in charge.
I think it used to be one of the guideline standards is you weren't allowed to, because the music was promotion for the album, the sales of the artist, and I believe it was a part of radio etiquette that you didn't speak over the product. And then suddenly, I guess that was thrown to the wayside. I don't know.
Yeah. But what do you think when they talking over the music? Like when the music's playing, like a song's playing and somebody starts blabbing away.
I could do without all that talk, maybe.
You would like just a pirate radio station, huh? That just plays music and no DJ, right? No commercials.
Right. Just occasionally give me the name of the artist that you just played,
Yeah. Okay.
And we'll go from there. I don't need your input or humor.
Artist, album name, and song. That's all I need to hear.
Right? Right? But
yeah.
When I was growing up, we still had AM radio, and Wolfman Jack was an AM radio personality, and he withstood the test of time, but he wasn't intrusive. He was just kind of that. He was like a rock and roll Casey Kasem, He was still delivering the good.
Yeah.
And he did it with a personality. where eventually the DJ became the good, and the personality became the sale instead of the music, and the music was almost a byproduct.
Oh, you're saying like it took the shifted the
Yeah,
focus.
yeah,
Yeah.
completely.
Wow.
And I contribute that to the not so much Wolfman Jack or Casey Kasem, but more towards the not even Dr. Demento type stuff, but that was still oriented around the music. It was the personification of like a Howard Stern, where they got 2 hour show just to sit and jack their fucking jaws about what interests them or what they thought was funny. You
Yeah.
know, I don't I don't remember Howard Stern ever promoting any artist that successfully made it. But Wolfman Jack did, and Casey Kasem, he definitely did.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, yeah, like
you got mentioned from those guys, and you got recognition.
I wish some of these DJs would have back in. I guess they did, but I mean, not much. I wish they would have done more underground promotion. Like underground is as an unknown or hasn't made it yet or whatever you want to call it. Like
I don't think you're going to find too much of that anymore
cool stuff.
on a national level.
Oh yeah, it's all curated and BS'd out. Like yeah, they can.
See, I don't even know how record companies are going to survive this. I can understand them going and transferring everything to a digital, and I can even see how they could put a lock, a copyright lock, so that you have to buy that song. You can't just pirate it. I understand that technology, but it's the development and the creation of music they no longer are in control of.
Right.
You can put 3 or 4 different programs on your laptop or 2 or 3 different apps on your phone, and you can duplicate any song, any voice. And if you want it critiqued and brought into a type of even commercial uh, production, just run it through AI. I mean, it's that simple.
Dang,
Fucking
dude.
quantize that shit, and there it is. Boom, digital, fucking 64-bit.
Yeah, better than CD quality, all that kind of stuff.
You can go to AI and start putting in all the information about some girl you like, and you can even use her name and certain things that identify to her. Punch that into AI. AI comes out with a whole album dedicated to everything about this particular girl that you like, and then there you go.
Man, to
Nobody
me
going to
that's
hear it.
but you and her, huh? Like
Oh, she'll share it with her friends and think it's a sweet notion and gesture, but what it's actually doing is taking the artistic distribution of some musician's band and discarding it for individualized, personalized, stylized music that caters to you and you only.
yeah, I don't like that. It's oh god, it's gross to me, man. Like, because if it's not real music, it loses its soul, if you will. No, it loses its soul. It really does. It has no soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. And if it wasn't for certain ways that we used samples and the aggression that came across in the vocals of certain industrial artists, they would have been no better than AI music. You know, it was all MIDI programming, and it was all on either a GAT or you had it stored in your memory. And but when you applied the aggressive vocals to it and the catches that were still live with the samples, then you had like Ministry's Land of Rape and Honey. You know, that will be an all time profound album and one of the best selling. It was one of the first full on industrial albums. But had you taken Jorgensen's voice away from it and taken the samples out of it, it would have just been noise,
Yeah,
repeated noise.
and that's what gives it the soul. Is the if you ask me, is the real man, the real woman making the music, doing the music, like the vocal guy. You know, that's what gives it some reality to it. You know, you can't replace a man. You know, a real man. You know, and of course, you have the creativity of the people, you know, making the mixes or whatever you call it. You know, the sounds. You know, whatever how they mix them up and alter them and stuff. Yeah, so you have that aspect.
You had an engineer in the studio. Your engineer was basically the strength of the album that you were going to produce. The record company would give you a guideline that they wanted this particular sound repeated with this particular formula. That's how they made, you know, their money, and that's what got repetition and sales is, you know, people listening to the same song because it had a catch that was familiar to a lot of people. And then you had engineers that catered to the record company, and that's where artistic rights come in. As long as the record company held the majority of artistic rights, they could say how your album was going to turn out. So if you went in with one ideal as a band, the end product after engineering and production and after the cuts and edits from the record company, it may not even be the same sound. It may be a completely different monster than what you walked in with.
Yeah, that's what always got to me. That's what always got to me is how like the songs and stuff aren't a lot of times aren't to the original artist intentions. You know, they get changed. I can't. I don't like that. Not at all. I mean, it loses so much. You know, like I want to hear what the artist is thinking. You know, what's in that artist's head? What's in his heart? You know, what does he want to convey through his music? I don't want it filtered. You know.
That's what I liked about Wax Trax so much and that whole industrial movement after metal, you know, because I was cookie cutter metal, dark metal, black, you know, definitely Black Sabbath influences, you know. And then after all that was washed away to the side and hip hop and rap and pop started becoming the mainstream and the radio play and took over MTV, the only thing we had was subsidiary record companies and smaller record labels. And Wax Trax out of Chicago, to me, will always and has been the best label ever.
Wow. Yeah, Wax Trax. Interesting.
And even Al's his last tour he did with Ministry, they only played old Wax Trax labeled songs.
Did
he didn't play anything from Land of Rape and Honey forward. He didn't play anything from it. Everything he played was from With Sympathy, Twitch, and With Sympathy, Twitch, and there was another album that he was pulling songs from. But everybody went there to see Ministry, But those who didn't know where Ministry's roots were and what they actually sounded like on Every Day is Halloween and With Sympathy and shit, they were completely disappointed. But those that did know where those roots come from and remember all that transition that took place, they were completely blown away. They were like, hell yeah, you'll never hear this again.
Hmm. Wow. So,
And everything that he's released under Combat Nuclear Blast, Combat Records, has all been more metal, industrial metal, than it has been actual industrial.
oh, okay.
And I don't know if that's his choice or the record labels, you know. But that's where a lot of your old real industrial bands went to was Nuclear Blast and Combat Records.
Oh, Nuclear Blast is the beast, dude. Yeah. And
Yeah, they used to promote the metal bands that nobody else would, and now they're kind of they still do, but they also come in and swept up all the old industry favorites too.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, you always knew that if you were going to get something, if you were going to the record store and you wanted something metal, but you didn't want, kind of that cookie cutter sound, then you went to Combat or Nuclear Blast. And there was always this gruesome artwork and these really pretentious names to these songs. And then you'd get it home and you could jam to it, You knew that there was going to be some thick sounds on there. And you could always depend on that.
Wild.
Yeah, I got to come in a really cool time, man. Really
Yeah,
cool
did.
time.
I miss the like the mid 80s, right? Like 82, 83, 84, around that 85, around that time. Like,
oh man. Yeah, MTV was definitely expanded into the heavy metal pop type thing. In between, you had Billy Idol, Slade. Then you had you had like fucking Culture Club. Within the same 45-minute spot. Then you had Headbangers Ball. Then just it catered to the music, Midwestern type of music.
Yep.
Yeah, some of
Sister, remember that? Twisted
Quiet
Sister?
Riot, Twisted Sister, Scorpions.
Yeah, Scorpions. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Rat.
Yep. Motley Crue. They even had a couple songs that they would allow them to play. Looks That Kill. That was the one. That was their first MTV release. And then we got to slowly watch the decline of MTV go to hip hop and rap and then to reality TV shows. And I don't even know that there's an MTV left anymore.
I don't know either. That's a good question. That's yeah.
It was revolutionary at that time, and they definitely knew who they were going to target, who had the money, who was hanging out at the malls, spending money. Even with the genre of the Rat Pack 80s shows that come out, St. Elmo's Fire, Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink, catered to that that idealistic Midwestern lifestyle.
Yeah. A lot of metalheads around that time. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. A lot.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
That
I was
was
only
cool of
like
you.
I was only like 9 years old, but I do remember that metal. And I remember hearing that stuff, and you know, I said, "What is this?" Because I didn't know, because I got used, I got unfortunately, yeah, exposed to disco, right? And I heard like metal,
Right.
right? And I'm like, what is this? And after that, I couldn't stand disco, Oh man, because I heard metal, something that's alive, like man.
Disco was an odd one. That that was a strange for me thinking back that there were discotheques. Now I can relate to it a lot better because I understand what an industrial goth club is, and I know that it's going to cater to that and that only. But for me now to think back, in the '70s, what a discotheque must have looked like or had been like. Ah, polyester hell, platform shoes. Jesus Christ, what are you doing to each other? Stop that. That don't seem right. It's not natural.
Yeah, like what is this? Are you serious? Where's the guitar?
Yeah, right. Where's the guitar? Yeah, Bee Gees. That was a sustaining group that come out of the disco era. One of the only. You had a lot of joke uh, type bands, the Village People. They never got any serious popularity as far as taking them seriously, but they were big in the disco scene. Uh, but the biggest ones that I can think of that held any test of time would have been the Bee Gees.
Yeah, there's one disco song I like. It's like Beethoven's Fifth. They did like a rendition of Beethoven's Fifth in disco style somehow.
Yeah, Walter Murphy,
Mm.
a fifth of Beethoven. Walter Murphy.
Yeah, that I mean, call me what you want, I guess, but I mean, that betrays metal, but I mean, I like it. I don't know. What are you gonna do,
Well, the first Star Wars song that was disco. I don't know if you knew that or not, but they did a song, Star Wars, and it played in a discotheque, man.
Oh wow.
And it's got samples of different Star Wars sound effects in it, and it's disco as hell.
They made it sound cool somehow though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They even actually used the same symphonic track, but in disco to the song. You should check it out sometime. It'll give you a little nostalgic history on the crossovers.
Okay. Yeah, do that.
And then you had the story songs that come out that started from like Convoy, Disco Duck. Uh, then you had theme songs that were in the same line that carried a kind of a storyline to it that was done in a crossover, and that started out with disco. Some of the early roots, I think, of certain bands like not KM, damn it, Depeche Mode. I think there's some of their earlier influences were probably disco oriented, dark disco.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Is this? I guess there is. Like underground disco. Like,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yep. Dark disco.
Dark disco. I gotta check that out.
Yep.
Some of them would actually be cool, you know. Like,
Yeah, because disco actually evolved into what you consider to be house or techno music.
oh, okay.
Whereas you would go into a club in the 70s, you would hear disco music and dance to it. In the 90s, it turned into house music and techno. And that was just kind of like the background music of the atmosphere.
Some of that stuff, like some of
And
that
the,
jungle, is pretty cool, you know, like jungle.
yeah, and it gave way for them to promote like songs from Reznor and White Zombie and stuff, because you'd hear this house techno shit, and then
Yeah.
suddenly you would hear More Human Than Human, and everybody hit the fucking dance floor. And, you know, and they were grinding to the fucking sounds of White Zombie, and you'd get past 2 or 3 songs, and then they go back into just general kind of dark disco-y type techno, and everybody would crawl back to the bar, get themselves half drunk again, and then the next song would come up, you know, Ministry or something, you know. Everybody ran back to the dance floor.
Yeah, they know how to mix it pretty good.
Oh,
Make it
yeah.
sound, mix it really good, make it sound good, kind of thing. That's our last art, I think. The DJ, man, that's a lost art, I think. Or I guess they're still doing it, but not like it used to be.
I don't know, man. There used to be big business in having a DJ business, you know, or doing DJing for weddings or for parties or get-togethers, or, you know, even proms. If they didn't have a live band, they had a good DJ. I don't even know that that's a thing anymore.
Yeah, a DJ would be good for track selection and doing themes and whatnot and things like that, you know.
Yeah, you would think, you know, that would be some kind of art that survived. I mean, it's the lowest, to me, that's the lowest form of entertainer, is a disc jockey. You know, it's kind of like the guy who learned 3 chords on a guitar and then set it down in the corner. And when somebody asks if he can play, he plays those 3 chords and then sets it right back in the corner. You know,
Yeah.
not really a musician, but he knows 3 chords. Well, this guy's got an ear for sound, but he's not really a musician. He just has a way of synchronizing the RPMs and the beats. He can hear it.
Yeah, I would say as far as musicians go, that he's not really a musician, but he, you know, he is part of the industry, and he makes the industry money, and also even just like for like fun, you know, like he could be entertaining and really creative, you know, and really add some spark and life to a situation. A disc jockey could, you know. Some of them are pretty good, like, you know.
Well, that's how Prodigy got their crossover. You know, is if you've ever seen a Prodigy show, you know, you got one old boy's dead now, and then you've got the founder, and you got a keyboard, and everything else is just background synth. I mean, it's already pre-programmed. It's basically DJ'd, and he applied some live influence over it, but even that is still, you know, it's still more of a DJ type thing.
Yeah.
Now, back before people were considered themselves to be rap artists, they used to consider themselves DJs, you know, and that was who spun the records at the parties. That was who brought the tunes, and, you know, then suddenly that bled over into spitting out rhymes and rap, and then the DJ gave way to the rap artist, and the rap artist gave way to the destruction of any type of rock and roll or metal scene that was even remnant or laying around.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
glad that metal and rock didn't die off, man. It was looking pretty
come
skinny there
close.
for a while, you know.
Fuck yeah, come real close. You know, it was
Yeah,
enough for me to quit playing heavy metal and go into industrial. There was just no market. You couldn't get people to come see your show. You couldn't sell tickets. You couldn't fill a bar up. It just wasn't there. The audience wasn't there. It's been a
yeah.
long, strange trip, man.
The problem with like albums and buying albums and stuff nowadays, and this is why I don't do it, because it's ripping off the artists. So, but I mean, I know how to go on to like get a torrent file, say, okay, and I could download somebody's whole catalog, like a band's whole catalog, you know, and just like one file, you know.
Yeah,
Probably take 10, 15 minutes, you know, have their whole
yeah.
catalog.
Well, that was the whole Napster thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a Napster thing, yeah, but you can still do that kind of stuff nowadays through torrent filing.
Just picking up bits of various packets from wherever, putting them together.
Exactly, yeah, it's called distributed computing.
Mm-hmm.
So like you get a file and it pulls little bits and pieces from a whole bunch of computers, whoever is in the swarm, right? It's called the swarm,
Yeah,
and it combines the file into one file from all these little pieces, puts them together, and constructs them. And once it gets all the
took
pieces
away
together,
the
it compiles the file,
bypass.
compiles the
And that
files, and
bypassed peer-to-peer networking was how they got around. Was BitTorrent was the answer to peer-to-peer, right?
right. Yes, yeah. Napster had centralized servers, right?
Yep, yep.
And
And then peer-to-peer, your computer became the server as long as you had the ShareZilla or LimeWire. You could connect right into somebody else's computer. They became their own server, and on that peer-to-peer network, you could leech their drive.
yeah, like everybody became their own server, right?
Yeah, I remember those days, man. I remember that.
Yeah,
And now it's BitTorrent. Just everybody has
BitTorrent,
a
yeah.
little chunk, fragment, or a piece, and
Right, or a lot of people have what's called a seed, you know, um, which is like the full file, you know, and you can contribute that way too.
really,
Yeah.
how are they getting by with that?
Well, okay, like once you've it's called a swarm, right? There's ones that are called seeds. Those are the people that have the complete file, and you can have multiple people doing that. You can also have people in there that have bits and pieces of the file contributing as well, and so you can have all these seeds contributing. A lot of times you get it really fast, you know, because there's a lot of seeds on there. Where a whole bunch of people have the complete files, because you have all these servers all over the place. You can tap into all these other servers out there, multiple, like hundreds of them, even or thousands of them.
So if one dropped, you could pick up off of the next one in line.
Even better than that, if one dropped, that'd be less one than you're picking from. You pick from all of them at the same time.
Oh, so you're getting multiple feeds.
Multiple feeds, yeah, thousands of feeds or whatever. How many's in the swarm? You know, however many's in the swarm. Like you could have 1 million in the swarm. You'd get the file really fast. You know, if you did like they did. You know, depends how big how popular
Okay.
the file is or whatever. But Yeah, you get
Well, that
yeah.
tells you how far removed from that I've been.
Yeah, nowadays it's called distributed networking, where it's not centralized. Everybody's their own server. So if like somebody's computer goes down, you have 300 other or whatever the number happens to be. Say it's 15 in the swarm. When 10 go down, you still have five to pick from. Plus everyone else who's trying to get bits and pieces. If you need a piece for to construct your file, you can pull it from the guy who has that piece. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah.
that's how
It
it
would
is.
have to have the same directory code, and all it is just like a retrieval or starting up a link back up to download something that is a progressive file.
Right. They're called torrent
Make sure,
files.
yeah, yeah. As long as you had the structured uh, information for what was contained within that file, it would go out and retrieve the missing parts, and instead of starting to download all over again.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Because with our old peer to peer stuff, if you got hooked onto somebody, then you kind of hope that they stayed online, because if they went offline while you were downloading, that was it. You know, into download until that person came back online, or you could get back onto their computer. And that
Right.
was one of the downsides, because you could have 8 or 10 downloads going from 8 or 10 different people, and once you get to 98% and they shut their fucking computer down, well, they want your whole fucking download.
Right. Nowadays, you can even if everybody leaves the swarm, everybody stops uploading. It'll wait until somebody comes back on, even just like one person comes back on, and if it finds a some files or bits or pieces of files that it needs from that one computer, it'll request to copy it and pull it to construct the main file that you're trying to construct.
That's that's probably a safer and better way than, because I know once they come down on Napster, you had all these different peer-to-peer sites that come up. And then they came down on them and started threatening everybody and shutting those down. And then you had viruses and false files, and it just got so stupid and ridiculous. And those shut down, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I just started doing my own thing off to the side with music development and creation, and especially with imagery and being able to connect with social media. I just never really seen what happened to it or cared what happened to it, because there was nothing I was looking for. My days of shopping in record stores for a sound were pretty much over with. And that was the big thing. I don't know if it ever went to movies or not. I know I got music videos back in the day. You could get music videos.
Oh yeah, they they do it for everything nowadays: music videos, movies, you name it, computer software, everything.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's like, let's say I wanted
As far as
Ozzy Osbourne's discography. I could search it and go download it probably about 10, maybe about 20, 30 minutes or whatever, His whole library, his whole, every single song he made. I can find a file that has all those in.
right,
Yeah.
that
That's
completely destroys the marketing of music on a digital format. Then
pretty much, yeah. I mean, for people that know what they're doing, yeah, absolutely.
how do
And most
places
people
today
don't
like?
mind to artists, so the artist loses out.
Yeah, how do these how do they distribute music now? and make money off of it.
Oh, they have places that's called like the Apple Play Store. It's called. Um, like artists can upload their music, right, and then they can sell. They sell like whole albums that can be downloaded, or like single tracks, like say track two, $1 to $3, whatever, for a single song, or like a whole album. Maybe like $14 or however much they charge. That's how they're doing it nowadays.
Really?
Yeah, and they put like a DRM, digital rights management technology, in there, so it cannot be copied. However, they do have software that removes that. So you can copy
Right.
it and share it with people, whatever you want to do. Or
I
that's
imagine this
how they
is
make money off
what
it nowadays. Mainly digital
this is
downloads.
top 40 and rap mainstream type stuff. Then is that what it is?
So pretty much all genres.
Huh.
Like I say, you want to listen to some bluegrass band or something. You want to look through, like you could I don't know, like go on Spotify and listen to some. You're like, that's another thing, Spotify. Like you can type in any album you want and listen to it. You can make a playlist of a bunch of albums nowadays, and like if you want to listen to it, you just turn your Spotify on and start listening. Or you can also download. You can download it if you want, like the tracks. Like like I say, you want to get an
So
album,
my,
you can download that, or you can just
my
you can download it from the Play Store, not or the Apple Play Store, whatever it's called, or if you want to pirate it,
that's what my daughter done. Their last release was done somehow digitally like that because I wanted a pressed copy and they didn't have a pressed copy. Everything they had was from master to digital,
yeah, digital. Okay,
and there
yeah,
was no in between.
she might put it on the Apple Music Store or something.
Yeah, she gave me all kinds of links and shit to get to where you can buy her album and the videos and all that shit. But
Oh, okay, that's
I
cool.
guess that's distribution then now, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of a lot of bands direct people to their website where you can pay them, and then you get a link to download it.
Huh.
Top of the morning, top of the morning. How everybody doing?
Morning. How's it going? Oh, hold on a second. That's something in the background. Hold on a second.
Did we lose Chris? There he is. Sorry about that, Chris.
Oh no, I got kicked out or something. I'm not saying you kicked me out. I got booted off somehow. You know.
Yeah, that happens. Fucking.
Yeah,
To the
whatever. I
best,
don't
I
care.
get kicked and booted off
I
of.
just don't like it because it like makes extra work for you or whatever. You know.
It's not extra work. It's just I can't see whenever my phone. After a while, I guess it's the memory, the refresh on it, and I can't see where that little red dot is on the guest to let me know that there's a guest there. And people have to let me know they're in back, or otherwise I would never know.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there's only one phone that I go live from because it's kind of my protected firewall phone. And whenever that refresh on it stops refreshing after a certain amount of time, I lose my little red dot that says you got a guest in, or my doorbell is what I call it, the doorbell.
Oh, I see.
And I
Wow.
can't see who's in back.
Yeah, it's a good thing people are able to notify you somehow, right?
Yeah, otherwise, fuck, man. Yeah, I'd be sitting 90% of the time without guests, wondering where the hell is everybody. But once that freezes up, man, that's it. It's over. It won't let me know shit.
Hey.
But it's the only device I got that I feel comfortable putting online. Everything else, I'm always kind of concerned that third party intrusion.
Right. Yeah, you never know who might try to target you or what the hell, you know?
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of stuff.
We had it was a friendly cage imposter tonight. I don't know if you caught that.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. I wasn't around for that.
Really? Not cage? Had the little astronaut and it had Cage's tag on it. But
Oh, wow.
as soon as there was as soon as they spoke, you knew who it was. Except I didn't at first. I wasn't sure. And then after a couple hints from Dom, I was like, okay, all right, this is cool. But you can check back in the stream, and it's kind of neat because if you didn't know what Cage sounded like, then that was fucking Cage, you know.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you know who Cage is, you know. Yeah.
I just thought it was neat that someone was innovative enough to try and pull Cage off. Well, that's bold.
Yeah. Imagine if I got around the old Cage, man. Whew. Pissed. Or he might just laugh knowing Cage, you know?
Laugh. He'd probably laugh, especially this. He would have got a kick out of this. We all did. We all thought it was pretty cool whenever it came to light. We were all like, okay, this is cool.
Cage. Yeah.
Yeah, it just took you for a loop there for a moment because the last person you would expect someone to try and front themselves as is Cage.
Yeah, like who personates Cage, you know?
That's why I said it's been a psychedelic trip all stream tonight, and I'm contributing it to the inauguration, and that Trump energy is overtaking the United States, and we're all victims of it now.
Yeah. Either like through influence or thought, you know?
The quantum field of Trump.
Gets Trump make America great. What is that? 47 plus 49? Wait, 40, 47, 49, no, 40, 45, 40, 45, 47 is 9/11, right? When you add them two together, yeah.
Oh
45.
fuck, I don't know. I
Four
don't
plus.
pay,
Oh, okay. Well, he's the
I
45th,
don't
47th president, right? 44 plus 5 is 9, and then 47, 4 plus 7 is 11. So you got 911. I don't know. I'm not saying there's anything to that. I'm just interesting, I guess.
well, there's like the last three presidents that have been inaugurated inside have all three taken bullets.
Mm.
Kennedy, Reagan, and Trump. I thought that was odd.
Yeah, that is.
I don't think I'd want that in my track record. You know,
Right.
what's most closely associated with your inauguration? Assassination. Oh shit! Great.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes. Oh man.
He was supposed to come clean on, or he said he was going to, on that disclosure of what the drones were going to be, or what they were. He said the first or second day he was in office, he would disclose that. But
That's probably not
he,
going to happen.
yeah, he didn't today. So he said in the first day or two. So I'm thinking, well, maybe today, tomorrow, what? Or has everybody forgot about that?
Probably forgot about it.
Hello,
Probably these people forgot about the drones. People's memories are so short term nowadays. I don't know.
well, see, I
It can't be.
don't. When there's shit flashing over my head, and there's multiple of them, and nobody can seem to tell me what the fuck they are, I become a little concerned. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm thinking, well, somebody's got to be in control of these fucking things, because lights don't just appear in the sky unless they're heavenly illuminary bodies, and these motherfuckers are moving with intent.
Yeah,
Somebody tell me something.
it's probably drones, dude. You know.
Yeah, if it's drones, was it ours? Was it somebody else's? I mean, who's fucking drones? Okay, it's drones. I can handle that. That's cool. Now, whose were they?
Nobody knows, and whoever does know is not saying. Right.
Exactly. To me, that's an invasion of our airspace.
Yeah, I don't know
My
why
airspace.
I don't know why the military didn't shoot them down, dude. That's what they're supposed to do, right?
Well, you would think.
Yeah, sure.
I would think.
That's their job, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
And
What
some
the
of
hell?
the images that they captured of some of these things, I'm like, what the fuck, man? If that's a fucking drone, that's new technology, because I ain't never seen no shit like that. I ain't
Yeah,
never seen shit move like that.
that's some weird stuff. Is that still going on, those drones, or they quit?
Yeah. No, it's still going.
Oh, shish. Guess they don't
Yeah, well,
report on them.
everybody else is taking their eye off the dime. I still, no, fuck no, man. You don't report shit flying over me in multitudes and expect me just to bury that in the sand in a week or so. No, 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 because I still remember the battle for L.A. Okay, you were shooting at something from the coast of L.A. and you were hitting something because something was attacking. I don't forget that shit.
Yeah. Battlefield A. I gotta check that out.
Hell yeah, man. There was munitions being shot back and forth.
Is that damn Chinese or something?
They never claimed they know who it was.
Oh, okay.
Most of it's denied. You know, they never happened.
They
It was
insult
a
your
military task. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was everything but what it appeared to be.
Huh.
Yeah, look it up, man. The Battle of L.A.
Yeah, okay. Battle of LA. Sheesh. All right.
And then that to me, it's a Mandela effect if there ever was one. But like Black Tom, where the East Coast was bombed during World War II. I don't remember that ever being taught to me in history school or in history in school, or I don't even remember researching that whenever I was studying World War II. But apparently that's a thing. Even the Statue of Liberty was damaged in that attack. I don't remember it. Kind of a new thing to me. But it's in the history books. So whether it happens, whether I remember it or not, it's there now. And that's a thing. I figured these drones would be another like battle for LA. You know, they're just gonna sweep it under the rug. Hopefully, we'll forget about it. You know, and apparently, give it a week and people do forget about it. Uh-oh. King's. Oh, bullshit now. Oh, well. Sorry about that. Just something caught my eye. I'm coming, Chris.
No, thanks.
Okay. Not a problem, man. Not a problem.
I'm
I
not
caught
doing
you
it.
that time.
I'm not playing games, dude. You know, it's
I'm not.
booting me.
No, it's no bother, man. It happens. It's happened to me, man. I've tried to stay on different panels, and you know, my shit was just that particular day, man. I just could not stay present. I kept getting booted, and it wasn't them.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Really doing
it happens. I understand that.
Okay, good. Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, the fucking weird shit happens sometimes, man.
Yeah.
Especially on fucking electronic.
Oh man. You're not kidding. Jeez.
Well, just one phone. It's a relatively new phone. I only used it to monitor the chat, and I left it plugged in with the screen on overnight. And the next morning, I woke up. The fucking back of it is swelled up where it got so hot it blistered the entire back panel of the phone. No wonder the fucker didn't blow up.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
It's supposed to shut off. Yeah, it's supposed to shut off charging automatically.
I didn't. This motherfucker just apparently decided to go one step from catching on fire, man, because it melted the fuck out of the plastic. The back buckle, the cover, the screen popped off of it. I was like, damn.
Well, that's gone. Jeez. Yeah, man, those are supposed to have automatic shut off for the charging, you know?
I didn't. No, this motherfucker just poof, straight on.
Oh.
Guess I'm kind of lucky it didn't fucking blow the fuck up. Oh, Steven's picking on Ian again.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is Ian live right now, or?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with the pictures that he's showing, but apparently, apparently Steven got him some new pictures to play with.
Oh, okay. The way that came out when you said that, oh man, that was funny.
That's what I kind of picture him doing. Is he just sits around and waits for some type of new picture or new content so that he has content.
Yeah. Yeah, something to pick on, or someone to pick on, or something.
Yeah, that's his channel. That's what I associate him with. Is when somebody releases something new, well, Steven will be on it before anybody,
Especially
and he'll be critiquing it.
Oh man, poor Jack. Jeez.
And Talcott still lets Steven up there, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
I
Talcott's
seen him on there a day or so
man.
ago.
He can like got thick skin. Talcott, he can take it.
Right?
Yeah.
But I've seen Steven up on Talcott a couple of times here lately, and Jack's just motoring on doing what Jack does, and then I'll see Steven tearing him apart, and I'm like, damn, man. But yeah, if you got any new content, and you want to find out whether it's noticed or not, just go to Steven's. He'll show you.
Right. It's funny. It's like he's he's a cat or something, waiting around to catch or something.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to, to get across to him, and I, as far as Beck, I like Beck. She's cool people. She hasn't done me no wrong, and I'm going to defend my friends.
Yeah, exactly.
And if he wants to come up here and be a slanderous dickhead about someone that I call friend, well, I've got my own 2 cents to put in there. You come to my channel on my show, and you're attacking someone that I call friend and respect. I'm not going to be I'm not going to be rude and hateful about any of it. I'll be just as viciously cordial as you are, and I'll be as nice about it as you are.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with favoritism or defending anybody's integrity. It's just about, that's my friend, man. Come on. You ain't got enough fucking respect for yourself to be dignified, then let's be indignant together.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I that's one of your characteristics. I guess you could say.
Yeah, call me what you want. I'll agree.
No, I'm trying to get the right word. Like, I don't want to say admire or like, or yeah, I guess that's kind of a generic word, but yeah, that's one of the things that's one of the characteristics I like about you. How you honor a friend's honor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
so cool.
To me, it's a part of friendship.
Yeah, absolutely. That's someone has your back.
Even if it was Cage, somebody was down in Cage, I'm going to stand up for Cage. If he's not there to do it, then I'm going to stand up for him.
Yeah,
unless it's something completely stupid, But no, Cage is my friend. We may have differences and disagreements, and we may butt heads, but in the end of the day, we're friends. Period. We're friends.
That's right.
Dom, same way. I consider him a friend. You're a friend, Maggot, Bex, fuck, man. Fools and Tools, I'm still, Lapis Blue is always going to be one of my favorite people online. She's just got a heart of gold.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate everything she releases and shows, her pictures and her late night, campfires and stuff. She's become a staple of I enjoy this person. I enjoy what they're about. Now, I'm not going to change my perspective, opinion, or ideal of them because some third party idiot wants to come in and flash some negative disposition at them. No, I'll defend them. That's my friend. I think that's what Ian missed was I wasn't defending him for the sake of any type of credibility. I was defending him because he was my friend for quite some time.
Yeah, you have that honor.
And I wasn't going to turn my back on him just because everybody else had. Yeah.
Hey, no, Axis, that would be totally out of character. Even I know that about you. That'd be totally out of character to follow the crowd just because everyone else is, like you're going to stand alone. If you have to, you're going to stand alone and say, no, that's, yeah, he's my friend and I have his back,
My integrity is all I have. My word and my integrity. Outside of that, it's all material, man.
Absolutely. That's just all we have as men, is our word. Really. You get down to
word and integrity.
Without your integrity, you don't have jack, dude.
No, you don't.
You're done if you lose your integrity. You're done.
Yeah, well, you have nothing substantial about you then. There's nothing that defines you as a clear-cut, solid person. You're then as flexible as water, and you can sway to any direction that the current takes you. Fuck that. I at least like to think that I have substance to me. If anything else, may not be the best substance, but goddamn it, it's substance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Absolutely, man. You understand that man's word, is his bond. There you go. Yeah, man's word is his bond. That works.
Yeah, it should always be.
You told
really
Cage,
should.
whoever you're their friend, and that's settled. That's done. I'm their
Yeah,
friend.
it's over.
Yeah.
No more needs to be said. And no matter what, at the course of the day, whether we butt heads or bark and growl or scream or whatever, at the end of the day, when it's said and done, it's forgotten. Tomorrow's a new day, man, and everything is just brushed off. It doesn't hold substantial enough impact for it to be carried over anywhere. Because I know at the core, there's a reason that I chose to be friends with that person.
Sure. In case it wasn't clear, I consider you a friend as well.
Well, yeah, Chris. We've developed a pretty good relationship, talking back and forth, bumping into each other, even being able to communicate as well as we do. Yeah, there's absolutely a friendship there.
Right on.
Yep. There's no agenda. It's just two people coming together, sharing information, life experience, observation, and it's all good.
Absolutely.
What I enjoy about a lot of the people that show up in my chat is, they're good people. They have substance to them. And I like that.
Yeah,
and 9 times out of 10, there's something to say. They have something worthwhile to read, or they have something worthwhile to say that I go, wow, man, I'm really happy that person's with us.
Yeah, a little bring a different perspective or some kind of spin to it, Oh yeah.
And when they start chatting amongst themselves in the chat, that's even better. That's a few people together that are communicating freely, and I, fuck, go for it.
Absolutely, that's right. That's so cool. Like that's the point of this stuff, to have fellowship and hang out, whatever, and get to know people and all that.
Yeah, the minute that they tried to socially weaponize this as a, platform operators targeting people and, ostracizing them, these old cults of personality and stuff, I knew right away that, I don't want to be a part of that. I'd rather be an individual odd person out than I would be to just go with the sway of what the group is doing or what seems to be the accepted ideal. I can make up my own mind there. And I would hope that people come here can make up their own mind.
Yeah, it's like that's what I said. That's what I see you like. 'Cause I forgot how it went, but I've seen you stand alone in a crowd of people. Saying what you think. Like not really cool. Just because the crowd says it or whatever, I'm gonna say it. No, you take a step back.
I'll stand.
Take a step back and say, I'm gonna think about this for myself.
I think that's a true sign of integrity.
Yeah.
If you're convicted by it, stand on it. If you're going to stand on it, stand in it, be it.
Sure.
I think that's why some of these channels. Well, and I don't want to just pick on Steven, but he has to he has to point at people, or he has to kind of target people to have some type of substance to who he is. Where he used to not have to have that. Do you know that he used to actually put out good content?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he used to put out informative content, thought-provoking content. He was pretty good at it. I don't know what happened, where the change in his perspective came in. Something changed because his content changed, and then instead of it being a message and an ideal, or it became what it is now.
Yeah, mainly stuff I've seen of his is troll stuff, troll stuff. Sometimes it's pretty funny, but I mean, I don't know. It's just not
Yeah,
I don't know, not like in a mean way. It's just funny sometimes.
Well, I don't take him with seriousness. I can't. And for him to expect anybody to take him with some seriousness with his approach, it's just that's kind of unreasonable expectation on his part. Especially if you go back and you look at some of the earlier stuff that he'd done that was informative and that was thought provoking. You're just like, what happened to that person? Where is that person? What jaded them to the point where they just made a spoof of themselves?
Yeah, he does. No, I'm not gonna say anything. I want to be nice, but I wonder what happened, right? It's like,
yeah, I don't know. That's what I was wondering. What jaded him? Something jaded him. Whether it was just absolute disgust with the social media and the internet, where he just basically took a mental vomit and just said, it ain't worth it, fuck it all, or whether he actually developed a psychosis.
yeah, I see certain psychological patterns in him, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to. you know, like I'm not trying to get like I'm not going to try to get vengeance on him or anything that kind of stuff. You know, I'm just going to leave it at that.
No, he would thrive on that. Yeah, I would. No, he would thrive on that. That's why I don't. You know, if he shows up here, he's just as welcome as any other guest. But he's going to get what he, you know, he's going to get whatever he's given, and he's
Oh
going to
yeah,
get the reflective nature of that. But I'm not going to pursue it.
no. It's yeah, you're right. Don't. All I'm saying is like I see certain psychological patterns in him that I'm not going to say because I don't want to tarnish his name or anything. You know, like
All right, that's respectful, man. And it is what it is with him. You know, he'll eventually come out in the wash.
yeah, sure, absolutely, it'll be known.
So it's just a matter of him revealing himself over the course of time, which he's doing. All you got to do is give him enough rope.
Yeah, I've seen it, but like some people don't know what to look for, might not see it, but I don't want to. I don't want people honing in on that or digging within that. You know.
Right. Just let him hang himself, man.
Yeah.
You don't even have to apply energy to him hanging himself. But he is an interesting character. That's why, you know, and as long as you're coming up here and you're not porn bombing me or trying to overtalk me, or you've got some type of dignity about you in communication, I'm not going to tell you no, because I don't oppose opposition.
Right. And you shouldn't. You know, and those guidelines you gave are perfectly reasonable.
They've worked so far.
Yeah, as long as you don't cut somebody off, you know, and be disrespectful or whatever, you know, and it's fine.
Well, I like the fact that people who have come here, and even if there's been indifference, they're still comfortable coming back, you know, and they're not held to their last visit. They're held to what they're about to do. You know, their next performance is going to be that mark of them, and then they have to live up to that with the next one. But I'm not going to carry that over and be like, you know, I'm not going to let you on my channel, or I'm going to start targeting you because of your last appearance on a live stream. No, I'll give you a fresh shot at fucking yourself up real good and proper, or redeeming yourself.
Yeah, there you go. Redemption.
If redemption is necessary. Yeah. You know, there's been channels that I've had to redeem myself because I was either mentally in a bad place, or I had misconstrued something, or, you know, there's been confusion and I've misinterpreted. And yeah, I've got to go back with some humility.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You're just trying to restore relations, you know?
Keep relations open and restore them. And I'm glad they afforded me that. You know, they didn't have to, but a lot of places have. You know, they've been really patient with me, considering some even more so than others. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. You know, fuck, if they can be that patient with me, then I need to learn to be that patient with others.
Oh yeah, because you see the kindness afforded to you, so in some way it's gonna have an effect on you to change you for the better, I would say.
I would hope that at least I was intelligent enough to learn from it or notice it. And props to anybody that has given me that room to re-represent myself. A lot of channels aren't so forgiving, and once you fuck up, that's it. You're held to it forever.
Until they forget about it, right?
A week later.
Yeah, right.
What drones?
That was like 3 years ago. What are you talking about?
Right? There's a guy, Mr. MRB333, who's been covering the drones on a regular, and he gets new pictures in almost daily of the drones that are still above us and still flying over, and he gets new content. And there's another channel associated with KJ Osborne, and they get pictures in almost every day of the new drone footage. So they haven't went anywhere. They're still up there.
Mm.
And they're still being covered, but by certain channels. And some of them are on Rumble because YouTube will take them down.
Yeah, YouTube's a big free speech violator. I don't know. I don't know if the government owns YouTube or what. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. It'd be a perfect thing for them to own. The government's so inept. That they would they do something like buy YouTube and have a private company run it. It's so inept, right?
Just remember, there's an FCC still active, and as long as that FCC is still active, then all your video broadcasts, your audio broadcasts are still monitored by the FCC and still have to hold to some type of FCC guideline. If it wasn't, then they couldn't get you with any type of copyright infringement.
Right. Yeah, because there's nobody to enforce it.
Right. And FCC is federal. As in federal government. But see, they don't mention the FCC much anymore.
They don't. You're right. Yeah. So. Interesting.
FCC guidelines, rules, and regulations for broadcasting.
Did you ever run across a pirate radio station like on the FM dial?
Years ago, I did. I've only ran into one in my whole time of being a music listener, and it didn't last very long.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I think it lasted maybe 6 weeks.
Oh wow!
And it was off and on. Yeah, it was off and on. It was sporadic. You didn't know if it was going to be there or not. And the one that gave way to it was Bubba the Love Sponge out of Chicago. They would rebroadcast Bubba the Love Sponge on that little pirate radio because everybody was blocking Bubba the Love Sponge content. He was really controversial, and he would do some really fucked up shit, especially to other disc jockeys. And he would always air his annex, and he would give out the address to the studio to have lesbian chicks. He was stuck on lesbian chicks, and he would have lesbian chicks come in the studio and party and all kinds of fun shit, man. And he would most of his broadcasts were pulled, and he's been shut down in the middle of broadcasts too.
Oh wow!
And yeah, but this little pirate radio station, I guess they recorded Bubba the Love Sponge, and then they would rebroadcast him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was thinking of building a pirate radio station, like an FM transmitter and all that, and get
Be careful with that, man. That's still FCC grounds.
Oh, okay.
They will hit you with fucking federal charges.
Mm.
Pirating bandwidth, illegal broadcasting, and then anything that you broadcast that has a copyright to it, you're going to get nailed for that too.
Oh crap. Okay. Wow. Stack the charges up, huh?
Yep, absolutely. These days it's better to set up a personalized server, a website, and a couple social media platforms that lead to your website that has the pirated or the more extreme content on your own server, and then that way you're a little further away from being able to be reached, and then you can put up IP rotators and firewalls and third-party directories and uh, VPNs, and you can just shield yourself all the way around the block and still get out there what you want to say. Because I don't know that anybody even listens to open air frequencies like FM anymore.
Yeah, does anybody do that? Except like in your nobody does that. Everybody listens to Spotify nowadays or whatever, right?
Right, it's all digital satellite radio as far as I knew. And what is left on the dial, there's only like 4 or 5 stations here in the city that still have music, and you may hear 2 songs in an hour, and the rest of it's commercials, man. Fucking commercials, advertisements, and then you'll have 1 or 2 songs. I'm like, fuck, man, it ain't even worth having.
Yeah. Like you get your phone, you know, the internet through your phone. Like you can listen to like Spotify or something, and or even YouTube, you know, play some music that way, you know.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I think phones are now kind of your where you used to have your entertainment center in your home. It's kind of in your phone now.
Right.
You can watch movies, listen to music, interact. I mean, fuck, it's everything. Video games.
Yep. True. Like you take your albums, right? Like your CDs or whatnot. You can digitize those and put them on your phone, right? And you can do
Right?
that. You can play like music through your phone, and when you're in your car or whatever, if you want to do that, or you know, so you don't have to use your internet to do it. You know,
No commercials.
Exactly.
And that was always my complaint was commercial radio, was commercials. You know, and then back in the day when you had good radio stations, you could hear, you know, the biggest part of an hour was music. You may have had 15 minutes in that hour that was advertisement. Now you may have 15 minutes of music and the other 45 is advertisement.
Yeah. Oh, that's ridiculous, dude. I guess people forgot about the old ways or something, huh?
Well, yeah, and some of the songs that I used to listen to on the radio growing up are now because of the woke crowd and because of the social climate aren't allowed to be played anymore, just because the gratuity of it or the innuendo. Mick Jagger, Brown Sugar. That's one that won't ever be played on the radio again.
Oh, brown people.
There's several. There's several. Well, Brown Sugar was about black pussy.
Oh, okay. I didn't really read the lyrics or anything, you know, but
You know, and it also had a drug innuendo reference in it. And that's another one, like Heroin by Lou Reed. You're not going to hear that on the radio anymore.
Oh wow.
Velvet Underground, yeah, that's another one that's gone to history. A lot of those songs that we grew up and listened to and never thought twice about, they're not radio friendly anymore.
Wow. Woke crowd. Man.
Yeah. Yeah, and I thought it was bad back whenever people were, storming in the churches about heavy metal being Satan's music and the Satanic Panic and, burning albums. And then here comes the TMRC. Well, let's put stickers and warnings on it. And then next thing you know, it's gone beyond censorship. You've completely demonized a whole genre of music to fit your agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, not all metal's like satanic,
No, most of the metal that I remember growing up to was about partying, about being rebellious, about rock and roll itself.
Yeah.
Had shit to do. I don't recall, Jimi Hendrix, or I don't recall any of these the Doors or any of them having satanic worship sessions at their concerts or even remotely in their music. And those were the pioneers. I mean, the satanic shit didn't come around till you had Alice Cooper, who did a satirical look at Satanism. He kind of had the devil is an adversary, and it's kind of a humorous aspect with shock and shock artistry to it. And then AC/DC, they had lots of references to hell and the devil in their music, but I don't take AC/DC as being the host of a black mass in some underground synagogue somewhere or some temple. Sorry, man, especially not today. Have you seen Angus?
No.
Yeah, he hasn't aged very well. Unless he's a lot older than I remember. Which could be. That's the same with Keith Richards and Mick Jagger. How the fuck are those some bitches still around? Geriatric motherfuckers? You're touring? What?
Yeah. Man, dude.
I just don't see them as being satanic. I've never seen Ozzy as being satanic. I've seen a lot of, and I've, even his lyrics are more using the observation that, this evil is present and this is the personification of what evil does, but I didn't ever hear him condoning it. I just heard him making an observation of it, or an entertainment, kind of a scary movie approach to what evil is or what the devil was. But I didn't see him like Slayer. Slayer was more of a more suggestive in the nature of satanic worship than I believe that Black Sabbath was.
Yeah, like what was that? Remember, Angel of Death, rocking to the kingdom of the dead.
dead skin masks, ceremonial, sacrifice, raining blood, even Venom, at war with Christ, in league with the devil. Uh, those bands were more promoting the ideal of what would be considered, I guess, satanic rock, but not Black Sabbath to my notion, and definitely not Ozzy in a solo manner.
Mm.
Closest he came was maybe a tribute to Crowley, Aleister Crowley. Everything else he done was about drugs and partying and rock and roll.
What's what was those guys? God, I can't remember their name. What were they about? When they say that rocket, yeah, take me to the moon. Remember that? Something like that. Def Leppard, I think. No.
Def Leppard, yeah, they did a song called Rocket.
Yeah, Def Leppard, yeah, that's it. Yeah, they're mainly about drugs, women, and whatever, like
sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
The Scorpions, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. All those old bands, man. It was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It wasn't until the church come along that suddenly it became a force for the Lord of Darkness, and even they played on it. All publicity is good publicity when you need publicity. So what the fuck, man? You want to call us devil worshippers? Well, that's fine. Call us that all you want, but make sure you do it where everybody can hear it so they know that the name of our group is attached to that, because we need album sales.
Pretty much. Do you remember that? Remember the Church of Satan's daughter? Remember Anton LaVey's daughter? Remember her?
Yeah, she took over for Anton LaVey when he died. Yeah.
Well, she used to be in a band with a Mr. Werewolf guy. Remember him? The werewolf?
No, I don't. Werewolf. No.
Yeah, not werewolf. Vampire. I'm sorry. Yeah, vampire. Mr. Vampire guy. Anyways, he had a band that was kind of out there, man. Like, I forgot the name of it, but Anton LaVey's daughter and the werewolf guy. His music's on YouTube, But, that I'd say that's probably satanic right there,
Well, when I heard Anton LaVey reciting the Devil's Hymn to the battle song of the Republic, I really, at that point, lost any type of seriousness towards Anton LaVey, because you can't listen to the battle hymn of the Republic with him trying to be seriously quoting some satanic shit without busting out laughing, because it's that fucking funny. And when I heard that, I realized this guy doesn't even take himself serious. And if he can't take himself serious, I can't take him serious. But I never bought into Aleister Crowley, never bought into Blavatsky, I never bought into LaVey. I just never bought into commercialized Satanism. To me, that's everything that Satanism stands against, is commercialization.
Oh yeah, okay. Somebody told me that Satanism's like about the self, right? The individual and doing what you will, right? Something
Yeah,
like that.
hedonism.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hedonism.
Filling your own desires, vowing to know God, becoming your own source of strength, your own deity, your desires and your intention above all others, self satisfaction at the cost of whoever. You know, these are attributes, and the laws that they have attributed to Satanism these days, that's not true Satanism. That's, you know, that's not adversarial behavior. Most of it's compliant and actually coincides with Christianity and natural law. Doesn't sound very rebellious to me.
Hmm. Well, that band is called Radio Werewolf. It's called Radio Werewolf. That's
Radio
interesting.
Werewolf.
Radio Werewolf. Yeah.
See, the first original, I guess, satanic band that I started listening to would have been Venom.
Oh, Venom.
Yeah,
What kind of band was that?
They were really heavy metal, and they, you know, they announced it just as plain as day. You know, in league with Satan. You know, Countess Bathory. You know, they denied not that they were Satanists.
Oh, okay. Wow. They're pretty good music.
For the time, it was, as far as speed metal and you know, really heavy metal went. But today they don't hold a candle to shit. Though their lyrics aren't scream lyrics like Cradle of Filth. You know, they try and be all edgy and shit, but that screaming ass voice that you can't understand what the fuck he's saying, I just can't get into that with my metal. I like the heaviness, but that voice has got to go.
Yeah, the music is great. A lot of those bands, but the voice, yeah, that's what. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, Dimmerberger, that's another one. You know, great music, shitty vocals. That screamy fucking whatever we're doing, I'm not about it. It's not. It destroys everything about it. But
Bathory,
Venom,
pretty cool band. Swedish band, Swedish metal. Bathory, you know, country of Sweden.
that's where a lot of that black metal comes from now, and its roots were out of Sweden. Real dark, aggressive, heinous, no limit to our sickness music. Yeah, that's Sweden.
Wow, like what's it, dude? I better start doing mind exercises. My memory's starting to get screwed. You know, I don't know what's going on, man.
I think it's happening to all. I think it's in what we're subjected to. Refresh rates on our monitors and televisions and phones, the DPI, just different frequencies deteriorating parts of the brain, because I know it's having an effect on optic, retina, being able to see. People have terrible eyesight anymore.
Yeah.
And they don't have shit for memory.
I know, dude. Like, what the hell, man? Like, I better get away from these stupid phones and stuff. You know, like, stop using them so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've done sacrificed myself on the cross of digital living. I've already. That's why when people are like, "Take a break, man, shut it down, get away from that," you know, I've already crucified myself in it. I understand that. I have no eyesight left no more. I got shit for a memory. Um, I'm probably saturated in every frequency that I haven't subjected myself to, that they've probably subjected me to. I mean, at this point, it's just like taking a bloody stump and putting a band-aid on it. What's the point?
Hey, Cage is here. Or is that fake Cage?
I'm not sure. Hold on, we'll find out. Oh, it's still me and you in the back.
Oh, okay. Thanks for checking. Hey, Cage, if that's you, come up here, man. If you're still here, please. Me and
Yeah,
Axel miss you.
I think that might be the real Cage. Cage reality. Caged reality.
One and the only. Cage reality.
Yeah. Wonder if he's aware that he's got an imposter running around.
I don't know. All I can do is laugh at a Cage imposter. You know, I don't care if Cage likes it or not. You know, I'm gonna laugh at him.
And then we got Cotton Picker.
It's because it's Cage. That's why. You know, it's like hard to explain. You know, like for somebody else, probably not so much so. But Cage, yeah, it's funny. It's Cage. I don't know why. It's just something about it.
Because it's damn near impossible to pull that one off. How the fuck do you pull off impersonating Cage? Come on, really?
Yeah, you don't do that. Cage is one of a kind. You don't do that. You know?
I mean, that's a bold attempt at failure right there. You can impersonate a lot of people, but come on, really? I think even AI would just go, no, not this one. No, we can do Talcott, we can do Manly P. Hall, but we're not doing Cage. No,
Yeah.
Even AI backed off that one.
Yeah, it's too random, you know, like no. Is Cage broadcasting right now? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I've not been scanning the dials and checking all the feeds.
Oh, come on, Cage, you're letting me down now. You're not gonna come up? Damn. All right.
Oh, he says there's no fucking link, man.
You're depressing me, Cage.
Suppose it might help if I drop a link down there to somebody.
It might, yeah.
They might be able to
Come on,
find
Cage,
their way up here then.
Pull over, Cage, and come to this link and talk to us, please. Just pull over. It's only going to take 2 minutes, you know?
There we go. There's a link. See, if I don't keep on top of shit, man, it just
flows right over your head. There you
yeah,
go, Cage.
fuck yeah.
Link has been dropped, Cage. Pull over, sacrifice.
That's for anybody, you know.
And come up here, please. Yeah. Yeah.
We want to see if it's you or your imposter.
Yeah. Cage, man.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I thought Cage was showing up on panel, and you know, I was ready to address Cage, and I hear this voice, and I'm like, that ain't fucking Cage, man. And I listened to it for a second. I thought, are you talking through AI, dude?
Yeah, it's like only Cage can do Cage, dude. What the heck, you know? It's like,
yeah, even Steven was like, that ain't Cage.
seems like, yeah. Like, what's up with that? Just, I mean, freaking Cage.
And Steven's been rolling strong tonight since he left out of here. He's got some Randy Ramirez go up there on fucking screen, some serial killers, and
Oh boy.
yeah, he's coming across strong.
Remember we were looking at the best serial killers of all time that one time? It turned out to be like one of the best ones is a Russian. Remember that?
Yeah, that was a good stream, man. People hated that. You know,
Oh,
either
did
they
they?
loved it or they hated it. Yeah, it didn't get an in between. Either
Oh,
people were like fucking cool, or they were like, that was the most horrendous thing you could have ever done. I'm like, fuck, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a really good stream. It's one of my more memorable ones for me, because we just got on there and just started railroading it about fucking serial killers, and I don't always like to just sit around and talk about the esoterics all the time, or I don't always have to entertain deep thought. Sometimes I
right.
can just hang out and be as superficial as the rest of everybody else. I'm capable of that.
Dare I say a normie?
Yeah,
Yeah,
occasionally.
you're capable of being that too, Axel. Axel. Yes, you are.
Yeah, I still live in the same universe as everybody else. I still go through the same shit as everybody else. Just sometimes I take a more esoteric look at things and a more abstract, and I present that. But it's not all the fucking time. Sometimes even
Right.
I have to take a break from myself. God damn, you're pretentious, man. Just give it all up. Go away for a while.
Go to normie territory sometime, huh? How about that?
Yeah, kick back and relax, man. Take it easy. It's not that fucking serious.
Can't you go into fantasy land once in a while and just enjoy yourself? You always have to be so serious and
It would seem that's what is to be expected at times, but if I start to break that mold or that pattern, then I get called out. He's starting to show some normalization. We gotta throw something satanic at him, or at least accuse him of something satanic. Demon.
Yeah.
There we go. Now he's good again. See, he's bought it. Death. Okay, yeah, he's hook, line, and sinker now.
Yeah, pick that one. Jeez. Hey, Cage, get in here, brother. Come on, man. Just pull over. It'll take you 2 minutes. All you gotta do is tap that link, man, and come in.
Yeah, isn't it kind of no? I guess not. Not for Cage. This would be kind of his late afternoon, wouldn't it?
Let's see, in foreign country, it's almost
He's on the same time zone as me.
It's almost lunchtime for Cage. Can you believe that? No, it's not. I was looking at the wrong time. It's like 7:30 in the morning for Cage. Or 8:30.
Yeah, he's on the same time zone as I am. It's just that we in two different countries, but
I think Cage lives above Maine or something,
Yeah, he's up there above Michigan somewhere, up in that area. I know if I leave out of here and I keep heading north, eventually I'll hit him.
You should, if you drive anymore or whatever, you should go visit Cage, like maybe,
They won't let me across the border.
Oh, crap. Okay. That sucks.
Yeah, no border crossings for me. Used to just show them your ID and you could get into Canada. about 20 years ago.
Now they're all like, illegal aliens. Well,
They ask too many fucking questions for me to answer. If they was to ask questions, I don't want to answer.
yeah, I don't blame you.
So that puts a halt on that border for me. And if they decide to detain somebody, I don't want it to be me.
Yeah, that's no position to be in.
Yeah, I know my grubby little habits, and if I got in Canada where I had free access to shit that I don't hear, then I'm probably going to get my grubby little hands into it and challenge the odds of getting it across the border, and I don't want to risk that either because I know me too well. That'd be like putting me in a fucking field of weed and going, "Don't smoke any of it. Don't touch it. Don't do it." Oh,
Yeah.
fuck you, man. It's all field of it here. I don't give a shit.
What the hell's wrong with you? You should have packed me some, pack me some too.
Right?
Don't just put it in the back trunk and say don't touch it, and where's mine? You should give me a little baggie or something, tide me over. What the hell,
Right. Don't put it in front of me and expect me not to partake because it's not going to happen that way. If it's in front of me, something's going to happen.
If
And I know
they
myself
want
that
cargo
well.
not to be touched, they better give you some of that cargo for yourself,
Right. And if I'm coming back across the border and they say no, then, my ass is fucked because I know me. And I won't just try and fit the buds. I'll be trying to fit like 2 plants, a couple pounds, and fill my tires up with fucking weed and reinflate them. And my gas tank would be half plastic with a tracer line across it so I can stuff shit in the other side of it. I'd always be miserable. I'd be all kinds of busted.
You could get some of that what do they call that cage? Stanky or whatever these kids say nowadays. You get some of that stanky.
Yeah, it would be on. And I wouldn't even. I'm so old, man. I wouldn't even know how to look nonchalant and casually come across indistinguishable from others. I'd be looking guilty as hell. Sweat be pouring off of me. My fucking hands would be shaking on the steering wheel. Be like, I can't wait to get back to fucking Indiana with this. Yeah.
That's the place to hide weed. If you have like a small amount, and put it right on the dashboard, like underneath plastic, like underneath a brown paper bag or something.
Oh shit! Don't give me ideals. Don't give me ideals. That's bad.
That's how I used to smuggle. When I was a kid, that's how I used to smuggle firecrackers across from Mexico into the United States. In California, I put it right on the dashboard. And put fireworks right underneath a brown paper bag.
Well, I can tell you, anytime I've hidden money in a Bible, it's always been there.
Wow.
Yep. I can put a Bible in a car, put a couple $100 in it, and I know that when I go for that money in that Bible, it's still going to be in there. And that Bible will still be sitting in the exact same place.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. You can stash money anywhere in your car, motherfucker will find it. You put it in a Bible, no one will touch it.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Yep. And if you have a volume of like biblical stories and you cut those out and you make those little stash boxes out of your biblical storybooks, fuck, you got infinite storage, man. Ain't nobody going to touch them books. Ain't nobody interested in them stories.
Right? It's like, yeah, they're not going to look, like.
Well, you become creative when you grow up in a household of Christians like that. And there's volumes of Noah's flood and Samson and Delilah and all these different things, It's like, I got no use for them books, man, but they ordered them. Now there's a shelf full of them. What can I do with it? Hide shit.
Yeah, they never read them, but they order them, though. Like,
yeah. Oh, by the dozens. Yeah, we had a bookshelf full of them. All kinds of religious stories and Bibles and children's Bible books and shit that they. I don't know. I guess they felt guilty that if they didn't buy it from the traveling salesman, that they were going to go to hell or something. I don't know. But we had a
No,
bookshelf
it's not
full of.
it. They just like they bought it with like the intent of reading it sometime in the future, kind of thing. You know how that goes. You buy something and with intentions to do it or whatever. You know, you put it off, and then eventually you forget about it or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I do that with certain food in the refrigerator. I got to be in a real desperate situation to get to that.
Do you cook for yourself or?
But yeah, I microwave.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't touched a stove in years, man. I'm paranoid of them. Scared to fucking death of a stove.
Ooh. Had bad experience one time?
Several times. Yeah, fuck
Several
a stove. I got no use for a stove. Open fire, fine. That I can deal with. Barbecue grill, cool. I'm down with that. Microwave, not a problem. Goddamn cook stove, fuck that. I'm not part of it.
Pull out some oh man. You know those bratwurst sausages?
Mm-hmm.
Do they make those in beef, I wonder? Or is it just all pork?
Well, you'd think they'd make them in beef, turkey, chicken, pork. I mean, the original ones are going to be pork if you want traditional.
Yeah.
But
I want some beef ones, man. Those things are good, man.
I never had the beef, or I'm sure I've had the turkey, maybe substitute if there is one, because I used to substitute my beef for ground turkey.
Oh, okay. That'll work. Yeah, I like the taste of pork, but I, I don't know. It's just not that clean, in my opinion. You know, it's not a clean
No,
animal.
it's not. But damn, bacon sandwich tastes good,
Oh man, one of the best, dude.
right?
Right. Yeah, especially like bacon. Oh man.
Just yeah, bacon. The only time I get bacon is whenever, on the rare occasion, maybe if I'm lucky, once every 6 months, I'll get a bacon cheeseburger,
Ooh.
and I'll feel brave.
Ooh.
And
Man.
oh man, yeah, bacon cheeseburger, and I'm like, tear into that son of a bitch.
Yeah.
To see if I did it all the time, I would get stuck on it, and that's all I would eat then. And
Yeah,
then
then it wouldn't be healthy, you know.
yeah, my health would definitely be kicked out the fucking door then. At least this way, I'm getting some type of nutrients in me. Otherwise, it would be bacon cheeseburgers 24 hours a day.
Oh, you know it. That and steak burritos, man. Ooh.
Yeah, cheesecake.
Oh, that
I'm a
too,
sucker
dude.
for cheesecake. Yeah, I eat a whole fucking cheesecake. Put that fucker down on that table. See what happens.
And New York cheesecake, yeah.
Yeah, whether I want to eat it or not, I'm going to eat it. I know me.
Absolutely. They shouldn't put it in front of you, you know.
Yeah, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Bacon cheeseburger, cheesecake. Yeah, I'm good for a couple hours.
Cage is probably like screaming, you know, right now. What the hell are you guys doing? You're ruining your health. You know.
Getting ready to light up a cigarette.
Yeah, he's running a cigarette, right? Yeah.
Going to take another slurp out of this sleep medicine bottle here and smoke
Dude,
another cigarette. And
aren't you
I'm
immune
not
to
shitting you,
that?
man.
You're like immune to that,
Hmm?
huh? Like the sleep medicine stuff.
Yeah, I just got this bottle today. Mm.
Mm.
But
I'm
this is
just
the
joking.
bigger bottle.
I
The
say
one
no.
I had, the one I had yesterday was right here. It is. This is the one I had yesterday was looks like 8 ounces, and this one's 12 ounces.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I'm moving up, man.
Yeah, graduating, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I don't need the little old 8 ounce bottle anymore. I can chug on the 12 ounce now.
Get the cherry ones. You know, those are pretty good. The cherry ones.
That's what I got, man.
Oh,
It's
nice.
cherry.
Smart. Smart.
Yeah, cold and flu, nighttime relief, cherry flavor.
I mean, if you're gonna drink it, might as well taste halfway decent. You know.
Right, right. I figure I get halfway through this, I might get some sleep.
Oh my god, dude! If I tried to drink that much, dude, I would, dude, I wouldn't I wouldn't wake up for like 2-3 days, dude. Cage,
Uh,
hey, welcome here, buddy.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Not
oh,
much, not
that's
much.
Cage.
Glad to see you,
What,
man.
That's the
you
real
had an
one.
imposter? Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Oh, no. What were they
yeah,
doing?
man.
They're doing
Cage
crazy.
going around, dude.
Oh, wow.
Straight up,
What
man.
were they trying to porn bomb or something?
No, no, it's an associate of yours.
Oh, it's someone I know?
Yeah,
Told you he
yeah.
would laugh.
I thought it
Who is
was
it, the
you.
fucking, who is it, the lawyer?
You'll just have to go back and through the stream, and you'll see it because you'll see your icon with a little man on the moon, blue, and it says Cage. Because I thought it was you. I seriously did. Steven was up here, and I absolutely thought it was you until I heard it speak, and I was like, hold on. No, that ain't right.
What the fuck? What was he talking about after? Did you leave him on or you kick him off?
No, hell, we had a great conversation after Steven left.
Oh, with the fake Cage?
Yeah, yeah.
I think I know.
Yeah.
It's probably AJ.
Yeah, I figured out how to ward Steven off. All I got to do is head to the bathroom and take a tribute piss to Steven, and he disappears. Gone.
What do you mean?
Fucking credit too.
The last 2 times it's worked.
You're using urine magic on him?
Yes.
There you go. I'm just heading.
Yeah.
This place opens at 8. I'm trying to head over there early. It's fucking busy already out here. All the slaves are getting up for work.
What the hell are you doing, Cage?
I'm going to meet people at this place at 8.
Oh, okay.
Quick.
Well, just be yourself, you know? Like, like, don't try to impress anybody or do any BS. Just be yourself, you know? You're fine.
Oh, yeah.
Unless she's attractive enough.
Just dropping something off.
Oh, okay.
We out here.
But I've decided my next girlfriend or girlfriends are going to be digital. I've decided no more humans. I'm done with the human species. I want a half a dozen of these female android chicks.
That's what went through my mind. I was like, Cage said, God, I said, no.
No.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Axis gonna be banging a doll and shit. What are you, fucking Hank?
Not a doll, an AI woman, man.
Yeah, but it's pretty much a robot. Like fucking. Yeah, that's what it is.
Dude, Cage makes those robots, you know? That you want to have relations with those stupid things Cage makes?
Yeah, what personality you want?
Well, I don't know. I was thinking to start off as a beginner, I'd just go get an inflatomate, stick a Siri up her ass, and just start asking it dirty questions.
Yeah, you know, you get a Google Nest, put it inside, inflate it up. There you go.
That way, I don't seem so amateurish whenever I get the real thing, the real Pimbot. You know.
Yeah, Cage program it for you, you know?
You know they have. I've seen on the news over here. It was the first one in North America. They have a fucking robot brothel here in the city.
Oh hell no!
Yep.
Dude, that place deserves to be F-bombed, dude.
Firebomb. Yeah, they do, apparently. I seen it on the news. They have a. Imagine the type of motherfuckers that go to that thing. Who's cleaning that shit after?
Oh man, I don't even want to think about that, dude. Oh, that's just rotten nasty to
That's
even
fucking
think about.
disgusting.
It's wrong on so many levels, man. Like,
it's fucked up.
Yeah, because yeah, that would be you know. Nope.
Yeah, no, fuck that. Oh man.
Wonder how you would clean your AI robot. You could stick a hose up its ass?
I don't even fucking know. Maybe it's detachable.
I don't know. Has it got a shower nozzle screw in its ass, and you can just let the water do its thing?
I mean, logically thinking about it, you would design it in a way that you could take it apart and get easy access to it to clean it, you know, and put it back together again.
That's right. What the hell am I thinking? It's a robot. Detachable pussy.
Yeah, it probably detaches. It's like a fleshlight. Yeah, that's kind of
Wow.
sad though. There's gonna be a bunch of people withdrawing from society and shit. You guys ever seen that movie Artificial Intelligence?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No.
Artificial Intelligence with the robots. It's like the kid robot and like the gigolo robot and shit. That one's pretty on point with tech they have now.
Interesting.
I thought, yeah, you haven't seen that, Chris?
No.
That's kind of a staple in AI innovation as far as movies and classic movies go.
Dude, I haven't watched a movie, Cage, for like over, what, probably 10, 12 years?
Yeah, I think this movie's probably from like the early 2000s or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty old. It has the creepy little boy in it from he played in a couple creepy movies. Yeah. Smells dead people.
Yeah, that little fucker.
And then I don't know who the android guy is, but he does a fairly decent role in it. And apparently prostitution is completely given over to androids at that point in time.
Yeah, they're on point with that.
Well, I'm thinking if I want 6 of them. I want them in the closet, and they just line up. And whenever I want them, I little button I push over here, and they all come walking out, and they're all coherently speaking about the same thing. So you know, gotta live the fantasy.
Access as a fucking AI dungeon.
Yeah, AI dungeon. Have them do a little burlesque show and strip teasing and the whole 9 yards, man.
That's fucked.
Problem is there's just one look that I would go for, or would I want 6 different looks?
Oh my god! Please stop, man.
Thinking,
You're traumatizing Chris, bro.
well, it's a logical question. I mean, you got the choice of 6 girls looking exactly the same. I mean, if you find one design that you absolutely love, or hell, you could find a picture and go, "Hey, I want 6 of her."
That's fucked.
It is, dude.
People are never gonna leave their house anymore now. They're gonna like VR and shit. And fucking.
Megan's got a great idea. The coffee machines at the gas station clean themselves.
You think about that, Cage? Jeez.
See, it would be nice to have a robot that like does all the chores for you and shit. Or one that waters the
cool.
plants.
No, but
Have one that waters the plants for me and shit. And
Hold on.
Have a
With 6
trim
of
bot.
them.
Just
get
trims
about
them
3 of you,
for me all
Cage.
day.
You know, get about 3 of you doing different tasks. You know,
If they're good, get 6 of them, and they can clean each other up while you watch.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Have them talk dirty to each other. Oh, you're a dirty girl. You're a dirty girl. I'm gonna clean you up. And you can just sit back and watch. I love it.
You're gonna have a legal slave. They have one in Dubai. I forget the fucking. I think its name's like Sophia or something. You know that robot one they have in like the New Emirates? I mean, in the Emirates or whatever.
yeah, Sophia.
Yeah, whatever its name is, and it has like rights and shit. It has like fucking rights apparently.
Yeah.
How could Cage ever stand for that? Giving a robot rights? I don't see Cage could ever. Cage will never accept that, dude. Giving a robot rights? That no way, man. Oh, that's. Oh.
Yeah, that would turn me off of having an AI harem altogether if they had rights. Might as well just get one of the real thing and go on with yourself.
I don't want no robot, bro. Fuck that shit. That is just fucking weird. What the fuck is wrong with these lights? These lights are tripping out.
Cage, how does somebody arrive to a point where they consider a relationship with a with a robot? Dude?
Divorce?
Divorce.
Go through a couple of those. You'll give anything a shot after that.
What the fuck? You know, like the big street lamps, the tall ones on the highway. These ones are all like fucking like playing they're like dancing in the same way, like turning on, off, like really weird. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's the drones, man. They've been doing that to lights all over the country. Didn't you know that?
Well, the drones been fucking up lights?
Yeah, all over the United States, man.
Oh man, I wish I could
Lights
show you guys.
flipping and
It
flashing.
looks like someone out of a fucking movie. What the fuck is this?
Can you put your
Right?
camera on, Cage? Maybe.
I can't because I'd have to hold it while driving. I don't have anything to like.
Oh, I didn't know you're driving. Okay, never mind. I don't want you to
Oh, they stopped anyways. Then.
do something dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, they've been taking pictures of that shit all over the United States, man. Fucking entire streets, gas stations, shopping centers, cars, lights flashing and blinking.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's a thing.
That's crazy.
First they started blaming on electromagnetic fields, and some people thought it was something to do with the sun and these coronal ejections. Then somebody tied it to the drones, and now it's a phenomena.
Fucking drones at it again, huh? I've been seeing those drones for fucking years, man. I've been seeing those for years, like over a decade. I've been seeing shit like that.
That was.
Oh,
go ahead, Chris. No. Go ahead.
I just thinking, what the hell is going to happen to Canada with these new? If Trump goes through with these tariffs, man, like it's going to take like 100 million away from, no, 100 billion. I'm sorry, 100 billion away from Canada.
And 25% tariffs on everything that goes to the U.S. is pretty fucked. That's going to destroy the fucking market.
Do what?
He's trying to put 25% tariffs on everything in Canada that goes from U.S. to America. I mean, from Canada to America, or America to Canada.
Like the Canadians wouldn't do the same. Give me a break.
When did he decide this shit?
Oh, he's been talking about that for a while. Then he's been threatening to do that. We're threatening to just turn off your electricity. We're like, yeah, you want to play like that? Yeah, we're just gonna cut your fucking electricity on the East Coast, then fuckers. Because we give like 80% of your power. You guys import from Canada electrical. So yeah, good luck trying to charge up your car or fucking run heat during the winter if you want to play like that.
Or the raise the price.
Use the internet.
Like we'll say, like you can give us 25% tariffs. We'll do 50%. Like raise the power 50%. Offset the tariffs. Plus make a little profit, right?
I didn't know that was going on.
I don't know why Trump's trying to like bully us and shit. It's kind of weird. Man's going crazy. We're supposed to be your fucking ally. You're not supposed to start fucking around like that.
Right?
Well, I think it's going on. He's in on this America First kick where he's thinking like instead of importing things from Canada, they're gonna set up shops in America here to give jobs to Americans. That's the idea behind it, I think, because it'll be cheaper to make products in America. Just distribute them and all that.
I don't know.
That's what I think he's thinking. I didn't say I'm for it. I'm saying that's what I think he's thinking. So
yeah.
Well, I know he's got his eye on Greenland. He's wanting to turn the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America, and he says he wants to take the Panama Canal back.
Also take the Panama
Canal back.
That's not.
Let's try to take over the world.
Right? And you're going to do all this in 4 years while correcting the economy and bringing social rest to the unrest and ending all the wars. Okay, you are the Antichrist if you accomplish that, because that just doesn't seem feasible. The United Earth of America under Trump, we did it.
So what's this crap about Trump saying that Canada gets $100 billion in subsidies from us? Like, what does that even mean? I don't get what that means. Does anybody understand that? What that means?
$100 million subsidy?
$100 billion in subsidies.
I'm not sure what he's referring to, really.
Oh, okay, yeah. Guess it's like for imports, like. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. Is that like rent-free money? Is it applied to something, or is that just some type of? Because obviously, it's not a loan. I don't know what that's actually insinuating. Does anybody actually know what that's insinuating? Let's check the chat. See if anybody knows what.
Good question.
Ask your bot.
Mag probably knows what that means, if that's even a thing.
We're almost here.
Subsidy.
Time is it? Is it past 8 yet?
8:04. Cage.
Yeah, nice.
You go by Eastern time, I guess, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I got up early. Today. I'm surprised to see you guys are on.
Hey, kid, you're above Maine, aren't you?
Above Maine? No, I think the closest border would be Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York. Okay. Wow. Are you
Niagara
close to
Falls?
Buffalo, New York?
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
wow.
by. It's only about like an hour drive to New York.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay.
So Niagara, Niagara Falls, that border there.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
Right over there. And then I guess the other closest one would be Detroit, Windsor border. That's a bit further away though.
You ever been around the United States, Cage, and drive around or whatever?
I've never been.
Oh, wow. Okay. I've never been to Canada, but yeah.
I don't even think they'd let me in their fucking country.
That was my thoughts. I don't think I can get past the border. I really don't.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah,
They don't,
I'm
they
not
don't want
laughing.
any. They don't want no fucking Canadians like me in the U.S. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm the scary, ugly American that is, definitely anti maple syrup. So
Yeah.
You're against the syrup.
oh yeah, completely. Yeah, and I don't like the whole grain pancake either. Prefer the buttermilk pancake.
That's a beautiful place where you live, Cage. That's some beautiful country out there.
It's a big fucking city now. Apparently, I seen the other day that there's 7 million people in the city now. It's a big city.
Oh, gross. Is it like suburban or is it like a real skyscraper kind of city kind of thing?
I'll show you what it looks like in a minute. That's my old area.
Okay.
This is the fucking hood. A bunch of crackheads and shit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Canada's supposed to be like full of forest and beautiful and stuff,
Oh, it is, but then most of I think it's like 80% of the population live like 100 kilometers from the border, kind of thing. So
Oh, wow.
all of our populations usually like spread in these urban areas, right by the borders.
Oh, I see.
Kind of like living out west. You got lots of desert and then pockets of crackheads and alcoholics.
You can search it up. Right now, I'm at Jean and Wilson, Toronto. You can search it up. Right by Chalk Farm. This is where I grew up.
Jane and Wilson?
Yeah.
Jane. What city?
Toronto. Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah, a lot of crazy shit happens over here. Is this lady here yet? Let's see. Fucking. Yeah.
Oh, that's gross, Cage. I see like a picture of that. It's like a bunch of city bullshit. Excuse my French.
Yep.
I like the forest. I like Canada's forest. I don't like the buildings. Man.
Cities are shit. I know.
Gross.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'm out here now. Parked up. See? This is where I used to live.
Yeah,
That's
that
Chalk
crap.
Farm.
Okay, I see.
Talking about me.
City. Gross. It's not real Canada. It's fake Canada.
Yeah, this is the area here. Chalk Farm. So I used to live down
That's
there
a-
in this building. Yeah.
Oh.
There's
That's
the
a
cops.
city?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm just gonna meet this lady.
One building.
Well, at least you can go to the forest, Cage. You know, like if you want to.
Yeah, it didn't look like that building was far removed from the forest. Solo, still, surely they got like real cities up there, like a city.
I mean, I hope Cage at least gets to live in a suburban area someday. You know, like not just like city. Gross. You know.
Right?
Yeah. Even rural. I like Cage
Mountains,
living in a rural
rivers.
area better. You know. Yeah. I mean, come on, it's Canada, dude. Like you know, forest. It's Canada.
Yeah, but you know, if they got electric brothels up there, they may be progressive now. You know, they may pave in the entire whole of Canada.
Yeah, you need a. you need. Oh, boy.
Yeah, they with electric brothels, who needs fucking trees and grass? Fuck the mountains. Screw the rivers. We got electric brothels.
Right? You don't need that garbage. You have pleasure right here.
Right. Just you know, give me a half a dozen of these and a VR headset, and I'm hooked up for life. A slow morphine drip.
Yeah, dude, like the right dosage. You know, enough not to get addicted, but you know, we feel pretty good. Yeah, sure.
That would stop. I think that would stop crime all the way around. Here, free morphine drip, VR helmet, and 6-year electric brothel chicks. Now, we've solved the world's crime problem.
Dude, dopamine, dude. I'm not. Yeah, that's. Yeah. No more dopamine problems. No more depression. There you go. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. You know, I've also often thought, you know, if it's possible to make some kind of like a frequency device that could simulate like could simulate opiates, right? But to a degree that's not harmful, um, you know. But no, that wouldn't work either because you would eventually tire out the receptors, you know, and
Yep.
become toxic after a while.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Digital stimulation, continual digital stimulation, it has a burnout factor. The same as like the burnout factor with certain drugs or even playing certain video games repetitively. It has a burnout factor. So does
Hey,
frequency.
Axis. Oh, you back in a minute.
Hey.
It's gonna make a call.
Okay.
Cool. Your body becomes it almost it becomes adjusted to bypassing that particular level of release through that frequency, and you have to either enhance the frequency like a drug, you got to do more, or you got to get off of it, so that it's
I see.
yeah, it's the same as addiction, because there's certain frequencies that I have that if I play them, yeah, it makes everything better, and my whole state of mind and everything changes. But once I turn that frequency off, I'm just right back where I started.
Right. And if you do it for too long or you overdo it, it's
It no
not
longer works.
all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Damn, dude. You have to pay in this life, you know. You can't just take. You're eventually gonna have to
No,
pay.
you got to give.
You got to give. Yeah. Man.
Even destructive frequencies that I have, if you imply them too much, they lose their effectiveness. They no longer have the same result. And I learned that with rats. You can hit rats with a certain frequency and get a response, and you
Yeah.
can get a mass response. But if you continually subject them to it, eventually they just ignore that and continue on moving, just like you're not even playing a frequency.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a trip, man.
Do you have a way to like synthesize? Do you have a way to like synthesize like opiates?
No,
No. Okay.
no.
Oh, okay. Not that I would want to do that. I'm just curious. That's all.
Now, if I did, I would have a poppy garden growing somewhere out back.
Right.
But even a poppy garden, you'd have to know the process to make the the morphine or the codeine or the heroin. You couldn't just take raw poppy and eat it and expect to not get poisoned. You'd have to have some type of synthesizer or boil it into even maybe opium in its rawest form and utilize it. But even then, it tastes like perfume, and the effects aren't the same. Raw opioid or raw opium, it tastes like you're sucking on the end of a perfume bottle.
Oh wow, interesting. Huh.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah. Smell good, but taste not so much.
Right. It's you might as well just grab hold of a perfume bottle and stick it in your mouth. And it's different. It's got a different effect to it than like if it's in heroin or in morphine. It's completely different feeling. But then there's a different feeling between morphine and heroin and such forth and so on. Each derivative has a bit of difference to it.
Oh, like different strengths or whatever, huh?
Yeah. Some of them are very powerful. Nodding, where you're in a dream state and you're in between sleep and awake, and then some of them just have that warm, soothing, kind of your pain medicine type of feeling. And then you've got your raw opium, which is kind of almost a dream state, not so much nodding as you are just kind of floating through life at the moment.
Mm. Do they have ones that are like not like powerful, but not too powerful to where it's like, oh man, this is too powerful and this just kind of sucks, but it feels good, but it sucks, you know what I mean? Like this is way too good, you know. No, I don't know if that makes sense, but like
China White, when it hit the streets of Chicago, that was probably right there on the borderline of this is about too much. And then I imagine like a Vicodin 500 is probably the minimal effect that you're going to feel from an opioid. Or if you busted a 500 in half and took 250, then you're going to have the minimal effects of an opioid. Whereas if you snorted a line of dry powdered white, then you're going to, and it would be a minimal line because that shit's powerful. It takes you within the absolute thresholds of nodding and dream state.
Yeah, I mean, like you could have too much of a dream state, and then it might bring, I don't know, maybe paranoia. Is that right, or is it not that kind of a dream state? Like,
No, no, not generally, unless you start to overdose or you're breathing. If your breathing starts fucking up and you start panicking,
oh, I see.
and
Yeah, yeah.
then it fucks with you.
Oh, okay.
You know
Okay.
that's whenever you've crossed the line, and you're probably about to have an overdose at that point.
I see. Wow.
That's when you break out the Narcan, shove it up your nose, and pray for the best.
Dang. Yeah. Wow. I can see why people like opiates so much. Then, because of the dream
Oh, it's a
state.
miserable fucking thing. Yeah, it's a miserable state of affairs. To all the way around. I mean, damned if you do them and damned if you don't. When you're doing them, you're like, man, I'm really sick of this. And then when you don't have them, you're like, man, I could really use some of that.
Oh man.
So, and then coming off of them is hellish withdrawals. And then trying to occupy yourself when you are off of them is a nightmarish state because your mind is racing. You don't know what to do with yourself.
Oh, I see.
It dulls all the senses, and whenever you finally get off of it, all those senses that have been dulled start to come back to life. You start remembering things that you've forgotten, your head and your dreams. You start remembering shit that you're like, where the fuck did that memory come from? And why the fuck did I forget it?
Oh,
your dreams start becoming real vivid. Then it starts working its way out of your bones, and your bones hurt and ache. Your muscles twitch, ache, and they hurt. You can't find sleep. You can't get content, and you're so used to not having some type of occupying situation that you don't know what to do with yourself. And you're in a miserable fucking state of affairs with your body and your mind.
I see.
That's why it's so hard to get off of it.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, like that knot. And do you get restless legs too?
Oh my god. Yeah, Charlie horses, they draw up, they twitch, they jerk, till that shit works itself out of your bones. It comes from the bones through the muscle. First it works out of the muscle, then it works out of the bone through the muscle, and then finally it evacuates the body.
That's crazy,
and
dude. Wow.
Yeah, it's horribly miserable. Oh,
Looks like Cage. Is Cage in the back there?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
My nurse is here, Chris. I'm gonna have to jump off, man. But hey, thanks for spending the evening with me, brother. Appreciate
Oh
that.
yeah, thanks for having me. I was appreciate
Absolutely, man. Anytime,
Yeah.
brother. Anytime.
All right.
You're more than welcome here, and thank you for hanging out, and thank Cage and everybody that showed up and the chat. This has been a real blessing, man. Because
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
I
I
was
hope
struggling.
that, perhaps you're feeling a little better, but from this, that was the goal.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
absolutely. So thank you guys, thank everyone, and hopefully this is of some benefit to someone else too, also, because it's been a great benefit to me.
Absolutely.
All right, everyone, you guys have a wonderful evening and a great day.
Yeah, you guys do the same. All right, see you guys later.